Section 1 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. Part 1. The Crashing Suns. Chapter 1. As the control levers flashed down under my hands, our ship dived down through space with the swiftness of thought. The next instant there came a jarring shock, and our craft spun over like a whirling top. Everything in the conning tower, windows and dials and controls, seemed to be revolving about me with lightning speed, while I clung dizzily to the levers in my hands. In a moment I managed to swing them back into position, and at once the ship righted herself and sped smoothly on through the ether. I drew a deep breath. The trapdoor in the little room's floor slid open then, and the startled face of big Hal Kerr appeared, his eyes wide. "By the power, Jantor!" he exclaimed. "That last meteor just grazed us. An inch nearer, and it would have been the end of the ship." I turned to him for a moment, laughing. "A miss is as good as a mile," I quoted. He grinned back at me. "Well, remember that we're not out on the Uranus patrol now," he reminded me. "What's our course?" 72 degrees sunward, plane number 8, I told him, glancing at the dials. "We're less than 400,000 miles from Earth now," I added, nodding toward the broad window before me. Climbing up into the little conning tower, Hal Kerr stepped over beside me, and together we gazed out ahead. The sun was at the ship's left for the moment, and the sky ahead was one of deep black, in which the stars, the flaming stars of interplanetary space, shone like brilliant jewels. Directly ahead of us there glowed a soft little orb of misty light, which was growing steadily larger as we raced on toward it. It was our destination, the cloud-veiled little world of Earth, mother planet of all our race. To myself, who had passed much of my life on the 4 outer giants, on Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and Neptune, the little planet ahead seemed insignificant almost, with its single tiny moon. And yet from it, I knew, had come that unceasing stream of human life, that dauntless flood of pioneers which had spread over all the solar system in the last 100,000 years. They had gone out to planet after planet, had conquered the strange atmospheres and bacteria and gravitations, until now the races of man held sway over all the sun's 8 wheeling worlds. And it was from this Earth, 1,000 centuries before, that there had ventured out the first Discoverer's crewed little spaceboats, whose faulty gravity screens and uncertain controls contrasted strangely with the mighty leviathans that flashed between the planets now. Abruptly, I was aroused from my musings by the sharp ringing of a bell at my elbow. "The telestereo," I said to Hal Kerr. "Take the controls." As he did so, I stepped over to the telestereo's glass disc, inset in the room's floor, and touched a switch beside it. Instantly, there appeared standing upon the disc the image of a man in the blue and white robe of the Supreme Council, a life-size and moving and stereoscopically perfect image, flashed across the void of space to my apparatus by means of etheric vibrations. Through the medium of that projected image, the man himself could see and hear me as well as I could see and hear him, and at once he spoke directly to me. "Jantor, captain of Interplanetary Patrol Cruiser 79388, he said in the official form of address. "The command of the Supreme Council of the League of Planets to Jantor. You are directed to proceed with all possible speed to Earth, and immediately upon your arrival there to report to the Council at the Hall of Planets. Is the order heard?" "The order is heard and will be obeyed," I answered, making the customary response, and the figure on the disc bowed, then abruptly vanished. I turned at once to a speaking tube which connected with the cruiser's screen rooms. "Make all speed possible to reach Earth," I ordered the engineer who answered my call. "Throw open all the left and lower screens and use the full attraction of the sun until we are within 20,000 miles of Earth. then close them and use the attraction of Jupiter and Neptune to break our progress. Is the order heard?" When he had acknowledged the command, I turned to Hal Kerr. "That should bring us to Earth within the hour," I told him, "though the power alone knows what the Supreme Council wants with a simple patrol captain." His laugh rumbled forth. "Why, here's unusual modesty for you. Many a time I've heard you tell how the 8 worlds would be run were Jan Tor of the Council, and now you're but a simple patrol captain." With that parting jibe, he slid quickly down through the door in the floor, just in time to escape a well-aimed kick. I heard his deep laughter bellow out again as the door clanged shut behind him, and smiled to myself. No one on the cruiser would have permitted himself such familiarity with its captain but Hal Kerr, but the big engineer well knew that his 30-odd years of service in the patrol made him a privileged character. As the door slammed shut behind him, though, I forgot all else for the moment and concentrated all my attention on the ship's progress. It was my habit to act as pilot of my own cruiser whenever possible, and for the time being I was quite alone in the round little pilot house or conning tower set on top of the cruiser's long, fish-like hull. Only pride, though, kept me from summoning an assistant to the controls, for the sun was pulling the cruiser downward with tremendous velocity now. As we sped down past Earth's shining little moon, we ran into a belt of meteorites, which gave me some ticklish moments. At last, though, we were through the danger zone and were dropping down toward Earth with decreasing speed, as the screens were thrown open, which allowed the pull of Neptune and Jupiter to check our progress. A touch of a button then brought a pilot to replace me at the controls, and as we fell smoothly down toward the green planet below, I leaned out the window, watching the dense masses of interplanetary shipping through which we were now threading our way. It seemed indeed that half the vessels in the solar system were assembled around and beneath us, so close-packed was the jam of traffic. There were mighty cargo ships, their mile-long hulls filled with 1,000 products of Earth, which were ponderously getting under way for the long voyages out to Uranus or Neptune. Sleek long passenger ships flashed past us, their transparent upper hulls giving us brief glimpses of the gay groups on their sunlit decks. Private pleasure boats were numerous too, mostly affairs of gleaming white, and most of these were apparently bound for the annual Jupiter-Mars space races. Here and there through the confusion dashed the local police boats of Earth, and I caught sight of 1 or 2 of the long black cruisers of the Interplanetary Patrol, like our own, the swiftest ships in space. At last, though, after a slow, tortuous progress to the crowded upper levels, our craft had won through the jam of traffic and was swooping down upon the surface of Earth in a great curve. In a panorama of meadow and forest, dotted here and there with gleaming white cities, the planet's park-like surface unrolled before me as we sped across it. We rocketed over one of its oceans, seeming hardly more than a pond to my eyes after the mighty seas of Jupiter and the vast ice-fringed oceans of Neptune. And then, as we flashed over land again, there loomed up far ahead the gigantic white dome of the Great Hall of Planets, permanent seat of the Supreme Council and the center of government of the 8 worlds. A single titanic structure of gleaming white that reared its towering dome into the air for over 2,000 feet, it grew swiftly larger as we raced on toward it. In a moment we were beside it, and the cruiser was slanting down toward the square landing court behind the great dome. As we came to rest there without a jar, I snapped open a small door in the conning tower's side, and in a moment had descended to the ground by means of a ladder inset in the cruiser's side. At once there ran forward to meet me a thin, spectacled young man in the red-slashed robe of the scientists, an owlish-looking figure at whom I stared for a moment in amazement. Then I had recovered from my astonishment and was grasping his hands. "Sarto Sen!" I cried. "By the power, I'm glad to see you. I thought you were working in the Venus laboratories." My friend's eyes were shining with welcome, but for the moment he wasted no time in speech, hurrying me across the court toward the inner door of the great building. "The council is assembling at this moment," he explained rapidly as we hastened along. I got the chairman, Murdak, to hold up the meeting until you arrived." "But what's it all about?" I asked in bewilderment. "Why wait for me?" "You will understand in a moment," he answered, his face grave. "But here is the council hall." By that time we'd hastened down a series of long white corridors, and now passed through a high arched doorway into the great council hall itself. I had visited the place before. Who in the 8 worlds has not? And the tremendous circular room and colossal soaring dome above it were not new to me, but now I saw it as few ever did, with the 800 members of the Supreme Council gathered in solemn session. Grouped in a great half-circle around the dais of the chairman stretched the curving rows of seats, each occupied by a member, and each 100 members gathered around the symbol of the world they represented, whether that world was tiny Mercury or mighty Jupiter. On the dais at the center stood the solitary figure of Murdak, the chairman. It was evident that, as my friend had informed me, the council had just assembled, since for the moment Murdak was not speaking, but just gazing calmly out over the silent rows of members. In a moment we had passed down the aisle to his dais and stood beneath him. To my salute he returned a word of greeting only, then motioned us to 2 empty seats which had apparently been reserved for us. As I slipped into mine, I wondered fleetingly what Big Hal Kerr would have thought to see his captain thus taking a seat with the Supreme Council itself. Then that thought slipped from my mind as Murdak began to speak. "Men of the 8 worlds," he said slowly, "I have called this session of the Council for the gravest of reasons. I have called it because discovery has just been made of a peril which menaces the civilization, the very existence of all our race. A deadly peril which is rushing upon us with unthinkable speed, and which threatens the annihilation of our entire universe." He paused for a moment, and a slow, deep hum of surprise ran over the assembled members. For the first time now I saw that Murdak's keen intellectual face was white and drawn, and I bent forward, breathless, tensely listening. In a moment the chairman was speaking on. "It is necessary for me to go back a little," he said, "in order that you may understand the situation which confronts us. As you know, our sun and its 8 spinning planets are not motionless in space. Our sun, with its family of worlds, has for eons been moving through space at the approximate rate of 12 miles a second across the Milky Way. You know, too, that all other suns, all other stars, are moving through space likewise, some at a lesser speed than ours, and some at a speed inconceivably greater. Flaming new suns, dying red suns, cold dark suns. Each is flashing through the infinities of space on its own course, each toward its appointed doom. And among that infinity of thronging stars is that one which we know as Alto, that great red star, that dying sun, which has been steadily drawing nearer to us as the centuries have passed, and which is now nearest to us of all the stars. It is but little larger than our own sun, and, as you all know, it and our sun are moving toward each other, rushing nearer each other by thousands of miles each second, since Alto is moving at an unthinkable speed. Our scientists have calculated that the 2 suns would pass each other over a year from now, and thereafter would be speeding away from each other. There has been no thought of danger to us from the passing of this dying sun, for it has been known that its path through space would cause it to pass us at a distance of billions of miles. And had the star Alto but continued in that path, all would have been well. But now a thing unprecedented has happened. Some 8 weeks ago, at the South Observatory on Mars, reported that the approaching star Alto seemed to have changed its course a little, bearing inward toward the solar system. The shift was a small one, but any change of course on the part of a star is quite unprecedented, so for the last 8 weeks the approaching star has been closely watched. And during those weeks the effect of its shift in course has become more and more apparent. More and more the star has veered from the path it formerly followed, until it is now many millions of miles out of its course, with its deflection growing greater every minute. And this morning came the climax. For this morning I received a telestereo message from the director of the Bureau of Astronomical Science on Venus, in which he informed me that the star's change of course is disastrous for us. For instead of passing us by billions of miles, as it would have done, the star is now heading straight toward our own sun, and our sun is racing to meet it. I need not explain to you what the result of this situation will be. It is calculated by our astronomers that in less than a year our sun and this dying star will meet head-on, will crash together in one gigantic flaming collision. And the result of that collision will be the annihilation of our universe. For the planets of our system will perish like flowers in a furnace in that titanic holocaust of crashing suns. Murdak's voice ceased, and over the great hall there reigned a death-like silence. I think that in that moment all of us were striving to comprehend with our dazed minds the thing that Murdak had told us, to realize the existence of the deadly peril that was rushing to wipe out our universe. Then before that silence could give way to the inevitable roar of surprise and fear, a single member rose from the Mercury section of the Council, a splendid figure who spoke directly to Murdak. "For 100,000 years," he said, "we races of man have met danger after danger, and have conquered them, one after another. We have spread from world to world, have conquered and grasped and held until we are masters of a universe. And now that that universe faces destruction, are we to sit idly by? Is there nothing whatever to be done by us, no chance, however slight, to avert this doom?" A storm of cheers burst out when he finished, a wild tempest of applause that raged over the hall with cyclonic fury for minutes. I was on my feet with the rest by that time, shouting like a madman. It was the inevitable reaction from that moment of heart-deadening panic, was the uprush of the old will to conquer that has steeled the hearts of men in 1,000 deadly perils. When it had died down a little, Murdak spoke again. "It is not my purpose to allow death to rush upon us without an effort to turn it aside," he told us. "And fortune has placed in our hands, at this moment, the chance to strike out in our own defense. For the last 3 years, Sarto Sen, one of our most brilliant young scientists, has been working on a great problem, the problem of using etheric vibrations as a propulsion force to speed matter through space. A chip floating in water can be propelled across the surface of the water by waves in it. Then why should not matter likewise be propelled through space, through the ether by means of waves or vibrations in that ether? Experimenting on this problem, Sarto Sen has been able to make small models which can be flashed through space, through the ether by means of artificially created vibrations in that ether, vibrations which can be produced with as high a frequency as the light vibrations, and which thus propel the models through space at a speed equal to the speed of light itself. Using this principle, Sarto Sen has constructed a small 10-man cruiser, which can attain the velocity of light, and which he has intended to use in a voyage of exploration to the nearer stars. Until now, as you know, we have been unable to venture outside the solar system, since even the swiftest of our gravity-screened spaceships cannot make much more than a few 100,000 miles an hour, and at that rate it would take centuries to reach the nearest star. But in this new vibration-propelled cruiser, a voyage to the stars would be a matter of weeks instead of centuries. Several hours ago, I ordered Sarto Sen to bring his new cruiser here to the Hall of Planets, fully equipped, and at this moment it is resting in one of the landing courts here, manned by a crew of 6 men experienced in its operation and ready for a trip of any length. And it is my proposal that we send this new cruiser, in this emergency, out to the approaching star Alto to discover what forces or circumstances have caused the nearer sun to veer from its former path. We know that those forces or those circumstances must be extraordinary in character, thus to change the course of a star. And if we can discover what phenomena are the causes of the star's deflection, there is a chance that we might be able to repeat or reverse those phenomena, to swerve the star again from the path it now follows, and so save our solar system, our universe." Murdak paused for a moment, and then there was an instant of sheer, stunned silence in the great hall. For the audacity of his proposal was overwhelming, even to us who roamed the limits of the solar system at will. It was well enough to rove the ways of our own universe, as men had done for ages, but to venture out into the vast gulf beyond, to flash out toward the stars themselves, and calmly investigate the erratic behavior of a titanic thundering sun, that was a proposal that left us breathless for the moment. But only for the moment. For when our brains had caught the magnitude of the idea, another wild burst of applause thundered from the massed members, applause that rose still higher when the chairman called Sarto Sen himself to the dais and presented him to the assembly. Then, when the tumult had quieted a little, Murdak went on. "The cruiser will start at once then," he said, "and there remains but to choose a captain for it. Sarto Sen and his men will have charge of the craft's operation, of course, but there must be a leader for the whole expedition, some quick-thinking man of action. And I have already chosen such a man, subject to your approval, one whose name most of you have heard. A man young in years who has served most of his life in the interplanetary patrol, and who distinguished himself highly 2 years ago in the great space fight with the interplanetary pirates off Japetus. Jan Tor." I swear that up to the last second I had no shadow of an idea that Murdak was speaking of me. And when he turned to gaze straight at me and spoke my name, I could only stare in bewilderment. Those around me, though, pushed me to my feet, and the next moment another roar of applause from the hundreds of members around me struck me in the face like a physical blow. I walked clumsily to the dais, under that storm of approval, and stood there beside Murdak, still half-dazed by the unexpectedness of the thing. The chairman smiled out at the shouting members. "No need to ask if you approve my choice," he said, and then turned to me, his face grave. "Jan Tor," he addressed me, his solemn voice sounding clearly over the suddenly hushed hall, "to you is given the command of this expedition, the most momentous in our history. For on this expedition, and on you, its leader, depends the fate of our solar system. It is the order of the Supreme Council, then, that you take command of the new cruiser and proceed with all speed to the approaching star Alto, to discover the reason for that star's change of course, and to ascertain whether any means exist of again swerving it from its path. Is the order heard?" 5 minutes later, I strode with Sarto Sen and Hal Kerr into the landing court, where lay the new cruiser, its long, fish-like hull glittering brilliantly in the sunlight. A door in its side snapped open as we drew near, and through it there stepped out to meet us one of the 6 blue-clad engineers who formed the craft's crew. "All is ready for the start," he said to Sarto Sen in reply to the latter's question, standing aside for us to enter. We passed through the door into the cruiser's hull. To the left, an open door gave me a glimpse of the ship's narrow living quarters, while to the right extended a long room in which other blue-clad figures were standing ready beside the ship's shining, cone-like vibration generators. Directly before us rose a small winding stairway, up which Sarto Sen led the way. In a moment following, we had reached the cruiser's conning tower, and immediately Sarto Sen stepped over to take his place at the controls. He touched a stud, and a warning bell gave sharp alarm throughout the cruiser's interior. There were hurrying feet somewhere beneath us, and then a loud clang as the heavy triple doors slammed shut. At once began the familiar throb, throb, throb of the oxygen pumps, already at work replenishing and purifying the air in our hermetically sealed vessel. Sarto Sen paused for a moment, glancing through the broad window before him, then reached forth and pressed a series of 3 buttons. A low, deep humming filled the cruiser's whole interior, and there was an instant of breathless hesitation. Then came a sharp click as Sarto Sen pressed another switch, There was a quick sigh of wind, and instantly the sunlit landing court outside vanished, replaced in a fraction of a second by the deep, star-shot night of interplanetary space. I glanced quickly down through a side window and had a momentary glimpse of a spinning gray ball beneath us, a ball that dwindled to a point and vanished even in the moment that I glimpsed it. It was Earth, vanishing behind us as we fled with frightful velocity out into the gulf of space. We were hurtling through the belt of asteroids beyond Mars now, and then, ahead and to the left, there loomed the mighty world of Jupiter, expanding quickly into a large white-belted globe as we rocketed on toward it, then dropping behind and diminishing in its turn as we sped past it. The sun behind us had dwindled by that time to a tiny disk of fire. An hour later, and another giant world flashed past on our right, the icy planet Neptune, outermost of the 8 worlds. We had passed outside the last frontier of the solar system and were now racing out into the mighty deeps of space with the speed of light on our mad journey to save a universe. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crashing Suns, Chapter 2. An hour after we had left the solar system, Hal Kerr and I still stood with Sarto Sen in the cruiser's conning tower, staring out with him at the stupendous panorama of gathered stars that lay before us. The sun of our own system had dwindled to a far point of light behind us by that time, one star among the millions that spangled the deep black heavens around us. For here, even more than between the planets, the stars lay before us in their true glory, undimmed by proximity to any one of them. A host of glittering points of fire, blue and green and white and red and yellow, they dotted the rayless skies thickly in all directions, and thronged like a great drift of swarming bees toward our upper left, where stretched the stupendous belt of the Milky Way. And dead ahead now shone a single orb that blazed in smoky crimson glory, a single great point of red fire. It was Alto, I knew, the sullen burning star that was our goal. It was with something of unbelief that I gazed at the red star, for though the dials before me assured me that we were speeding on toward it at close to 200,000 miles a second, yet except for the deep humming of the craft's vibratory apparatus, one would have thought that the ship was standing still. There was no sound of wind from outside, no friendly, nearby planets, nothing by which the eye could measure the tremendous velocity at which we moved. We were racing through a void whose very immensity and vacancy staggered the mind, an emptiness of space in which the stars themselves floated like dust particles in air, a gulf traversed only by hurtling meteors or flaring comets, and now by our own frail little craft. Though I was peculiarly affected by the strangeness of our position, Big Hal Kerr was even more so. He had traveled the space lines of the solar system for the greater part of his life, and now all of his time-honored rules of interplanetary navigation had been upset by this new cruiser, a craft entirely without gravity screens, which was flashing from sun to sun, propelled by invisible vibrations only. I saw his head wagging in doubt as he stared out into that splendid vista of thronging stars, and in a moment more he left us, descending into the cruiser's hull for an inspection of its strange propulsion apparatus. When he had gone, I plunged at once into the task of learning the control and operation of our craft. The next 2 hours I spent under the tutelage of Sarto Sen, and at the end of that time I had already learned the essential features of the ship's control. There was a throttle which regulated the frequency of the vibrations generated in the engine room below, thus increasing or decreasing our speed at will, and a lever and dial which were used to project the propelling vibrations out at any angle behind us, thus controlling the direction in which we moved. The main requisite in handling the craft, I found, was a precise and steady hand on the 2 controls, since a mere touch on one would change our speed with lightning swiftness, while a slight movement of the other would send us millions of miles out of our course almost instantly. At the end of 2 hours, however, I had attained sufficient skill to be able to hold the cruiser to her course without any large deviations or changes of speed, and Sarto Sen had confidence enough in my ability to leave me alone at the controls. He departed down the little stair behind me to give a few minutes' inspection to the generators below, and I was left alone in the conning tower. Standing there in the dark little room, its only sound the deep humming of the generators below, and its only lights the hooded glows which illuminated the dials and switches before me, I gazed intently through the broad fore window, into that crowding confusion of swarming suns that lay around us, that medley of jeweled fires in which the great star Alto burned like a living flame. For a long time I gazed toward the star that was our goal, and then my thoughts were broken into by the sound of Sarto Sen reascending the stair behind me. I half turned to greet him, then turned swiftly back to the window, stiffening into sudden attention. My eyes had caught sight of a small patch of deep blackness far ahead, an area of utter darkness, which was swiftly expanding, growing, until in less than a second, it seemed, it had blotted out half the thronging stars ahead. For a moment, the sudden appearance of it dumbfounded me so that I stood motionless, and then my hands leapt out to the controls. I heard Sarto Sen cry out behind me, and had a glimpse of the darkness ahead, obscuring almost all the heavens. The next moment, before my hands had more than closed upon the levers, all light in the conning tower vanished in an instant, and we were plunged into the most utter darkness which I have ever experienced. At the same moment, the familiar hum of the vibration generators broke off suddenly. I think that the moment that followed was the one in which I came first to know the meaning of terror. Every spark of light had vanished, and the silencing of the vibration generators could only mean that our ship was drifting blindly through this smothering blackness. From the cruiser's hull below came shouts of fear and horror, and I heard Sarto Sen feeling his way to my side and fumbling with the controls. Then, with startling abruptness, the lights flashed on again in the conning tower, and through the windows there burst again the brilliance of the starry heavens. At the same moment, the vibration generators began again to give off their deep humming drone. Sarto Sen turned to me, his face white as my own. Instinctively, we turned toward the conning tower's rear window, and there behind us lay that stupendous area of blackness from which we had just emerged. A vast, irregular area of utter darkness, it was decreasing rapidly in size as we sped on away from it. In a moment it had shrunk to the spot it had been when I first glimpsed it, and then it had vanished entirely. And again we were racing on through the familiar star-shot skies. I found my voice at last. "In the name of the power," I exclaimed, "what was that?" Sarto Sen shook his head musingly. "An area without light," he said, half to himself, "and our generators, they too could not function there. It must have been a hole, an empty space in the ether itself." I could only stare at him in amazement. "A hole in the ether?" I repeated. He nodded quickly. "You saw what happened. Light is a vibration of the ether, and light was non-existent in that area. Even our generators ceased to give off etheric vibrations, there being no ether for them to function in. It's always been thought that the ether pervaded all space, but apparently even it has its holes, its cavities, which accounts for those dark, lightless areas in the heavens which have always puzzled astronomers. If our tremendous speed and momentum hadn't brought us through this one, the pull of the different stars would have slowed us down and stopped us, prisoning us in that dark area until the end of time." I shook my head, only half listening, for the strangeness of the thing had unnerved me. "Take the controls," I said to Sarto Sen. "Meteors are all in the day's work, but holes in the ether are too much for me." Leaving him to his watch over the ship's flight, I descended to the cruiser's interior, where the engineers were still discussing with Hal Kerr the experience through which we had just passed. In a few words I explained to them Sarto Sen's theory, and they went back to their posts with awed faces. Passing into the ship's living quarters myself, I threw myself on a bunk there and strove to sleep. Sleep came quickly enough, induced by the generator's soothing drone, but with it came torturing nightmares in which I seemed to move blindly onward through endless realms of darkness, searching in vain for an outlet into the light of day. When I awoke some 6 hours later, the position of the ship seemed quite unchanged. The steady humming of its generators, the smooth onward flight, the legions of dazzling stars around us, all seemed as before. But when I ascended again to the conning tower to relieve Sarto Sen at the controls, I saw that already the star Alto had increased a little its brilliance, dimming the stars around and behind it. And through the succeeding hours of my watch in the conning tower, it seemed to me almost that the red orb was expanding before my sight as we hurtled on toward it. That, though, I knew to be only an illusion of my straining eyes. But as day followed day, sunless, dawnless days which we could measure only by our time dials, the crimson star ahead waxed steadily to greater glory. By the time we marked off the 20th day of our flight, Alto had expanded into a moon of crimson flame, whose sullen splendor outrivaled the brilliance of all the starry hosts around us. For by that time we had covered half the distance between our own sun and the dying one ahead, and were now flashing on over the last half of our journey. Days they were without change, almost without incident. Twice we had sighted vast areas of blackness, great ether cavities like the one we had first plunged through, but these we were fortunate enough to avoid, swerving far out of our course to pass them by. Once, too, I had glimpsed for a single moment a colossal black globe which flashed beside our path for an instant and then was left behind by our tremendous speed. Only a glimpse did I get of this dark wanderer, which might have been either a runaway planet or burned-out star. And once our ship blundered directly into a vast maelstrom of meteoric material, a mighty whirlpool of interstellar wreckage spinning there between the stars, and from which we won clear only by grace of Sarto Sen's skillful hands at the controls. Except for these few incidents, though, our days were monotonous and changeless, days in which the care of the generators and the alternate watches in the conning tower were our only occupations. And a strange stillness had seized us as we fled onward, a brooding silence that fastened itself upon my friends even as upon myself. Something from the vast eternal silence through which we moved, some quality out of those trackless infinities of space, seemed to have entered into our inmost souls. We went about our duties like men in a dream, and dreamlike our life had become to us, I think, and still more remote and unreal and dreamlike had become the life of the 8 worlds that lay so far behind us. I had forgotten almost the mission upon which we sped, and through the long watches in the conning tower my eyes followed the steady largening of the red sun ahead with curiosity only. Day by day its fiery disk was creeping farther across the heavens, until at last everything in the cruiser was drenched by the crimson, blood-like light that streamed in through our sunward windows. Then at last my mind came back to consideration of the work that lay before us, for over 30 days of our journey had passed, and there remained less than 100 billion miles between Alto and ourselves. I gave orders to slow our progress then, and at a somewhat slackened speed our cruiser began to slant up above the plane of the great sun, for it was my plan to gain a position millions of miles directly above the star and then hover there, accompanying it on its race through space and using the powerful little telescopic windows in the conning tower for our first observations. So through the next 2 days the giant sun, a single great sea of crimson fire to our eyes, crept steadily downward across the skies as we slanted over it. Our outside instrument showed us that its heat was many times less than that of our own sun, for this was a dying star. Even so, it was necessary to slide special light-repelling shields over all our windows, so blinding was the star's glare. On the 40th day of our journey, we had reached our goal. Gathered in the conning tower, Sarto Sen, Hal Kerr, and I gazed down through its circular, periscopic under-window at the mighty star beneath. We had reached a spot approximately 20 million miles above the sun, and had turned our course so that we now raced above it at a speed that matched its own, like a fly hovering over a world. Below us there lay only a single vast ocean of crimson flame, that reached almost from horizon to horizon, all but filling the heavens beneath us. It was in an awed silence that we gazed down into this tremendous sea of fire, knowing as we did that only the power of the ship's generators kept it from plunging downward. "And we are expected to investigate that?" said Hal Kerr, gazing down into the hell of flame below. "They talk of turning that aside?" I looked at him hopelessly. Then, before I could speak, there came a sudden exclamation from Sarto Sen, and he beckoned me to his side. He had been staring out through one of the powerful little telescopic windows set in the conning tower's wall, and as I reached him, he pointed eagerly through it, out beyond the rim of the fiery sun beneath. I gazed in that direction, straining my eyes against the glare, and then glimpsed the thing that had attracted his attention. It was a little spot of dun-colored light lying beyond the crimson sun, a buff-colored little ball that hung steady behind the great sun at a distance of perhaps 100 million miles, and that accompanied it on its flight through space. "A planet," I whispered, and he nodded. Then Hal Kerr, who had joined us, extended his hand too, with a muttered exclamation, and there, thrice the distance of the first from Alto, there hung another and smaller ball. In a few minutes, using the powerful inset glasses, we had discovered no less than 13 worlds that spun about the sun beneath us, and that accompanied it on its tremendous journey through space. Most seemed to revolve in orbits that were billions of miles from their parent sun, and none of the others was as large as that inmost planet which we had first discovered. It was toward this largest world that we finally decided to head first, so with Sarto Sen at the controls, we slanted down again from our position over the great sun, arrowing down at reduced speed toward the inmost world. Its color was changing from buff to pale red as we neared it, and its apparent size was increasing with tremendous speed as our craft shot down toward it. Gradually, though, Sarto Sen decreased our velocity until by the time we reached an altitude of a few hundred miles above this world, our ship was moving very slowly. And now from outside came a thin shrieking of wind, a mounting roar that told us plainly that we were speeding through air again, and that this world had at least an atmosphere. None of us remarked on that, though, all our attention being held by the scene below. Drenched in the crimson light of the sun behind us, it was a crimson world that lay beneath us, a lurid world whose mountains, plains, and valleys were all of the same blood-like hue as the light that fell upon them, whose very lakes and rivers gave back to the sky the scarlet tinge that pervaded all things here. And as our cruiser swept lower, we saw, too, that the redness of the planet beneath was no mere illusion of the crimson sunlight, but inherent in itself, since all of the vegetation below, grassy plains and tangled shrubs and stunted, unfamiliar trees, were of that same red tinge that was the color keynote of this world. Strange and weird as it appeared, though, there seemed no sign of life on the broad plains and barren hills beneath us, and abruptly Sarto Sen headed the ship across the planet's face, speeding low over its surface while we scanned intently the panorama that unrolled beneath us. For minutes our straining scrutiny was unrewarded, and then, far ahead, a colossal shape loomed vaguely through the dusky crimson light, taking form as we sped on toward it as a tremendous soaring tower. and involuntarily we gasped as our eyes took in the hugeness of its dimensions. It consisted of 4 slender black columns, each less than 50 feet in thickness, which rose from the ground at points a half-mile separated. 4 mighty pillars which slanted up into the crimson sunlight for fully 10,000 feet, meeting and merging at that distance above the ground and combining to support a circular platform 200 feet in diameter. Our ship was hovering a few thousand feet above this platform, and on it we could see the shapes of what appeared to be machines, and other shapes that moved about them, though whether these last were human or not could not be distinguished from our height. And then, as my gaze fell toward the mighty tower's base, my cry brought the eyes of the others to follow my pointing finger. For gathered beneath and around the tower and extending away into the surrounding country were the massed buildings of a city. Low and flat-roofed and utterly strange in appearance were those buildings, and the narrow streets that pierced their huddled masses were all of the same smooth blackness as the tower itself. Black, deep black, the roofs and streets and walls laced with crimson parks and gardens that lay against their blackness like splashes of blood. And looming over all, its 4 tremendous columns rearing themselves above the streets and roofs and gardens like the limbs of a bestriding giant, the mighty tower soared into the crimson sunlight. Sarto Sen flung an arm down toward the tower's platform beneath us, and toward the shapes that moved on that platform. "Inhabited," he cried. "You see? And that means that Alto's change in course was—" He broke off, uttered a smothered cry. A spark of intense white light had suddenly broken into being on the platform beneath us, a beam of blinding light that stabbed straight up toward us, bathing the cruiser in its unearthly glow. And suddenly our ship was falling. Sarto Sen sprang to the controls, wrenched around the power lever. "That ray!" he cried. "It's attractive! It's pulling us down!" Our ship was vibrating now to the full force of its generators, but still we were falling, plunging headlong down toward the round platform beneath. I glimpsed Sarto Sen working frantically with the controls and heard a hoarse cry from Hal Kerr. There was a blinding glare of light all around us now, and through the window I saw the platform below rushing up toward us with appalling speed. It was nearer now, nearer, nearer. Crash. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crashing Suns, Chapter 3. I think that in the minute after the crash, no one in the conning tower made a movement. The blinding ray outside had vanished at the moment of our crash, and we were now lying sprawled on the little room's floor, where the shock of the collision had thrown us. In a moment, though, I reached for a support and scrambled to my feet. As I did so, there came shouts from the hull beneath us, and then a loud clang as one of the cruiser's lower doors swung open. I sprang to the window just in time to see our 6 engineers pour out of the hull beneath me, emerging onto the platform on which our ship rested, and gazing about them with startled eyes. I ripped open the little door in the conning tower's side to shout to them to come back, and even as I did so, saw one of the men run back into the cruiser as though in fear. The others were staring fixedly across the broad platform, and in that moment, before I could voice the warning on my lips, their doom struck. There was a quick sigh of wind, and from across the platform there sprang toward them a tiny ball of rose-colored fire, a ball that touched one of the men and instantly expanded into a whirlwind of raging flame. A single moment it blazed there, then vanished, and where the 5 men had stood was nothing. Stunned, stupefied, my eyes traveled slowly across the surface of the great platform. Strange, huge machines stood close grouped upon it, great shining structures utterly unfamiliar in appearance. At the center of this group of mechanisms stood the largest of them, a great tube of metal fully 100 feet in length, which was mounted on a strong pedestal and which pointed up into the sky like a great telescope. It was none of these things, though, that held my attention in that first horror-stricken moment of inspection. It was the dozen or more grotesque and terrible shapes which stood grouped at the platform's farther edge, returning my gaze. They were globes of pink, unhealthy-looking flesh more than a yard in diameter, each upheld by 6 slender insect-like legs, not more than 12 inches long, and each possessing 2 similar short, thin limbs which served them as arms, and which projected at opposite points from their pink globular bodies. And between those arms, set directly in the side of the round body itself, were the only features. 2 round black eyes of large size, browless and pupilless, and a circle of pale skin which beat quickly in and out with their breathing. Motionless they stood, regarding me with their unhuman eyes, and now I saw that one, a little in advance of the others, was holding extended toward me a thin disk of metal, from which I divined instantly the destroying fire had sprung. Yet still I made no movement, staring across the platform with sick horror in my soul. I heard a thick exclamation from Hal Kerr behind me as he and Sarto Sen came to my side and gazed out with me. And now the grouped creatures opposite were giving utterance to sounds, speech sounds with which they seemed to converse, low, deep thrumming tones which came apparently from their breathing membranes. They moved toward us, the fire disk still trained upon us, and then one stopped and motioned from us to the platform on which he stood. He repeated the gesture, and its meaning was unmistakable. Slowly we stepped out of the conning tower and descended by the ladder in the cruiser's side to the platform itself. Our captors seemed to pause for a moment now, and I had opportunity for a quick inspection of our ship. Sucked down as it had been by the attractive ray of those strange creatures, it had yet fallen on a clear space on the platform and seemed to have suffered no serious injury, for it was stoutly built and our fall had been short. The lower door in its side was still open, I saw, and now a half-dozen of the globe creatures entered this, scurrying forward like quick insects on their 6 short legs. They disappeared from view inside the cruiser's hull, returning in a moment with their fire discs trained upon the single engineer who had run back into the ship and escaped the doom of his fellows. This man, Nar-Lon by name, had been the chief of the 6 engineers, and as his guards herded him to our side, his face was white with terror. Finding us still alive, though, he seemed to take courage a little. Now the thrumming conversation of the creatures about us broke off, and one turned to the edge of the platform, touching a stud in the floor there. At once a circular section of the metal floor, some 10 feet across, slid aside, revealing a round dark well of the same diameter, which apparently extended down into one of the great tower's 4 supporting columns. At the top of this shaft hung a small square metal cage or elevator, and into this we were shepherded at once, 2 of our captors entering the cage with us and keeping their fire discs trained still upon us. There was the click of a switch, then a sudden roar of wind, and instantly the cage was shooting downward with tremendous speed. Only a moment we flashed down through the roaring darkness, and then the cage came to rest and a section of wall beside it slid aside, admitting a flood of dusky crimson light. At once we stepped out, followed by our 2 guards. We were standing at the foot of a mighty column down which we had come, standing on the floor of a great circular flat-roofed room, in and out of which were moving scores of the globe creatures. From the very center of the room behind us rose the 50-foot thickness of the huge pillar, soaring up obliquely and disappearing through the building's roof, 200 feet above. Except for the pillar and the hurrying figures around us, the great room was quite bare and empty, lit only by high, narrow slits in its walls which admitted long, shafting bars of the crimson sunlight. I heard Hal Kerr muttering his astonishment at the titanic scale at which all things in this strange world seemed planned, and then there came a thrumming order from our guards, who gestured pointedly toward a high doorway set in the room's wall opposite us. Obediently, we started across the floor toward it. Passing through it, we found ourselves in a long, narrow corridor, apparently a connecting passage between another building and the one we had just left. There were windows on its sides, circular openings in the walls, and as we passed down the hall, I glimpsed through these the city that lay around us, a vista of black streets and crimson gardens, through which thronged other masses of the globe creatures. Then, before I could see more, the corridor ended, and we passed into a large anteroom occupied by a half-dozen of the globe men, all armed with the fire discs which they trained instantly upon us. There ensued a brief conversation between our guards and these, and then they stood aside, allowing us to pass through a narrow doorway into a smaller room beyond. Its sides were lined with shelves holding what seemed to be models of machines, all quite unfamiliar in appearance. At the far end of the room stood a low desk-like structure, whose surface was covered with other models and with white sheets of stiff cloth or paper covered with drawings and designs, and behind these sat another of the globe men, a little larger than any we had yet seen. As we halted before him, he inspected us for a moment with his large, unwinking eyes, then spoke in deep, thrumming inflections to our two guards. The latter answered him at length, and again he considered us. During the moments that we stood there, I had noted that Sarto Sen beside me seemed intensely interested in the models and design-covered sheets which lay on the desk before us. Now, as the creature behind the desk seemed to pause, my friend moved forward and picked up one of the sheets, and a metal pencil which lay beside it. In a moment he was drawing on the sheet some design which I could not see, and this done, he handed it to the monster behind the desk. The latter reached for it, inspected it closely, and then raised his eyes to Sarto Sen, with something of surprise apparent even on his unhuman features. He uttered a short command then, and instantly one of the two guards motioned Sarto Sen aside, while the other herded Hal Kerr, Narlon, and me again toward the door. As we passed out of the room, I glanced back and saw Sarto Sen, still under the watchful eyes of his guard, bending over the desk, intensely interested, sketching another design. Again we were in the anteroom, in which there lounged still the guard of the armed globe men. Instead of returning to the corridor through which we had come, though, we were conducted through a door on the room's opposite side, then passed down a similar long hall, halted at last by our guard before a low door in its side. This he flung open, motioning us to enter, and as the death-dealing disc in his grasp was trained full upon us, we had no choice but to obey, and passed into a square, solid-walled little room which was but half lit by a few loopholes in one of its sides. Behind us the door slammed shut, its strong bolts closing with a loud grating of metal. We were prisoners on the planet of a distant star. And now, looking back, it seems to me that the days of imprisonment which followed were the most terrible I have ever known. Action, no matter of what sort, gives surcease at least from mental agony, and it was agony which we suffered there in our little cell. For with the passing of every day, every hour, the crimson sun above us was drawing nearer toward our own by millions of miles. And we, who alone had power to find the cause of the red sun's deflection, we lay in prison there in the city of the globe men, watching doom creep upon our universe. Hour followed hour, and day followed day remorselessly while we lay there, hours and days which we could measure only by the steady circling of the sunlight that slanted through our tiny windows. With each night came cold, a bitter cold that penetrated to our bones, and for all the red splendor of the dying sun above, the days were far from warm. Twice each day the door opened and a guard cautiously thrust in our food, which consisted of a mushy mixture of cooked vegetables and a bottle of red-tinged, mineral-tasting water. We spoke but little among ourselves, except to wonder as to the whereabouts of Sarto Sen. We had heard nothing of him since we had left him, and could not know even whether our friend was alive or dead. What our own fate was to be, we could not guess, nor in fact was even that of much interest to us. A few months longer, and we would meet death with all on this planet, when Alto and our own sun crashed together. Whether or not we lived until then was hardly a great matter. Then, 10 days after our capture, there came the first break in the monotony of our imprisonment. There was a rattle of bolts at our door. It swung open, and Sarto Sen stepped inside. As the guards outside closed the door, my friend sprang toward me, his face eager. "You're all right, Jantor?" he exclaimed quickly. "They told me you were unharmed, but I worried." A phrase in his speech struck me. "They told you?" I repeated. "They?" He nodded, his eyes holding mine. "The Globemen," he said simply. We stared at him, and he stepped swiftly to the door, tried it and found it fast, then came back and sat down beside us. "The Globemen," he repeated solemnly. "Those children of Alto, those creatures of hell, who have turned their parent sun from its course to send it crashing into our own, to wipe out our universe." At our exclamations of stunned surprise, he was silent, musing, his eyes seeming to gaze out through somber vistas of horror invisible to us. When he spoke again, it was slowly, broodingly, as though he had forgotten our presence. "I have found what we came here to learn," he was saying. "Have discovered the reason for the deflection of this star. Yet, even before, I guessed. If a star have planets, and those planets inhabitants of supreme science, supreme power, would they not use that science and that power to save themselves from death, even though it means death for another universe? And that is what they have done, and what I suspected before. It was that suspicion that stood me in good stead when we were examined there by the chief of the Globemen. I had glimpsed on his desk sheets with astronomical designs on them, and so I took a sheet myself and drew on it a simple design which he understood immediately, a design which represented two suns colliding. It convinced him of my knowledge, my intelligence, so that when he sent the rest of you to this cell, he retained me for questioning. And for hours afterward, I drew other sketches, other designs, while with gestures he interrogated me concerning them. It was slow, fumbling communication, but it was communication, and gradually we perfected a system of signs and drawings by which we were able to exchange ideas. And through the succeeding days, our signed communication continued. I informed him, in this way, that we were visitors from another star, but I was too cautious to let him know that we were children of the sun into which Alto was soon to crash. Instead, I named Sirius as our native star, explaining that we had come from there in our vibration cruiser for purposes of exploration. It was the cruiser which interested him most, evidently. The scientists of the Globe people had been examining it, he told me, and now he asked me innumerable questions concerning its design and operation. For though the Globemen have gravity-screen ships, like our own old-fashioned ones, in which they can travel from planet to planet, they have no such star-cruisers as this one of ours. Hence his questions, which I evaded as well as I could, turning the subject to the coming collision of the two suns, which I stated had been foreseen by the astronomers of my own universe. And as I had expected, my news of the coming collision was no surprise to him. For, as he casually explained, that collision was being engineered, in fact, by his own people, the Globemen, for their own purposes. For ages, it seems, these Globemen have dwelt on the planets of Alto. First, they had inhabited the outermost planet, billions of miles from Alto itself, but which was yet warm enough for existence because of their sun's titanic size and immense heat. There they had risen to greatness, had built up their science and civilization to undreamed-of heights. But as the ages passed, that outermost world of theirs was growing colder and colder, since Alto, like all other suns, was slowly but steadily cooling, shrinking and dying, radiating less and less heat. At last there came a time when the planet of the Globemen was fast becoming too cold for existence there, and then their scientists stirred themselves to find a way out. Spurred on by necessity, they hit upon the invention of the gravity screen, and with it constructed their first interplanetary spaceships. These they made in vast numbers, and in them the globe people moved en masse to the next innermost planet, which still received enough heat from Alto to support life. There they settled, and there their civilization endured for further ages. But slowly, surely, their sun continued to cool and die, and with the terrible, machine-like inevitability of natural laws, there came a day when again their world had grown too cold for their existence. This time, though, they had the remedy for their situation at hand, and again there took place a great migration from their cold planet to a warmer inner one. And so, as the ages passed, they escaped extinction by migrating from planet to planet, moving ever sunward as their sun waned in size and splendor, creeping closer and closer toward its dying fires. At last, though, after long ages, there drew down toward them the doom which they had averted for so long. Alto was still shrinking, cooling, and now they were settled upon its warmest, inmost planet, and had no warmer world to which to flee. But a short time longer, as they measured time, their planet would become a frozen, lifeless world, for their sun would inevitably cool still further until it was one of the countless dark stars, dead and burned-out suns which thronged the heavens. It seemed indeed that this time there was to be no escape. But now there came forward a party among them which advanced a proposal of colossal proportions. They pointed out that Alto was moving steadily toward another sun, one much the same size as their own, but flaming with heat and life, which it would pass closely within a short time. But if, instead of passing each other, the two suns should meet, should crash into each other, what then would be the result? It would be, of course, that the collision would form one new sun instead of the former two, one titanic flaming sun whose heat would be sufficient to support life on any planet for countless ages. The inmost planets of Alto's system, and virtually all the planets of the other sun system, would be annihilated by the collision, of course, would perish in that flaming shock of suns. But the outermost planets of Alto, which lay in orbits billions of miles from it, would be safe enough and would take up their orbits around this great new sun in place of Alto. And on these planets the globe people could exist for eons, supported by the heat of the great new sun. It was a perfect plan, and required only that their own sun, Alto, be swerved from its path just enough to make it crash into the other sun instead of passing it. To accomplish this, to swerve their star from its course, the globe men made use of a simple physical principle. You know that a round spinning body, moving across or through any medium, changes its direction if the rate of its spinning is changed. A ball that rolls across a smooth table without spinning at all will move in a straight line. But if the ball spins as it rolls, it will move in a curved line, the amount and direction of curve depending upon the amount and direction of spin. Now their sun, which had rotated at the same rate for ages, had rolled through the ether for ages on the same great course, never swerving. And so, they reasoned, if their sun's rate of spin or rotation could be increased a little, it would curve aside a little from its accustomed course. The problem, then, was to increase their sun's rate of spin, and to accomplish this they gathered all their science. A mighty tower was erected over their city, on whose great top platform were placed machines which could generate an etheric ray or vibration of inconceivable power, a ray which could be directed at will through the great telescope-like projector which they had provided for it. This done, they waited until the moment calculated by their astronomers, then aimed the great projector tube at the edge of their sun that was rotating away from them, and turned on the ray. This was the crucial point of their scheme, for now they were risking their very universe. It was necessary for them to increase their sun's rate of spin just enough to make it swerve aside, but if the rate of spin were increased just a little too much, it would mean disaster, since when a sun spins too fast, it breaks up like a great flywheel, splits into a double star. It is that process, the process of fission, which has formed the countless double stars and bursted suns in the heavens around us, since each was only a single star or sun which broke up because of its too great speed of rotation or spin. And the globe people knew that it would require but very little increase in their own sun's rate of spin to make it too split asunder. So they watched with infinite care while their brilliant ray stabbed up toward the sun's edge, and when, under the terrific power of that pushing ray, the star began to spin faster, they at once turned off the ray, which was used for a short time only. But it had been effective, for now, as their sun spun faster, it began to swerve a little from its usual course, and they knew that now it would crash into the other approaching sun instead of passing it. So their end was achieved, and so they began their preparations for their great migration out to Alto's outermost planets, a migration which would take place just before the collision. And then we came. We came, and now we have discovered that for which we came, the reason for Alto's change in course. For it was the science and will of the globe-men that turned their sun aside, that threatens now the annihilation of the 8 worlds. Doom presses upon them, and to escape that doom, they are destroying our sun, our planets, our very universe. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crashing Suns, Chapter 4. I do not remember that any of us spoke when Sarto Sen's voice had ceased, and yet, stunned as we were by the thing he had told us, our knowledge was in some ways a relief. We had discovered, at least, what had swerved Alto from its course, and if science and intelligence alone could cause the sun to veer from its path, science and intelligence might steer it back into that path. When I said as much to Sarto Sen, his face lit up. "You are right, Jantor," he exclaimed. "There's a chance. And even as Murdak predicted, that chance depends on us. For if we can escape from here and get back to the 8 worlds, we can come back with a greater force and crush these globe men, and use their own force projector to swerve their sun out of its present path." "But why go back to the 8 worlds?" objected Hal Kerr. "Why not get up to that platform if we escape and use the projector ourselves?" Sarto Sen shook his head. "It's impossible," he told the big engineer. "If we escape from here at all, it will be by night, for by day the rooms and corridors outside are thronged with globe-men. And by night we could do nothing, for Alto, the sun itself, would not then be in the sky, nor could we wait for its rising there on the platform, since our escape would soon be discovered and we should be attacked there. Our only chance is to get out of here by night, make our way up to the platform, and make a dash for our ship. If we can do that, we can flash back to our own universe and get the help we need to crush these globe people." "But when shall we make the attempt?" I asked, and my heart leapt at Sarto Sen's answer. "Tonight. The sooner we get out, the better. A few hours after dark, we'll try it." He went on then to unfold his plan for escape, and we listened intently, while big Hal Kerr's eyes gleamed at the prospect of action. Our plan was simple enough, and likely enough to fail, we knew, but it was our only chance. What course we would follow after getting free of our cell, we did not even discuss. There was nothing for it but to make our break and trust to luck to bring us through the 1,000 obstacles that lay between us and the tower platform which held our ship. The remaining hours of that day were the longest I have ever experienced. The slanting shafts of light from the loopholes seemed to move across the room with infinite slowness, while we awaited impatiently the coming of night. At last the light bars darkened, disappeared, as the dying crimson sun sank beyond the rim of the world outside. Darkness had descended on that world now, and here and there among the buildings and streets of the weird city outside flared points of red light. Still we waited, until the vague, half-heard sounds of soft movement and thrumming speech outside had lessened, ceased, until at last the only sound to be heard was an occasional shuffling movement of the guard outside the door. Sarto Sen rose, making to us a signal of readiness, and then threw himself flat on the floor of the room's center. At the farther side of the cell lay Hal, Kerr, and Nar-Lon as though sleeping, with a thick roll of garments between them which resembled another sleeping figure. These preparations made, I stepped to the door and stationed myself directly inside it to one side, my heart pounding now as the moment for action approached. All was ready, and seeing this, Sarto Sen began his part. Lying there on the floor, he gave utterance to a low, deep groan. There was silence for a moment, and then another low moan arose from him, and now I heard a shuffling movement outside the door as the guard there approached to listen. Again Sarto Sen groaned terribly, and after a moment's pause there came a rattling of bolts as the guard slid them aside. I flattened myself against the wall, and in a second the door opened. Even in the darkness, glancing sidewise, I could make out the round globular form of the guard, his eyes peering into our cell and his fire disc held out in cautious readiness. A moment he paused, peering at the three dim figures lying across the room. Then, as if satisfied, turned his eyes back upon Sarto Sen, at the same moment taking a step inside the door. And with a single bound I was upon him. Of all the fights in my career, I placed that struggle there in the darkness with our Globe-Man guard as the most horrible. I had leapt with the object of wresting the deadly fire disc from him before he could make use of it, and fortunately the force of my spring had knocked it from his grasp. His short, thin arms clutched at me with surprising power, though, while the insect-like lower limbs grasped my own and pulled me instantly to the floor. A moment I rolled there in mad combat, striving to gain a hold on my opponent's smooth round body, and then a thing happened the memory of which sickens me even now. For as my hands clutched for a hold on the sleek, cold globular body, that body suddenly collapsed beneath my weight, breaking like a skinful of water and spurting out a mass of semi-liquid, jelly-like substance which flowed across the floor in a shining, malodorous mass. Flesh-like as they were in appearance, these creatures were but globular shells of ooze. Sick to my very soul, I rose to my feet, looking wildly at the others who had rushed to aid me. There had been no cry from our guard during that moment of combat, and the silence around us was unchanged. Sarto Sen was already at the door, peering down the corridor, and in a moment we were out of the cell and making our way stealthily down the long hall. As we left the cell, though, my foot struck against something, and reaching down, I picked up the little fire disc of our guard. As we crept down the long corridor, I clutched it tightly in my hand. The long hall, dimly lit by a few red flares set in its walls, seemed quite deserted. Ahead, though, shone a square of brighter light, and we knew this to be the spot where the corridor crossed the anteroom of the guards. Nearer we crept toward it, ever more stealthily, until, at last, we crouched at the edge of the open doorway, staring into the bright-lit anteroom. There were but 4 of the Globe-Men guards in it now, and 3 of these were apparently sleeping, resting with closed eyes on a long, low seat against the wall. The other, though, was moving restlessly about the room, the deadly fire disc in his grasp, ready for action. We must cross this room, I knew, to reach the hall of the Great Pillar, yet it would mean instant death to attempt it beneath the eyes of this creature. A moment we crouched there, undecided whether or not to chance all in a rush for the one wakeful guard, when the entire matter was suddenly taken out of our hands. The Globe-Man, in his pacing about the room, had come within a few feet of the doorway outside which we crouched, and at that very moment the silence around us was shattered by a sound which came to my ears like the thunder of an explosion. Hal Kerr had sneezed. With the sound, the pacing guard wheeled instantly and confronted us, uttering a thrumming cry which brought the other 3 instantly to their feet. We were evenly matched, 4 to 4, and before they had time to use their deadly discs, we were upon them. The next moment was one of wild confusion, a whirling of men and globular bodies about the little room, a babble of hoarse shouts and thrumming cries. Clinging desperately to one of the slippery creatures, I had a momentary glimpse of Hal Kerr, raising one of the guards bodily into the air and crashing him down on the hard floor like a smashed egg. Then a powerful twist of my opponent flung me sidewise out of the combat. I staggered to my feet and saw that one guard lay broken and dead on the floor, while the other three had slipped from our clutches and were retreating through the doorway by which we had come. Abruptly they paused, and the arm of one came up with a fire disc trained full upon us. In that moment I became aware of something in my hand to which I had clung through all the melee, something round and thin and hard, with a raised button on its side. Instinctively, entirely without thought, I raised the thing toward the three guards opposite, pressing the button on its side. A little ball of rosy fire seemed to leap out from my hand with the action, flicking sighingly through the air and striking the group of globemen squarely. There was a roar of flame, a moment's flaring up of raging pink fire, and then flame and guards alike had vanished. I turned, staggered with my friends toward the door. From far behind now we heard deep, thrumming cries and the shuffle of quick feet. Our escape was discovered, we knew, and our only chance lay in reaching the great pillar and its cage lift before we were cut off, so we raced on down the corridor with our utmost speed, sparing no breath for speech. The cries behind were growing swiftly louder and nearer, and somewhere nearby was a sudden clamor of gongs. By now we were bursting recklessly into the great hall, finding it quite empty, its deep shadows dispelled only by a few feeble points of light. Into the upper darkness loomed the vast bulk of the great slanting column, and with the last of our strength we reeled across the floor toward it. The door in the pillar's side was open, and through it we tumbled hastily into the little cage elevator inside. The clamor of pursuit was growing rapidly in volume now. Frantically, I fumbled with the studs in the cage's side with which I had seen our captors operate it. There was a moment of heartbreaking delay, and then, just as the uproar of pursuit seemed about to burst into the great hall, a switch clicked beneath my fingers, and instantly our cage was shooting up the shaft with tremendous speed toward the platform above. A moment of this thundering progress, and then the car stopped. We were in absolute darkness, but before sliding aside the section of platform over us, I whispered tensely to the others. "There will be guards on the platform," I told them, "but we must make away with them at once and get to the ship. It's our only chance, for there must be cage lifts in the other pillars too, and they'll come up those after us." With the words I touched the lever which swung aside the section of the floor above us, and instantly it slid back with a metallic jarring sound that made my heart stand still. There was no sound of alarm, though, from above, so after a moment of tense waiting, we rose silently from the cage and stepped out upon the platform itself. We were standing near the edge of the platform, which was partly illuminated by splashes of ruddy light from a few flares suspended over it. Far below in the darkness lay the city of the Globemen, outlined only by a sparse peppering of twinkling crimson lights. Above stretched the splendid star-jeweled skies, in which I could discern the brilliant yellow orb that was the sun of the 8 worlds. And now I turned my attention back to the platform, and glancing beyond the dark, enigmatic mechanisms which loomed around us, I saw the long, gleaming bulk of our cruiser, lying still in the clear space where it had fallen. Beside it a suspended flare poured down its red light, and under that light were gathered 3 of the Globemen, examining intently some small mechanism on the floor. I wondered momentarily whether these creatures had yet discovered the secret of our cruiser's design and operation, and then forgot my wonder as we began to creep stealthily toward them. As we crawled past a little heap of short, thick metal bars, each one of us grasped one, and then crept on again. In a moment we were within a dozen paces of the unsuspecting Globemen, and at once we sprang to our feet and charged down upon them with uplifted maces. So unexpected and so swift was our attack that the three had time only to turn toward us, half raising their fire discs, and then our heavy clubs had crashed down through their round, soft bodies, sending them to the floor in a sprawling, oozing mass. We dropped our weapons and sprang toward the cruiser. Its lower door was open, and instantly we were inside it. At once Sartos Sen sprang up the stair toward the conning tower, while Hal Kerr and Nar Lon raced into the generator room. I paused to slam shut the heavy door, its closing automatically starting the throbbing oxygen pumps, and then hastened up the stair also. Even as I did so, there began the familiar humming of the vibration generators, droning out with swiftly gathering power. And now I had reached the conning tower, where Sartos Sen was working swiftly with the controls. At the moment that I burst into the little room, there came a sudden harsh grating of metal from outside, and then a score of high-pitched, thrumming cries. I sprang to the window, and there, across the red-lit platform, a mass of dark, globular figures had suddenly poured up onto the platform surface from another of its pillar lifts. They ran toward us, heard the humming of the cruiser's generators, and then stopped short. Their fire discs swept up, and a dozen balls of the destroying flame leapt toward us. But at the moment that they did so, there was a swift clicking of switches beneath the hands of Sartos Sen, a sudden roar of wind, and then the red-lit platform and all on it had vanished from sight as our ship flashed out again into the void of space. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crashing Suns, Chapter 5. Always now, I remember the weeks of our homeward flight as a seemingly endless time, during which we flashed on and on through space, struggling against our own desire to sleep. For now there were but 4 of us to operate the cruiser, and the generators alone required the constant care of 2 of our number, while another must stand watch in the conning tower. That meant that each of us could grasp but a few hours of sleep at irregular intervals while our ship fled on. Even so, I do not think that we could have managed with any other engineer than Nar Lon, for he, who had been chief of the engineers, was equal to 3 men in his knowledge and vigilance. So we sped on, while Alto dwindled in size behind us, and the bright star that was our own sun burned out in waxing glory ahead. And through the long hours of my watches in the conning tower, I watched Red Star and Yellow with unceasing, growing fearfulness, for well I knew that with each second they were leaping closer and closer toward each other, and toward the doom of the 8 worlds. On and on our cruiser hummed at its highest speed, fleeing through the void toward our own sun with the velocity of light. And surely never was voyage so strange as ours since time began. A voyage from star to star, in a ship flung forward by unseen vibrations, its crew 4 haggard and burning-eyed men who were racing against time to carry the news on which depended the fate of our universe. Dreamlike had been our outward voyage, but this homeward flight resembled an endless torturing nightmare. At last, though, its end drew in sight, and gradually we slackened speed as we flashed nearer toward our own universe. By the time we received our first telestereo challenge from an interplanetary patrol cruiser outside Neptune, we were moving at a scant 1,000,000 miles an hour. When we announced our identity, though, a peremptory order was flashed across the solar system for all interplanetary traffic to clear the space lanes between ourselves and Earth, so that we were able to hurtle on toward the green planet at full speed without danger of collisions. And so, at last, our ship was slanting down again over the great hall of planets into the very landing court from which we had made the start of our momentous voyage. Fighting against the fatigue which threatened to overwhelm me, I staggered out of the cruiser into the waiting hands of those in the landing court, and 5 minutes later I was stumbling onto the dais where Murdak faced the hastily assembled council. Standing there, swaying a little from sheer exhaustion, I spoke to Murdak and to the council, relating in concise phrases the events of our voyage and the discovery we had made. When I had finished, saluting and slumping into a chair, there was an utter death-like silence over the great hall, and then a sigh went up as Murdak stepped forward to speak. "You have heard the report of Jan Tor," he said, his voice calm and even as ever, "and you know now what doom threatens us, and what chance we have to avert that doom. And now you must make decision. As you know, during the past weeks, our scientists have been engaged in the construction of many hundreds of new vibration cruisers, like the one used by Jan Tor in his voyage. Soon now, these cruisers will be completed, and they can be used by us in either of two ways. We can use them to save a fragment of our people, since in these ships a few thousand of us can escape to another star, though all the rest of us must inevitably perish with our universe when the two suns meet. Or we can use them for battle instead of flight, speeding out in them to this planet of Altos, attacking these glow people, and using their own force ray projector in an attempt to swerve Alto aside before it destroys us. And that is the decision which you must make, a decision on which rests the fate of the races of man. Shall a few of us flee in these star cruisers to another universe, allowing the oncoming sun to destroy our own, or shall we go out in them to Alto and make a single desperate attempt to swerve the approaching sun aside and save the 8 worlds?" And now again there was silence, a thick and heavy silence, fateful with the doom of universes, the destiny of suns. I felt sleep overwhelming me now, and though I struggled to keep my tired eyelids open, I was slipping farther and farther down into the drowsy depths of oblivion. Dimly, as though from an infinite distance, I heard a mighty shouting rising from the massed members around me. Then, just before complete unconsciousness descended on me, the roaring lessened for a single moment, and in that moment I heard the voice of Murdak, strong and vibrant. "You have made decision," he was saying, "and when the cruiser fleet is completed, it shall start at once for Alto." The 3 weeks that elapsed between our return and the sailing of the great fleet were undoubtedly the most frenzied in the history of the 8 worlds. Our own scientists had calculated that if we were to save our universe, Alto must be swerved from its course within the next 50 days, since after that it would be too late, for even if swerved aside after that time, the dying sun would still crash through at least part of our solar system, wrecking it completely. We must reach the ray projector on Alto's planet and use it before the end of the 50th day, or it would be too late. So through the first 20 of those 50 days, all other work throughout the 8 worlds had been abandoned, and every effort was concentrated upon the completion of the cruisers. Each planet was furnishing its own contingent for the fleet, and on each of the 8 worlds men toiled to exhaustion in laboratory and factory, while others stood ready to take their places. Swiftly the cruisers, more than 1,000 in number, approached completion, and now were being equipped with the weapon our scientists had devised for them, a deadly blue ray which had the power of stimulating atomic movement in every molecule of matter it touched, to such a point that whatever matter was struck by it vanished beneath its touch, splitting instantly into its original atoms. And through the nights now, the men of every planet could see over their heads, like a great menace in the heavens, the fiery orb of Alto, growing, dripping a crimson radiance upon the 8 worlds, hanging in the heavens like a great seal of blood. And beneath that sign of death the work went madly on. And on all our planets, laughter and sunlight and joy and freedom seemed things gone forever. For over the 8 worlds lay the gigantic shadowing wings of fear. One event stands out in my memory against that time of terror, one which occurred on the 3rd day after our return. Murdak had summoned us again in the Hall of Planets, this time to his own office, and there, in the name of the Council, he formally tendered me the post of Commander-in-Chief of the great fleet which was even then preparing. No greater honor could have been accorded anyone in the 8 worlds, and I could only stammer a few words of thanks. And then the chairman turned to Sarto Sen with the information that he had been named second in command. To our surprise, though, my friend made no answer, turning away from us for a moment and staring out of a window. When he turned back to us, it was to say quietly, "I can't accept the post." We regarded him in astonishment, and Murdoch asked, "Your reason?" "I can't say now," replied my friend, and the astonishment in our expressions deepened. Then Murdoch's face became suddenly bleak, and his eyes scornful. "Is it possible that you are afraid?" he asked. A deep flush rose over Sarto-sen's face, but he did not answer, meeting our gaze for a moment and then turning toward the door. The spell of surprise that had held me broke then, and I ran toward him, held his arm. "Sarto-sen!" I cried, and could voice no other word. He half turned toward me, his face softening a little, and then abruptly wheeled and passed out of the door, leaving me standing there motionless. The others were regarding me with a certain compassion, but seeing the misery on my face, they made no comments on what had just occurred, and without further remark, Hal Kerr was named as my lieutenant. Later that day, I learned that Sarto-sen, with Narlon and a few other of his assistants, had left in our original cruiser for his Venus laboratories. If time had been mine, I would have sought him out there, but now the cruisers of our fleet were almost complete, and all my time was taken up by the business of training the pilots who were to operate them. Luckily, their controls were simple, differing but little in practice from those of our ordinary interplanetary spaceships, so that short as was the time at our disposal, it proved enough for the training of the selected men. And so at last there came the 20th day after our return, and on that night the great fleet made the start of its momentous voyage. We had planned for the cruisers from each planet to proceed in separate groups out past Neptune, where all would rendezvous and take up their flight for Alto. And so, that night, the Earth contingent of ships made its start, from a great plain beyond the Hall of Planets. Crowds from over all Earth had assembled there to watch our departure, vast silent crowds who watched our ships with the knowledge written plain on their faces that we held in our hands their only hope of life. And high above them gleamed the little spot of blood-red light that was Alto, the sun that was our goal. Standing with Hal Kerr and my pilot in the conning tower of my flagship, I watched the ground sinking away beneath us as we rose smoothly up from Earth, with ever-increasing speed. As the gray old planet drew away beneath us, my heart twisted with the thought that Sarto-sen was left behind this time. And then our accompanying ships had slanted up beneath us, and we were arrowing out through the solar system to the rendezvous beyond Neptune. When we reached the appointed spot, we paused, our cruisers hovering just beyond the icy world. A few minutes we waited, and then a cloud of dark spots appeared behind us, sweeping smoothly up and resolving into a formation of cruisers which fell into place behind us. It was the fleet from Mars, and it was followed in quick succession by the contingents from Uranus and Venus. Out from Arctic Neptune behind us, there came now that world's ships, taking their place with us just ahead of the group from ringed Saturn. Then, last and at the same time, came the final two contingents, one a small one of few cruisers from Mercury, the other the mighty fleet from Jupiter. More than 1,000 cruisers in all we hovered there, the massed forces of the 8 worlds. I gave a telestereo order which flashed through all the fleet, and the huge armada at once arranged itself in the form of a great triangle, 1,000 miles wide at its base, with my own cruiser at the triangle's apex. Another order, and the whole vast fleet moved smoothly forward at uniform speed, a speed that mounted quickly as we flashed on through the ether toward the red star ahead with more and more power. The forces of man had gathered themselves and were moving out toward their supreme struggle, sailing out into the interstellar void to grapple with their doom, risking, on one great throw of dice, the life or death of their universe. Standing beside our pilot in my flagship's conning tower, Hal Kerr and I peered through the broad fore-window, watching Alto broaden again across the heavens as we raced on toward it. Already it burned in the sky ahead like a great fire, since for 4 long weeks our fleet had hummed on toward it at highest speed. And now, on the 30th day of our flight, its end was at last in sight, and we were preparing for our descent on the city of the Globe-men. The plan which we had formed was simple enough. We were to swoop suddenly upon the city. While it was being attacked by the greater part of our fleet, a picked few ships would land upon the great tower platform, taking possession of the projector there. This our own scientists would train upon Alto in an effort to swerve the sun again from its course. It must be done soon, I knew, for this was the 50th day, which was our time limit. And unless we made our stroke at the great sun before the 10th hour, it had been calculated Alto would still come close enough to the solar system to cause collisions between its own far-swinging planets and our own sun and worlds, wrecking our solar system. Less than 12 hours remained to us. Now, as we swept on toward the lurid, immense sun ahead, it was concerning my own courage that I felt most in doubt. The strange defection of Sarto-sen had already unsettled my mind, and as I glanced back through the rear window and glimpsed the far points of light which were all that was to be seen of the great fleet following, I felt with deepening anxiety the immensity of my responsibilities as commander. How long I brooded there at the window I cannot guess, but I was finally aroused by a sudden sharp exclamation from Hal Kerr. The big engineer was gazing out through the front telescopic window toward the fiery disk of the sun ahead, amazement on his face. In a moment he beckoned me to his side, and I gazed out with him through the telescopic glass. Even through the light-repelling shields which had been swung over all our windows, the glare of the mighty sun ahead was almost blinding. But my eyes quickly became accustomed to it, and then I gave a catch of indrawn breath. For I had glimpsed against the crimson disk of Alto a little cloud of dark specks, a tiny swarm that seemed to be growing steadily larger. Breathlessly we watched them, and now we could not doubt that they were drawing nearer, increasing swiftly in size as we raced to meet them. And now they were taking definite shape, seen through our magnifying window, taking shape as smooth, long, fish-like hulls. Hal Kerr whirled around to me, a flame leaping into his eyes. "They're ships!" he cried. "Star cruisers, like our own! Those Globe-men, they had our own cruiser!" Something seemed to check the beating of my own heart at that cry. The cruisers ahead could only come from Alto, could only be manned by the Globe-men of Alto's planets. While we lay imprisoned, they had studied the design of our own cruiser, had understood and copied it, and during our homeward flight they had built their own great fleet of star cruisers, guessing that our escape meant an attack on themselves later on. And now they had come out to meet that attack, there in the interstellar void, and the two great fleets were rushing headlong toward a battle that would be fought between the stars. A moment I stood there stunned, then turned to the telestereo which transmitted my orders to the fleet. "All ships prepare for battle," I announced as calmly as possible. "Reduce speed gradually to 100 miles an hour, holding the same formation until further order." From our own cruiser below me there came now a running of feet and a shouting of hoarse voices, while there was a jarring and clanging of metal as the ray tubes in the cruiser's sides were quickly made ready for action. Our speed was swiftly decreasing now, and as I glanced ahead, I saw that the Globe-men's ships were apparently slackening speed also, advancing toward us more slowly and moving now in two short columns. They knew, as well as we, that if both fleets used their maximum speed, they would be unable to make contact with each other, and they sought a decision no less than we. Slowly now, ever more slowly, the two fleets were moving toward each other. I could now plainly observe the approaching enemy cruisers, very similar in design to our own, but with short, thicker hulls, their Globe-men pilots plainly visible in their bright-lit conning towers. Headlong they came toward us, and headlong we advanced to meet them. Then, when the two fleets were almost at the point of colliding, there leapt out toward us from the oncoming cruisers a multitude of balls of destroying pink fire. I had been expecting this, and at the moment they fired I spoke a single word into the telestereo. Instantly our own cruiser and the whole vast fleet behind it slanted sharply upward, while the globemen craft and their balls of fire passed harmlessly beneath us. And as we swept over them, there burned out from our own cruisers the blue deatomizing ray, striking more than a score of ships in the fleet below and annihilating them instantly. In a moment we had passed them, and at once we circled, massed, and then sped back to strike another blow at the enemy fleet, which had also circled and was coming to meet us. Again the two fleets were racing toward each other, and as they neared each other, rosy fire and blue ray crossed and clashed from fleet to fleet. I saw flame balls strike cruisers around and behind us, cruisers that vanished in whirling storms of fire, though fire it could not have been that raged so fiercely there in the airless void. In the other fleet, ship after ship was flashing into blinding blue light and disappearing as our rays struck them. Then the two fleets had met, had mixed and mingled, so that the battle changed suddenly to myriad individual combats between cruisers, whirling and striking and falling there in the great gulf between the coldly smiling stars, flaring into pink flame or blue light and vanishing from sight. Toward us flashed an enemy cruiser, but as its rosy flame leapt toward us, we veered sharply to one side, while at the same moment there came from the hull beneath me the hiss of released rays. They struck the tail of the other, which had swerved a moment too late, and the next moment it flared a blue-lit wreck, then vanished. But now 2 enemy cruisers were swooping down on us from above, ramming headlong toward us. There was no time for us to twist aside from that fierce plunge, but before they could loose their flame upon us, the blue ray of a ship beyond us stabbed across and struck one of the 2, and in the moment that it hovered there, luminous with its own destruction, the other smashed squarely into it, and then both had flared and vanished. As they did so, a racing cruiser struck us a glancing blow from beneath, and our ship reeled and spun, throwing those of us in the conning tower violently to one side. When Hal, Kerr, and I scrambled to our feet, the pilot lay motionless on the floor, stunned, and at once I leapt to the controls. That moment in which our ship had been pilotless had driven us up above the battle, which lay stretched below us as a mighty field of circling, striking ships, burned across by pink flame and livid blue light. And now I was slanting our own ship down again, swooping headlong down through space while the hissing rays from our own hull seared down toward the enemy ships below. A wild exultation thrilled through me now, that sheer joy of battle which will ever last in the heart of man, no matter what centuries of peace are his. And I laughed crazily as we rose and circled and swooped again upon the whirling ships below. Of all the battles in the long history of man's battles, surely this was the most glorious of all. What ancient struggles on earth, or on the seas, or between the planets themselves, could equal this mighty grappling of 2 fleets in the void between the stars, with the mighty sun at their backs and the fate of a universe at stake? But now, as our cruiser soared again above the fighting ships, I saw that the craft of the globemen were perishing in increasing numbers, assailed by the blue rays of our own. They seemed to halt, waver for a moment, and then each of the globemen's cruisers had ceased fighting, and had suddenly dropped down a full 100 miles, massing together there and racing away toward Alto. They were in flight. I had no need to command a pursuit, for at sight of the fleeting craft our own ships turned and leapt eagerly after them, my own cruiser in the van. Swiftly our speed mounted, until the 2 fleets were flashing toward Alto at full speed, the enemy ships managing to keep just out of striking distance ahead of us, while we strained our generators to the utmost to close the gap between us. On and on they fled, at the speed of light, with our own fleet close at their heels, on toward the crimson sun ahead, which filled half the sky as we raced toward it. Suddenly, a black blot appeared against that sun, largening with terrific speed, and in a moment the fleeing cruisers ahead had disappeared inside it, vanished inside the great ether cavity which loomed now before ourselves. But our own ships never faltered, speeding straight on, and in a second we too were plunging into darkness unutterable as we raced straight into the vast ether cavity after the fleeing ships. The droning of our generator ceased, and we drifted for a torturing moment through the blackness, then burst out again into the red glare of the great sun ahead. And ahead still fled the Globemen's cruisers, heading directly toward their own sun. Straight after them we raced, speeding over the great sun in turn. Then, just when the greater part of our fleet was flashing directly above the sun, the humming of our generators faltered and died. And instantly our ship was falling, plunging headlong down into the fiery ocean of Alto, 10 million miles beneath. The ships of our fleet were falling with us, like wind-tossed leaves, and now I cried out and pointed upward, even as we whirled down to the fiery death below. Far, far above there hung a little group of cruisers from which broad rays of purple light were stabbing down toward us, bathing our ships in a weird glow. "They've trapped us!" I cried despairingly. "Those ships, that purple ray, it's neutralizing the vibrations of our generators. They led us over this sun, and we're falling." Below yawned the fiery ocean of red flame that was Alto, stretching from horizon to horizon, its tongues and prominences licking hungrily up toward us. Even through the super-insulation of the cruiser's walls, we felt the growing, stifling heat of the sun below. And then I cried out and pointed upward once more. A score of cruisers at the tail of our fleet had escaped the fate of the rest of us by swerving aside in time, and instantly they had turned and slanted upward, then circled once and plunged down toward the hovering ray ships. They never even used the blue ray, but made sure of their enemies by their own deaths, plunging into the enemy cruisers in a score of swift, shattering collisions. And then the purple rays around us had vanished, while the shattered wrecks above whirled down into the crimson sun beneath us. With the vanishing of the rays, our generators took up again their familiar humming drone, and the ships of our fleet slanted sharply up to escape the fiery doom below. The remaining ships of the Globemen's fleet had disappeared now, and glancing at our time dials, I gave an order through the telestereo. Our fleet, still over 500 cruisers strong, sped away from the great sun toward the buff-colored little ball that was its inmost planet. Swiftly, its color deepened again to crimson as we arrowed down toward it, and I glanced anxiously again at the time dials, for less than a quarter-hour remained now in which to get the ray tube in action on the whirling sun behind us. Meteor-like, our ship split the air of the red planet as we shot across its surface, and in a moment we were slanting down toward the city of the Globemen, toward the massed black roofs and streets above which loomed the mighty tower. As we dropped down toward it, there rose to meet us fully 50 star cruisers like our own, the last remnants of the Globemen's fleet which we had pursued in past their sun. With suicidal determination, they flashed straight up toward us, and the next minute was one of swift, terrific battle, the air around us a hell of blue light and pink flame, leaping and burning from ship to ship, while scores of wrecks whirled down into the black city below. 5 minutes after that fierce attack, we had lost a full 100 of our ships, but we had accounted for the last cruiser of the Globemen, or so we thought. And now my own flagship and the designated few agreed on were dipping swiftly toward the great tower platform, where stood the ray projector which we had fought our way from universe to reach. We were dropping lower, gradually decreasing our speed as we neared the platform, lower. A cry of fierce rage rang through the hull beneath me, and at the same moment I was aware of a long dark shape that suddenly flashed down past us from above, a last cruiser of the Globemen, which must have hovered high above us until that moment. It dropped below us with lightning speed, then hovered ominously beside the tower platform for a single moment. In that moment 100 shafts of blue light from our own ships leapt down toward it, but even as they did so, there spurted from its side globe after globe of the annihilating pink flame, striking the broad platform and the 4 mighty supporting columns of the tower in a score of places. The enemy cruiser itself flashed into nothingness beneath the rays of our ships, but a great cry went up from us as we saw that its work was done, for the fireballs that struck the tower blazed fiercely up for a moment and then vanished. And then the mighty tower was swaying, falling, crumbling, crashing down to the ground in a mighty avalanche of broken wreckage, raining its mighty fragments upon the city far beneath. The tower was gone. The ray projector was annihilated. And now our ships hung motionless, stunned, even as I was stunned, gazing through the window stupidly at the wreckage far below. We had lost. For when I finally raised my eyes, I saw that the pointer on the time dial before me had passed the 10th hour. Even had we had another ray projector of our own, it would have been too late. Nothing now could save the 8 worlds. Nothing could swerve the mighty sun aside in time to save our universe. We races of men had risked our lives, our universe, in one great cast of the dice, and we had lost. Suddenly, Hal Kerr seemed to go insane there beside me in the conning tower. He choked, uttered incoherent exclamations, pointed a trembling hand up through our telescopic window toward the thundering red sun above. I did not raise my eyes, and he clutched my arm, pulling me to the window, his upward-pointing hand trembling violently, his eyes staring. I looked up. There beside the very rim of the mighty sun was a tiny black spot, a long dark speck that hung steady, playing a beam of brilliant light upon Alto. For a moment I did not understand, but gazed dazedly, trying to comprehend what I saw. That little black spot, that long black shape. "Look!" Hal Kerr was screaming like one gone mad. "It's—" He choked, staggered. "It's our old cruiser! It's Sarto Sen!" Sarto Sen! The name seared across my brain like living fire. That ray, he was playing it upon the edge of Alto even as the globemen had done, was spinning the great sun faster, faster. "But it's too late!" I cried, throwing an anguished hand out toward the time dial. Too late. Nothing could swerve the sun aside in time to save the 8 worlds now. I stopped, a thick silence settling over us. And in that silence, Hal Kerr and I gazed up together, awe falling upon our faces, such awe as had never been felt by man before. For there, across the face of the mighty crimson sun, had appeared a thin black line, a line that thickened, widened with every second. And now it was a gap, a narrow gap between the 2 cleft halves of the great red star, a gap that swiftly was widening. Alto was splitting into 2 great halves, into 2 masses of crimson flame that swept ever wider from each other. Splitting like a great flywheel, when the ray of Sarto Sen increased its spinning to such a rate that it could no longer hold together. Beside it, its brilliant ray playing upon the dividing sun until the last moment, hung the little cruiser, and then it had vanished from sight as the right half of the sun, an ocean of raging fires, swept over it. But Sarto Sen had won. Farther and farther apart swept the 2 halves of the divided sun, diverging each to follow its separate course, moving away on either side, slowly, majestically. Between them now there shone forth the yellow star that was our own sun, the doom that had threatened it vanishing now as the 2 halves of Alto moved away from each other, each receding farther and farther from each other and from our own sun. And below us now, the red planet that had been Alto's was moving away also, hurtling toward the right half of the cleft sun and disappearing inside it with a great burst of flame. Planet after planet was vanishing in right sun or left, until at last our cruisers hovered alone in the void between the 2 receding suns. In our own cruisers now, and in all the ships around me, I knew was rising a babble of hoarse shouts of joy, of insane, frenzied gladness, and Hal Kerr beside me was shouting like a madman. The races of man had won, had conquered the greatest menace that had ever threatened them, had split a sun and wrecked a universe to save their own. But for myself, in that moment, I knew only that my friend was dead. It was night when the last of our fleet came to Earth once more. We had sped in from the long days of our homeward flight, pausing at each planet to allow the cruisers from that planet to leave us. And few enough were the ships that returned to each world, of the hundreds that had gone out, yet they were welcomed by such mighty, shouting crowds as no man had seen before. For the 8 worlds had gone mad with joy. So at last the dozen battered cruisers, which were all that survived of Earth's contingent, were dropping down again toward the Hall of Planets. Brilliant lights flared around it, and beneath them, it seemed, was collected half the population of Earth, a mighty, shouting throng. Slowly our ship slanted down over them, sinking down into the inner landing court of the great building, and there it was that we were met by Murdak and the members of the council. The chairman was the first to wring my hand, and it was from him that I learned first how Sarto Sen had planned to save us, duplicating in his own laboratories the force ray of the Globemen, and speeding out with it in our old cruiser to Alto, accompanied only by Nar-Lon and his devoted assistants. He carried out his plan under the imputation of cowardice, as Murdak told me with working face, because he knew that that plan meant death for himself, and knew that I would have insisted on sharing that death. But now the shouting of the great throng outside the Hall of Planets was becoming insistent, and they were calling for Jan Tor. Already the council members were passing out of the landing court with the crews of the surviving cruisers, passing through the building to the crowd outside, which greeted them with a mighty roar of applause. Murdak alone remained, with Hal Kerr and me, and in a moment he left us also, with our promise to follow in a few minutes. I could not just then face those rejoicing, welcoming masses. Beside me, I knew, there would have stood, invisible to them, the shade of another, the shadow of a thin, spectacled youth to whom all this was due. So I stood in the quiet landing court, gazing up into the jeweled skies once more, gazing up toward 2 tiny spots of red light, far separated already, which gleamed above us. A mist seemed to come across my eyes, blurring and obscuring the 2 far points of light at which I gazed. From beside me, then, came the deep voice of Hal Kerr. "I know, Jan Tor," he was saying. "He was my friend, too." He gestured toward the battered cruisers beside us, then up into the light-jeweled heavens. "It was from this Earth that the first man went out, Jan Tor, out to planet after planet until the universe was theirs. And now that Sarto Sen has saved that universe and has given us these cruisers, how far will man go, I wonder? Out, out, universe after universe, star after star, constellations, nebulae, out, out, out." He paused, a dark, erect figure beside me there, his arm flung up in superb, defiant promise toward the brilliant, thronging stars. End of Section 5. The End of Crashing Suns. Section 6 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star Stealers, Chapter 1. As I stepped into the narrow bridge room, the pilot at the controls there turned toward me, saluting. "Alpha Centauri dead ahead, sir," he reported. "Turn 30 degrees outward," I told him, "and throttle down to 80 light speeds until we pass the star." Instantly the shining levers flicked back under his hands, and as I stepped over to his side I saw the arrows of the speed dials creeping backward with the slowing of our flight. Then, gazing through the broad windows which formed the room's front side, I watched the interstellar panorama ahead shifting sidewise with the turning of our course. The narrow bridge room lay across the very top of our ship's long, cigar-like hull, and through its windows all the brilliance of the heavens around us lay revealed. Ahead flamed the great double star of Alpha Centauri, 2 mighty blazing suns which dimmed all else in the heavens, and which crept slowly sidewise as we veered away from them. Toward our right there stretched along the inky skies the far-flung powdered fires of the galaxy's thronging suns, gemmed with the crimson splendors of Betelgeuse and the clear brilliance of Canopus and the hot white light of Rigel. And straight ahead now, gleaming out beyond the twin suns we were passing, shone the clear yellow star that was the sun of our own system. It was the yellow star that I was watching now, as our ship fled on toward it at 80 times the speed of light. For more than 2 years had passed since our cruiser had left it, to become a part of that great navy of the Federation of Stars which maintained peace over all the galaxy. We had gone far with the fleet in those 2 years, cruising with it the length and breadth of the Milky Way, patrolling the space lanes of the galaxy and helping to crush the occasional pirate ships, which appeared to levy toll on the interstellar commerce. And now that an order flash from the authorities of our own solar system had recalled us home, it was with unalloyed eagerness that we looked forward to the moment of our return. The stars we had touched at, the peoples of their worlds, these had been friendly enough toward us as fellow members of the Great Federation, yet for all their hospitality we had been glad enough to leave them. For though we had long ago become accustomed to the alien and unhuman forms of the different stellar races, from the strange brainmen of Algol to the bird-like people of Sirius, their worlds were not human worlds, not the familiar 8 little planets which swung around our own sun and toward which we were speeding homeward now. While I mused thus at the window, the 2 circling suns of Alpha Centauri had dropped behind us, and now, with a swift clicking of switches, the pilot beside me turned on our full speed. Within a few minutes, our ship was hurtling on at almost 1,000 light speeds, flung forward by the power of our newly invented detransforming generators, which could produce propulsion vibrations of almost 1,000 times the frequency of the light vibrations. At this immense velocity, matched by few other craft in the galaxy, we were leaping through millions of miles of space each second, yet the gleaming yellow star ahead seemed quite unchanged in size. Abruptly, the door behind me clicked open to admit young Dal Nara, the ship's second officer, descended from a long line of famous interstellar pilots who grinned at me openly as she saluted. 12 more hours, sir, and we'll be there, she said. I smiled at her eagerness. You'll not be sorry to get back to our little sun, will you? I asked, and she shook her head. Not I. It may be just a pinhead beside Canopus and the rest, but there's no place like it in the galaxy. I'm wondering, though, what made them call us back to the fleet so suddenly. My own face clouded at that. I don't know, I said slowly. It's almost unprecedented for any star to call one of its ships back from the Federation fleet, but there must have been a reason. Well, she said cheerfully, turning toward the door, it doesn't matter what the reason is, so long as it means a trip home. The crew is worse than I am. They're scrapping the generators down in the engine room to get another light speed out of them. I laughed as the door clicked shut behind her, but as I turned back to the window, the question she had voiced rose again in my mind, and I gazed thoughtfully toward the yellow star ahead. For as I had told Dal Nara, it was a well-nigh unheard-of thing for any star to recall one of its cruisers from the great fleet of the Federation. Including as it did every peopled star in the galaxy, the Federation relied entirely upon the fleet to police the interstellar spaces, and to that fleet each star contributed its quota of cruisers. Only a last extremity, I knew, would ever induce any star to recall one of its ships. Yet the message flashed to our ship had ordered us to return to the solar system at full speed and report at the Bureau of Astronomical Knowledge on Neptune. Whatever was behind the order, I thought, I would learn soon enough, for we were now speeding over the last lap of our homeward journey, so I strove to put the matter from my mind for the time being. With an odd persistence, though, the question continued to trouble my thoughts in the hours that followed, and when we finally swept in toward the solar system 12 hours later, It was with a certain abstractedness that I watched the slow largening of the yellow star that was our sun. Our velocity had slackened steadily as we approached that star, and we were moving at a bare 1 light speed when we finally swept down toward its outermost far-swinging planet, Neptune, the solar system's point of arrival and departure for all interstellar commerce. Even this speed we reduced still further as we sped past Neptune's single circling moon and down through the crowded shipping lanes toward the surface of the planet itself. 50 miles above its surface, all sight of the planet beneath was shut off by the thousands of great ships which hung in dense masses above it, that vast tangle of interstellar traffic which makes the great planet the terror of all inexperienced pilots. From horizon to horizon, it seemed, the ships crowded upon each other, drawn from every quarter of the galaxy. Huge grain boats from Betelgeuse, vast palatial liners from Arcturus and Vega, shiploads of radium ores from the worlds that circle giant Antares, long, swift mailboats from distant Deneb. All these and myriad others swirled and circled in one great mass above the planet, dropping down one by one as the official traffic directors flashed from their own boats the brilliant signals which allowed a lucky one to descend. And through occasional rifts in the crowded mass of ships could be glimpsed the interplanetary traffic of the lower levels, a swarm of swift little boats which darted ceaselessly back and forth on their comparatively short journeys, ferrying crowds of passengers to Jupiter and Venus and Earth, seeming like little toy boats beside the mighty bulks of the great interstellar ships above them. As our own cruiser drove down toward the mass of traffic, though, it cleared away from before us instantly. For the symbol of the Federation on our bows was known from Canopus to Fomalhaut, and the cruisers of its fleet were respected by all the traffic of the galaxy. Arrowing down through this suddenly opening lane, we sped smoothly down toward the planet's surface, hovering for a moment above its perplexing maze of white buildings and green gardens, and then slanting down toward the mighty flat-roofed building which housed the Bureau of Astronomical Knowledge. As we sped down toward its roof, I could not but contrast the warm, sunny green panorama beneath with the icy desert which the planet had been until 200,000 years before, when the scientists of the solar system had devised the great heat transmitters, which catch the sun's heat near its blazing surface and fling it out as high-frequency vibrations to the receiving apparatus on Neptune, to be transformed back into the heat which warms this world. In a moment, though, we were landing gently upon the broad roof, upon which rested scores of other shining cruisers whose crews stood outside them watching our arrival. 5 minutes later, I was whirling downward through the building's interior on one of the automatic little cone elevators, out of which I stepped into a long white corridor. An attendant was awaiting me there, and I followed him down the corridor's length to a high black door at its end, which he threw open for me, closing it behind me as I stepped inside. It was an ivory-walled, high-ceilinged room in which I found myself, its whole farther side open to the sunlight and breezes of the green gardens beyond. At a desk across the room was sitting a short-set man with gray-streaked hair and keen, inquiring eyes, and as I entered he sprang up and came toward me. "Ran Rerak!" he exclaimed. "You've come! For 2 days now we've been expecting you." "We were delayed off Aldebaran, sir, by generator trouble," I replied, bowing, for I had recognized the speaker as Horace Hole, Chief of the Bureau of Astronomical Knowledge. Now, at a motion from him, I took a chair beside his desk while he resumed his own seat. A moment he regarded me in silence, and then slowly spoke. "Ranrarak," he said, "you must have wondered why your ship was ordered back here to the solar system. Well, it was ordered back for a reason which we dare not state in an open message, a reason which, if made public, would plunge the solar system instantly into a chaos of unutterable panic." He was silent again for a moment, his eyes on mine, and then went on. "You know, Ranrarak, that the universe itself is composed of infinite depths of space, in which float great clusters of suns, star clusters which are separated from each other by billions of light-years of space. You know, too, that our own cluster of suns, which we call the galaxy, is roughly disk-like in shape, and that our own particular sun is situated at the very edge of this disk. Beyond lie only those inconceivable leagues of space which separate us from the neighboring star clusters or island universes, depths of space never yet crossed by our own cruisers or by anything else of which we have record. But now, at last, something has crossed those abysses, is crossing them. Since over 3 weeks ago, our astronomers discovered that a gigantic dark star is approaching our galaxy from the depths of infinite space. A titanic dead sun which their instrument showed to be of a size incredible, since, dark and dead as it is larger than the mightiest blazing suns in our own galaxy, larger than Canopus or Antares or Betelgeuse. A dark dead star millions of times larger than our own fiery sun, a gigantic wanderer out of some far realm of infinite space, racing toward our galaxy at a velocity inconceivable. The calculations of our scientists showed that this speeding dark star would not race into our galaxy but would speed past its edge and out into infinite space again, passing no closer to our own sun at the edge than some 15 billion miles. There was no possibility of collision or danger from it, therefore. And so, though the approach of the dark star is known to all in the solar system, there is no idea of any peril connected with it. But there is something else which has been kept quite secret from the peoples of the solar system, something known only to a few astronomers and officials. And that is that during the last few weeks, the path of this speeding dark star has changed from a straight path to a curving one, that it is curving inward toward the edge of our galaxy and will now pass our own sun in less than 12 weeks, at a distance of less than 3 billion miles instead of 15. And when this titanic dead sun passes that close to our own sun, there can be but one result. Inevitably, our own sun will be caught by the powerful gravitational grip of the giant dark star and carried out with all its planets into the depths of infinite space, never to return. Horace Hull paused, his face white and set, gazing past me with wide, unseeing eyes. My brain whirling beneath the stunning revelation, I sat rigid, silent, and in a moment he went on. "If this thing were known to all," he said slowly, "there would be an instant, terrible panic over the solar system, and for that reason only a handful have been told. Flight is impossible, for there are not enough ships in the galaxy to transport the trillions of the solar system's population to another star in the 4 weeks that are left to us. There is but one chance, one blind, slender chance, and that is to turn aside this onward thundering dark star from its present inward curving path, to cause it to pass our sun and the galaxy's edge far enough away to be harmless. And it is for this reason that we ordered your return. For it is my plan to speed out of the galaxy into the depths of outer space to meet this approaching dark star, taking all of the scientific apparatus and equipment which might be used to swerve it aside from this curving path it is following. During the last week, I have assembled the equipment for the expedition, and have gathered together a force of 50 star cruisers, which are even now resting on the roof of this building, manned and ready for the trip. These are only swift mail cruisers, though, specially equipped for the trip, and it was advisable to have at least one battlecruiser for flagship of the force, and so your own was recalled from the Federation fleet. And although I shall go with the expedition, of course, it was my plan to have you yourself as its captain. I know, however, that you have spent the last 2 years in the service of the Federation fleet, so if you desire, another will be appointed to the post. It is one of danger, greater danger, I think, than any of us can dream. Yet the command is yours if you wish to accept it." Horace Hull ceased, intently scanning my face. A moment I sat silent, then rose and stepped to the great open window at the room's far side. Outside stretched the greenery of gardens, and beyond them the white roofs of buildings, gleaming beneath the faint sunlight. Instinctively, my eyes went up to the source of that light, the tiny sun, small and faint and far here, but still the sun. A long moment I gazed up toward it, and then turned back to Horace Hull. "I accept, sir," I said. He came to his feet, his eyes shining. "I knew that you would," he said simply, and then, "All has been ready for weeks, Ranrarak. We start at once." 10 minutes later, we were on the broad roof, and the crews of our 50 ships were rushing to their posts in answer to the sharp alarm of a signal bell. Another 5 minutes, and Horace Hull, Dalnara, and I stood in the bridge room of my own cruiser, watching the white roof drop behind and beneath as we slanted up from it. In a moment, the 100 cruisers on that roof had risen and were racing up behind us, arrowing with us toward the zenith, massed in a close, wedge-shaped formation. Above, the brilliant signals of the traffic boats flashed swiftly, clearing a wide lane for us, and then we had passed through the jam of traffic and were driving out past the incoming lines of the interstellar ships at swiftly mounting speed, still holding the same formation with the massed cruisers behind us. Behind and around us now flamed the great panorama of the galaxy's blazing stars, but before us lay only darkness, darkness inconceivable, into which our ships were flashing out at greater and greater speed. Neptune had vanished, and far behind lay the single yellow spark that was all visible of our solar system as we fled out from it. Out, 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 rocketing, racing on, out past the boundaries of the great galaxy itself into the lightless void, out into the unplumbed depths of infinite space to save our threatened sun. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star Stealers, Chapter 2. 24 hours after our start, I stood again in the bridge room, alone except for the silent, imperturbable figure of my ever-watchful wheelman, Nal Jack, staring out with him into the black gulf that lay before us. Many an hour we had stood side by side thus, scanning the interstellar spaces from our cruiser's bridge room, but never yet had my eyes been confronted by such a lightless void as lay before me now. Our ship indeed seemed to be racing through a region where light was all but non-existent, a darkness inconceivable to anyone who had never experienced it. Behind lay the galaxy we had left, a great swarm of shining points of light, contracting slowly as we sped away from it. Toward our right, too, several misty little patches of light glowed faintly in the darkness, hardly to be seen, though these, I knew, were other galaxies or star clusters like our own, titanic conglomerations of thronging suns dimmed to those tiny flickers of light by the inconceivable depths of space which separated them from ourselves. Except for these, though, we fled on through a cosmic gloom that was soul-shaking in its deepness and extent, an infinite darkness and stillness in which our ship seemed the only moving thing. Behind us, I knew, the formation of our 50 ships was following close on our track, each ship separated from the next by a 500-mile interval, and each flashing on at exactly the same speed as ourselves. But though we knew they followed, our 50 cruisers were naturally quite invisible to us, and as I gazed now into the tenebrous void ahead, the loneliness of our position was overpowering. Abruptly, the door behind me snapped open, and I half turned toward it as Horace Hull entered. He glanced at our speed dials, and his brows arched in surprise. "Good enough," he commented. "If the rest of our ships can hold this pace, it will bring us to the Dark Star in 6 days." I nodded, gazing thoughtfully ahead. "Perhaps sooner," I estimated. "The Dark Star is coming toward us at a tremendous velocity, remember? You will notice on the telechart." Together we stepped over to the big telechart, a great rectangular plate of smoothly burnished silvery metal which hung at the bridge room's end wall, the one indispensable aid to interstellar navigation. Upon it were accurately reproduced by means of projected and reflected rays the positions and progress of all heavenly bodies near the ship. Intently we contemplated it now. At the rectangle's lower edge there gleamed on the smooth metal a score or more of little circles of glowing light of varying sizes, representing the suns at the edge of the galaxy behind us. Outermost of these glowed the light disk that was our own sun, and around this Horace Hull had drawn a shining line or circle lying more than 4 billion miles from our sun on the chart. He had computed that, if the approaching dark star came closer than that to our sun, its mighty gravitational attraction would inevitably draw the latter out with it into space. So the shining line represented for us the danger line. And creeping down toward that line and toward our sun, farther up on the blank metal of the great chart, there moved in a single giant circle of deepest black an ebon disk 100 times the diameter of our glowing little sun circle, which was sweeping down toward the galaxy's edge in a great curve. Horace Hull gazed thoughtfully at the sinister dark disk, and then shook his head. "There's something very strange about that dark star," he said slowly. "That curving path it's moving in is contrary to all the laws of celestial mechanics. I wonder if—" Before he could finish, the words were broken off in his mouth. For at that moment there came a terrific shock. Our ship dipped and reeled crazily, and then was whirling blindly about as though caught and shaken by a giant hand. Dal Nara, the pilot, Horace Hull, and I were slammed violently down toward the bridge room's end with the first crash, and then I clung desperately to the edge of a switchboard as we spun dizzily about. I had a flashing glimpse through the windows of our 50 cruisers whirling blindly about like wind-tossed straws, and in another glimpse saw 2 of them caught and slammed together, both ships smashing like eggshells beneath the terrific impact, their crews instantly annihilated. Then, as our own ship dipped crazily downward again, I saw Horace Hull creeping across the floor toward the controls, and in a moment I had slid down beside him. Another instant, and we had our hands on the levers and were slowly pulling them back into position. Caught and buffeted still by the terrific forces outside, our cruiser slowly steadied to an even keel, and then leapt suddenly forward again, the forces that held us seeming to lessen swiftly as we flashed on. There came a harsh, grating sound that brought my heart to my throat as one of the cruisers was hurled past us, grazing us, and then, abruptly, the mighty grip that held us had suddenly disappeared, and we were humming on through the same stillness and silence as before. I slowed our flight then, until we hung motionless, and then we gazed wildly at each other, bruised and panting. Before we could give utterance to the exclamations on our lips, though, the door snapped open and Dal Nara burst into the bridge room, bleeding from a cut on her forehead. "What was that?" she cried, raising a trembling hand to her head. "It caught us there like toys. And the other ships—" Before any of us could answer her, a bell beside me rang sharply, and from the diaphragm beneath it came the voice of our message operator. "Ships 37, 12, 19, and 44 reported destroyed by collision, sir," he announced, his own voice tremulous. "The others report that they are again taking up formation behind us." "Very well," I replied. "Order them to start again in 3 minutes, on number 1 speed scale." As I turned back from the instrument, I drew a deep breath. 4 ships destroyed in less than a minute, I said. And by what? "By a whirlpool of ether currents, undoubtedly," said Horace Hull. We stared at him blankly, and he threw out a hand in quick explanation. "You know that there are currents in the ether. That was discovered ages ago, and that those currents are responsible for light drift and similar phenomena. All such currents in the galaxy have always been found to be comparatively slow and sluggish, but out here in empty space there must be currents of gigantic size and speed, and apparently we stumbled directly into a great whirlpool or maelstrom of them. We were fortunate to lose but 4 ships," he added soberly. I shook my head. "I've sailed from Sirius to Rigel," I said, "and I never met anything like that. And if we meet another—" The strangeness of our experience, in fact, had unnerved me, for even after we had tended to our bruises and were again racing on through the void, it was with a new fearfulness that I gazed ahead. At any moment, I knew, we might plunge directly into some similar or even larger maelstrom of ether currents, yet there was no way by which we could avoid the danger. We must drive blindly ahead at full speed and trust to luck to bring us through, and now I began to understand what perils lay between us and our destination. As hour followed hour, though, my fearfulness gradually lessened, for we encountered no more of the dread maelstroms in our onward flight. Yet as we hummed on and on and on, a new anxiety came to trouble me, for with the passing of each day we were putting behind us billions of miles of space, and were flashing nearer and nearer toward the mighty dark star that was our goal. And even as we fled on, we could see on the great telechart the dark disk creeping down to meet us, thundering on toward the galaxy from which, unless we succeeded, it would steal a star. Unless we succeeded. But could we succeed? Was there any force in the universe that could turn aside this oncoming dark giant in time to prevent the theft of our sun? More and more as we sped on, there grew in my mind doubt as to our chance of success. We had gone forth on a blind, desperate venture, on a last slender chance, and now at last I began to see how slender indeed was that chance. Dalnara felt it too, and even Horace Hull, I think, but we spoke no word to each other of our thoughts, standing for hours on end in the bridge room together, and gazing silently and broodingly out into the darkness where lay our goal. On the 6th day of our flight we computed, by means of our telechart and flight log, that we were within less than 1 billion miles of the great dark star ahead, and had slackened our speed until we were barely creeping forward, attempting to locate our goal in the dense, unchanged darkness ahead. Straining against the windows, we 3 gazed eagerly forward, while beside me, now Jack, the wheelman, silently regulated the ship's speed to my orders. Minutes passed while we sped on, and still there lay before us only the deep darkness. Could it be that we had missed our way, that our calculations had been wrong? Could it be— And then the wild speculations that had begun to rise in my mind were cut short by a low exclamation from Dalnara beside me. Mutely, she pointed ahead. At first I could see nothing, and then slowly became aware of a feeble glow of light in the heavens ahead, an area of strange, subdued light which stretched across the whole sky, it seemed, yet which was so dim as to be hardly visible to our straining eyes. But swiftly as we watched it, it intensified, strengthened, taking shape as a mighty circle of pale luminescence which filled almost all the heavens ahead. I gave a low-voiced order to the pilot which reduced our speed still further, but even so the light grew visibly stronger as we sped on. "Light," whispered Horace Hull. "Light on a dark star. It's impossible. And yet—" And now, in obedience to another order, our ship began to slant sharply up toward the mighty circle's upper limb, followed by the 100 ships behind us. And as we lifted higher and higher, the circle changed before our eyes into a sphere, a tremendous, faintly glowing sphere of size inconceivable, filling the heavens with its vast bulk, feebly luminous like the ghost of some mighty sun, rushing through space to meet us as we sped up and over it. And now at last we were over it, sweeping above it with our little fleet at a height of 500,000 miles, contemplating in awed silence the titanic dimensions of the faint glowing sphere beneath us. For in spite of our great height above it, the vast globe stretched from horizon to horizon beneath us, a single smooth, vastly curving surface, shining with the dim, unfamiliar light whose source we could not guess. It was not the light of fire or glowing gases, for the sun below was truly a dead one, vast in size as it was. It was a cold light, a faint but steady phosphorescence like no other light I had ever seen, a feeble white glow which stretched from horizon to horizon of the mighty world beneath. Dumbfoundedly we stared down toward it, and then, at a signal to the pilot, our ship began to drop smoothly downward, trailed by our 40-odd followers behind. Down, down we sped, slower and slower, until we suddenly started as there came from outside the ship a high-pitched hissing shriek. "Air!" I cried. "This dark star has an atmosphere! And that light upon it, see?" And I flung a pointing hand toward the surface of the giant world below. For as we dropped swiftly down toward that world, we saw at last that the faint light which illuminated it was not artificial light or reflected light, but light inherent in itself, since all the surface of the mighty sphere glowed with the same phosphorescent light, its plains and hills and valleys alike feebly luminous, with the soft, dim luminosity of radioactive minerals. A shining world, a world glowing eternally with cold white light, a luminous titanic sphere that rushed through the darkness of infinite space like some pale, gigantic moon. And upon the surface of the glowing plains beneath us rose dense and twisted masses of dark, leafless vegetation, distorted tree growths and tangles of low shrubs that were all of the deepest black in color, springing out of that glowing soil and twisting blackly and grotesquely above its feeble light, stretching away over plain and hill and valley like the monstrous landscape of some undreamed-of hell. And now, as our ship slanted down across the surface of the glowing sphere, there gleamed ahead a deepening of that glow, a concentration of that feeble light which grew stronger as we raced on toward it. And it was a city whose mighty buildings were each a truncated pyramid in shape, towering into the air for thousands upon thousands of feet. A city whose every building and street and square glowed with the same faint white light as the ground upon which they stood. A metropolis out of nightmare, the darkness of which was dispelled only by the light of its own great glowing structures and streets. Far away stretched the mass of those structures, a luminous mass which covered square mile upon square mile of the surface of this glowing world, and far beyond them there lifted into the dusky air the shining towers and pyramids of still other cities. We straightened, trembling, turning toward each other with white faces. And then, before any could speak, Dalnara had whirled to the window and uttered a hoarse shout. "Look!" she cried, and pointed down and outward toward the titanic, glowing buildings of the city ahead. For from their truncated summits were rising suddenly a swarm of long black shapes, a horde of long black cones which were racing straight up toward us. I shouted an order to the pilot, and instantly our ship was turning and slanting sharply upward, while around us our cruisers sped up with us. Then from beneath there sped up toward us a shining little cylinder of metal which struck a cruiser racing beside our own. It exploded instantly into a great flare of blinding light, enveloping the cruiser it had struck, and then the light had vanished, while with it had vanished the ship it had enveloped. And from the cones beneath and beyond there leapt toward us other of the metal cylinders, striking our ships now by the dozens, flaring and vanishing with them in great, silent explosions of light. "Etheric bombs!" I cried. "And our ship is the only battlecruiser. The rest have no weapons." I turned, cried another order, and in obedience to it our own cruiser halted suddenly and then dipped downward, racing straight into the ascending swarm of attacking cones. Down we flashed, down, down, and toward us sprang a score of the metal cylinders, grazing along our sides. And then, from the sides of our own downward swooping ship, there sprang out brilliant shafts of green light, the deadly decohesion ray of the ships of the Federation fleet. It struck a score of the cones beneath, and they flamed with green light for an instant and then flew into pieces, spilling downward in a great shower of tiny fragments, as the cohesion of their particles was destroyed by the deadly ray. And now our cruiser had crashed down through the swarm of them and was driving down toward the luminous plain below, then turning and racing sharply upward again, while from all the air around us the black cones swarmed to the attack. Up, up we sped, and now I saw that our blow had been struck in vain, for the last of our ships above were vanishing beneath the flares of the etheric bombs. Only one of our cruisers remained, racing up toward the zenith in headlong flight with a score of the great cones in hot pursuit. A moment only I glimpsed this, and then we had turned once more and were again diving down upon the attacking cones, while all around us the etheric bombs filled the air with the silent exploding flares. Again, as we swooped downward, our green rays cut paths of annihilation across the swarming cones beneath, and then I heard a cry from Horace Hull, hurled to the window, and glimpsed above us a single great cone that was diving headlong down toward us in a resistless, ramming swoop. I shouted to the pilot, sprang to the controls, but was too late to ward off that deadly blow. There was a great crash at the rear of our cruiser. It spun dizzily for a moment in mid-air, and then was tumbling crazily downward like a falling stone toward the glowing plain a score of miles below. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star Stealers, Chapter 3. I think now that our cruiser's mad downward plunge must have lasted for minutes at least, yet at the time it seemed over in a single instant. I have a confused memory of the bridge room spinning about us as we whirled down, of myself throwing back the controls with a last instinctive action, and then there came a ripping, rending crash, a violent shock, and I was flung into a corner of the room with terrific force. Dazed by the swift action of the last few minutes, I lay there motionless for a space of seconds, then scrambled to my feet. Horace Hull and Dal Nora were staggering up likewise, the latter hastening at once down into the cruiser's hull, but now Jack, the wheelman, lay motionless against the wall, stunned by the shock. Our first act was to bring him back to consciousness by a few rough first-aid measures, and then we straightened and gazed about us. Apparently, our cruiser's keel was resting upon the ground, but was tilted over at a sharp angle, as the slant of the room's floor attested. Through the broad windows we could see that around our prostrate ship lay a thick, screening growth of black tree growths which we had glimpsed from above, and into which we had crashed in our mad plunge downward. As I was later to learn, it was only the shock-absorbing qualities of the vegetation into which we had fallen, and my own last-minute rush to the controls, which had slowed our fall enough to save us from annihilation. There was a buzz of excited voices from the crew in the hull beneath us, and then I turned at a sudden exclamation from Horace Hull to find him pointing up through the observation windows in the bridge room ceiling. I glanced up, then shrank back, for high above were circling a score or more of the long black cones which had attacked us, and which were apparently surveying the landscape for some clue to our fate. I gave a sharp catch of indrawn breath as they dropped lower toward us, and we crouched with pounding hearts while they dropped nearer. Then we uttered simultaneous sighs of relief as the long ships above suddenly drove back up toward the zenith, apparently certain of our annihilation, massing and wheeling and then speeding back toward the glowing city from which they had risen to attack us. We rose to our feet again, and as we did so, the door clicked open to admit Dal Nara. She was a bruised, disheveled figure like the rest of us, but there was something like a grin on her face. "That cone that rammed us shattered 2 of our rear vibration projectors," she announced, "but that was all the damage. And outside of one man with a broken shoulder, the crew is all right." "Good," I exclaimed. "It won't take long to replace the broken projectors." She nodded. "I ordered them to put in 2 of the spares," she explained. "But what then?" I considered for a moment. "None of our other cruisers escaped, did they?" I asked. Dal Nara slowly shook her head. "I don't think so," she said. "Nearly all of them were destroyed in the first few minutes. I saw Ship 16 racing up in an effort to escape, heading back toward the galaxy, but there were cones hot after it, and it couldn't have got away." The quiet voice of Horace Hall broke in upon us. "Then we alone can take back word to the Federation of what is happening here," he said. His eyes suddenly flamed. "Two things we know," he exclaimed. "We know that this dark star's curving path through space, which will bring it so fatally near to our own sun in passing, is a path contrary to all the laws of astronomical science. And we know now, too, that upon this dark star world, in those glowing cities yonder, live beings of some sort who possess, apparently, immense intelligence and power." My eyes met his. "You mean—" I began, but he interrupted swiftly. "I mean that in my belief the answer to this riddle lies in that glowing city yonder, and that it is there we must go to find that answer." "But how?" I asked. "If we take the cruiser near it, they'll sight us and annihilate us." "There is another way," said Horace Hall. "We can leave the cruiser and its crew hidden here, and approach the city on foot. Get as near to it as possible, learn what we can about it." I think that we all gasped at that suggestion, but as I quickly revolved it in my mind, I saw that it was, in reality, our only chance to secure any information of value to take back to the Federation. So we adopted the idea without further discussion, and swiftly laid our plans for the venture. At first, it was our plan for only us three to go, but at Dal Nara's insistence we included the pilot in our party, the more quickly because I knew her to be resourceful and quick-witted. 2 hours we spent in sleep, at the suggestion of Horace Hull, then ate a hasty meal and looked to our weapons, small projectors of the decohesion ray similar to the great ray tubes of the cruiser. Already the ship's 2 shattered vibration projectors had been replaced by spares, and our last order was for the crew and under-officers to await our return without moving beyond the ship in any event. Then the cruiser's hull door snapped open, and we 4 stepped outside, ready for our venture. The sandy ground upon which we stood glowed with the feeble white light which seemed to emanate from all rock and soil on this strange world, a weird light which beat upward upon us instead of down. And in this light the twisted, alien forms of the leafless trees around us writhed upward into the dusky air, their smooth black branches tangling and intertwining far above our heads. As we paused there, Horace Hall reached down for a glowing pebble, which he examined intently for a moment. "Radioactive," he commented. "All this glowing rock and soil." Then he straightened, glanced around, and led the way unhesitatingly through the thicket of black forest into which our ship had fallen. Silently we followed him, in single file across the shining soil and beneath the distorted arches of the twisted trees, until at last we emerged from the thicket and found ourselves upon the open expanse of the glowing plain. It was a weird landscape which met our eyes, a landscape of glowing plains and shallow valleys, patched here and there with the sprawling thickets of black forest, a pale luminous world whose faint light beat feebly upward into the dusky, twilight skies above. In the distance, perhaps 2 miles ahead, a glow of deeper light flung up against the hovering dusk from the massed buildings of the luminous city, and toward this we tramped steadily onward, over the shining plains and gullies, and once over a swift little brook, whose waters glowed as they raced like torrents of rushing light. Within an hour we had drawn to within a distance of 500 feet from the outermost of the city's pyramidal buildings, and crouched in a little clump of dark tree growths, gazing fascinatedly toward it. The scene before us was one of unequaled interest and activity. Over the masses of huge shining buildings were flitting great swarms of the long black cones, moving from roof to roof, while in the shining streets below them moved other hordes of active figures, the people of the city. And as our eyes took in these latter, I think that we all felt something of horror, in spite of all the alien forms which we were familiar with in the thronging worlds of the galaxy. For in these creatures was no single point of resemblance to anything human, nothing which the appalled intelligence could seize upon as familiar. Imagine an upright cone of black flesh, several feet in diameter and 3 or more in height, supported by a dozen or more smooth long tentacles which branched from its lower end, supple, boneless octopus arms, which held the cone body upright and which served both as arms and legs. And near the top of that cone trunk were the only features, the twin tiny orifices which were the ears and a single round and red-rimmed wide eye set between them. Thus were these beings in appearance black tentacle creatures, moving in unending swirling throngs through streets and squares and buildings of their glowing city. Helplessly we stared upon them from our place of concealment. To venture into sight, I knew, would be to court swift death. I turned to Horace Hall, then started, as there came from the city ahead a low waxing sound note, a deep, powerful tone of immense volume which sounded out over the city like the blast of a deep-pitched horn. Another note joined it, and another, until it seemed that a score of mighty horns were calling across the city, and then they died away. But as we looked now, we saw that the shining streets were emptying suddenly, that the moving swarms of black tentacle creatures were passing into the pyramidal buildings, that the cones above were slanting down toward the roofs and coming to rest. Within a space of minutes, the streets seemed entirely empty and deserted, and the only sign of activity over all the city was the hovering of a few cones that still moved restlessly above it. Astounded, we watched, and then the explanation came suddenly to me. "It's their sleep period," I cried. "Their night. These things must rest, must sleep, like any living thing, and as there's no night on this glowing world, those horn notes must signal the beginning of their sleep period." Horace Hall was on his feet, his eyes suddenly kindling. "It's a chance in 1,000 to get inside the city," he exclaimed. The next moment we were out of the shelter of our concealing trees and were racing across the stretch of ground which separated us from the city. And 5 minutes later we were standing in the empty, glowing streets, hugging closely the mighty sloping walls of the huge buildings along it. At once, Horace Hall led the way directly down the street toward the heart of the city, and as we hastened on beside him, he answered to my question. "We must get into the city's center. There's something there which I glimpse from our ship, and if it's what I think—" He had broken into a run now, and as we raced together down the bare length of the great, shining avenue, I, for one, had an unreassuring presentiment of what would happen should the huge buildings around us disgorge their occupants before we could get out of the city. Then Horace Hall had suddenly stopped short, and at a motion from him we shrank swiftly behind the corner of a pyramid's slanting walls. Across the street ahead of us were passing a half-dozen of the tentacle creatures, gliding smoothly toward the open door of one of the great pyramids. A moment we crouched, holding our breath, and then the things had passed inside the building, and the door had slid shut behind them. At once we leapt out and hastened on. We were approaching the heart of the city, I judged, and ahead the broad shining street we followed seemed to end in a great open space of some sort. As we sped toward it, between the towering luminous lines of buildings, a faint droning sound came to our ears from ahead, waxing louder as we hastened on. The clear space ahead was looming larger, nearer now, and then, as we raced past the last great building on the street's length, we burst suddenly into view of the opening ahead and stepped, staring dumbfoundedly toward it. It was no open plaza or square, but a pit, a shallow circular pit, not more than 100 feet in depth, but all of a mile in diameter, and we stood at the rim or edge of it. The floor was smooth and flat, and upon that floor there lay a grouped mass of hundreds of half-globes or hemispheres, each 50 feet in diameter, which were resting upon their flat bases with their curving sides uppermost. Each of these hemispheres was shining with light, but it was a very different light from the feeble glow of the buildings and streets around us, an intensely brilliant blue radiance which was all but blinding to our eyes. From these massed radiant hemispheres came the loud droning we had heard, and now we saw, at the pit's farther edge, a cylindrical little room or structure of metal which was supported several hundred feet above the pit's floor by a single slender shaft of smooth round metal, like a great bird cage. And toward this cage structure Horace Hull was pointing now, his eyes flashing. "It's the switchboard of the thing," he cried. "And these brilliant hemispheres, the unheard-of space path of this dark star, it's all clear now, all." He broke off suddenly as now Jack sprang back, uttering a cry and pointing upward. For the moment we had forgotten the hovering cones above the city, and now one of them was slanting swiftly downwards straight toward us. We turned, ran back, and the next moment an etheric bomb crashed down upon the spot where we had stood, exploding silently in a great flare of light. Another bomb fell and flared nearer, and then I turned with sudden fierce anger and aimed the little ray projector in my hand at the hovering cone above. The brilliant little beam cut across the dark shape. The black cone hovered still for a moment, then crashed down into the street to destruction. But now, from above and beyond, other cones were slanting swiftly down toward us, while from the pyramidal buildings beside us, hordes of the black tentacle creatures were pouring out in answer to the alarm. In a solid, resistless swarm they rushed upon us. I heard a yell of defiance from Dal Nara beside me, the hiss of our rays as they clove through the black masses in terrible destruction, and then they were upon us. A single moment we whirled about in a wild melee of men and cone creatures, of striking human arms and coiling tentacles. Then there was a shout of warning from one of my friends. Something hard descended upon my head with crushing force, and all went black before me. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star Stealers, Chapter 4. Faint light was filtering through my eyelids when I came back to consciousness. As I opened them, I sat weakly up, then fell back. Dazedly, I gazed about me. I was lying in a small, square room lit only by its own glowing walls and floor and ceiling, a room whose one side slanted steeply upward and inward, pierced by a small barred window that was the only opening. Opposite me I discerned a low door of metal bars or grating, beyond which lay a long glowing walled corridor. Then all these things were suddenly blotted out by the anxious face of Horace Hull, bending down toward me. "You're awake," he exclaimed, his face alight. "You know me, Ranrerek?" For answer I struggled again to a sitting position, aided by the arm of Dal Nara, who had appeared beside me. I felt strangely weak, exhausted, my head throbbing with racing fires. "Where are we?" I asked at last. "A fight in the city. I remember that. But where are we now? And where is Nal Jack?" The eyes of my two friends met and glanced away, while I looked anxiously toward them. Then Horace Hull spoke slowly. "We are imprisoned in this little room in one of the great pyramids of the glowing city," he said. "And in this room you have lain for weeks, Ranrerek." "Weeks?" I gasped, and he nodded. "It's been almost 10 weeks since we were captured there in the city outside," he said. "And for all that time you've lain here out of your head from that blow you received, sometimes delirious and raving, sometimes completely unconscious. And in all that time this dark star, this world, has been plunging on through space toward our galaxy and our sun, and the theft and doom of that sun. 10 more days, and it passes our sun, stealing it from the galaxy. And I, who have learned at last what forces are behind it all, lie prisoned here. It was after we four were brought to this cell, after our capture, that I was summoned before our captors, before a council of those strange tentacle creatures, which was made up, I think, of their own scientists. They examined me, my clothing, all about me, then sought to communicate with me. They do not speak, communicating with each other by telepathy, but they strove to enter into communication with me by a projection of pictures on a smooth wall, pictures of their dark star world, pictures of our own galaxy, our own sun, picture after picture, until at last I began to understand the drift of them, the history and the purpose of these strange beings and their stranger world. For ages, I learned, for countless eons, their mighty sun had flashed through the infinities of space, alone, except for its numerous planets upon which had risen these races of tentacle creatures. Their sun was flaming with life then, and on their circling planets they had attained to immense science, immense power, and as their system rolled on, a single wandering star through the depths of uncharted space. But as the slow eons passed, the mighty sun began to cool, and their planets to grow colder and colder. At last it had cooled so far that to revive its dying fires, they dislodged one of their own planets from its orbit and sent it crashing into their sun, feeding its waning flames. And when more centuries had passed and it was again cooling, they followed the same course, sending another planet into it, and so on through the ages, staving off the death of their sun by sacrificing their worlds, until at last but one planet was left to them. And still their sun was cooling, darkening, dying. For further ages, though, they managed to preserve a precarious existence on their single planet by means of artificial heat production, until at last their great sun had cooled and solidified to such a point that life was possible upon its dark, dead surface. That surface, because of the solidified radioactive elements in it, shone always with pale light, and to it the races of the tentacle creatures now moved. By means of great air current projectors, they transferred the atmosphere of their planet to the dark star itself, and then cast loose their planet to wander off into space by itself, for its orbit had become erratic, and they feared that it would crash into their own great dark star world, about which it had revolved. But on the warm shining surface of the great dark star they now spread out and multiplied, raising their cities from its glowing rock and clinging to its surface as it hurtled on and on and on through the dark infinities of trackless space. But at last, after further ages of such existence, the tentacle races saw that again they were menaced with extinction, since in obedience to the inexorable laws of nature, their dark star was cooling still further, the molten fires at its center which warmed its surface gradually dying down, while that surface became colder and colder. In a little while, they knew, the fires at its center would be completely dead, and their great world would be a bitter, frozen waste, unless they devised some plan by which to keep warm its surface. At this moment, their astronomers came forward with the announcement that their dark star world, plunging on through empty space, would soon pass a great star cluster or galaxy of suns at a distance of some 15 billion miles. They could not invade the worlds of this galaxy, they knew, for they had discovered that upon those worlds lived countless trillions of intelligent inhabitants who would be able to repel their own invasion if they attempted it. There was but one expedient left, therefore, and that was to attempt to jerk a sun out of this galaxy as they passed by it, to steal a star from it to take out with them into space, which would revolve around their own mighty dark world and supply it with the heat they needed. The sun which they fixed on to steal was one at the galaxy's very edge, our own sun. If they passed this at 15 billion miles, as their course then would cause them to do, they could do nothing. But if they could change their dark star's course, could curve inward to pass this sun at some 3 billion miles instead of 15, then the powerful gravitational grip of their own gigantic world would grasp this sun and carry it out with it into space. The sun's planets, too, would be carried out, but these they planned to crash into the fires of the sun itself to increase its size and splendor. All that was needed, therefore, was some method of curving their world's course inward, and for this they had recourse to the great gravity condensers, which they had already used to shift their own planets. You know that it is gravitational force alone which keeps the suns and planets to their courses, and you know that the gravitational force of any body, sun, or planet is radiated out from it in all directions, tending to pull all things toward that body. In the same way, there is radiated outward perpetually from the galaxy the combined attractive gravitational force of all its swarming suns, and a tiny fraction of this outward radiating force, of course, struck the dark star, pulling it weakly toward the galaxy. If more of that outward radiating force could strike the dark star, it would be pulled toward the galaxy with more power, would be pulled nearer toward the galaxy's edge as it passed. It was just that which their gravity condenser accomplished. In a low pit at the heart of one of their cities, this city, in fact, they placed a condenser, a mass of brilliant hemispherical ray attractors which caused more of the galaxy's outward-shooting attractive force to fall upon the dark star, which condensed and concentrated that radiating force upon the dark star, thereby pulling the dark star inward toward the galaxy's edge in a great curve. When they reached a distance of 3 billion miles from the galaxy's edge, they planned to turn off the great condenser, and their dark star would then shoot past the galaxy's edge, jerking out our sun with it from that edge by its own terrific gravitational grip. If the condenser were turned off before they came that close, however, they would pass the sun at a distance too far to pull it out with them, and would then speed on out into space alone, toward the freezing of their world and their own extinction. For that reason, the condenser, and the great cage switch of the condenser, were guarded always by hovering cones, to prevent its being turned off before the right moment. Since then, they have kept the great gravity condenser in unceasing operation, and their dark star has swept in toward the galaxy's edge in a great curve. Back in our own solar system, I saw and understood what would be the result of that inward curve, and so we came here and were captured. And in those weeks since we were captured, while you have lain here unconscious and raving, this dark star has been plunging nearer and nearer toward our galaxy and toward our sun. 10 more days, and it passes that sun, carrying it out with it into the darkness of boundless space, unless the great condenser is turned off before then. 10 more days, and we lie here powerless to warn any of what forces work toward the doom of our sun." There was a long silence when Horace Hall's voice had ceased, a whispering, brain-crushing silence which I broke at last with a single question. "But now, Jack?" I asked, and the faces of my 2 companions became suddenly strange, while Dal Nara turned away. At last Horace Hall spoke. "It was after the tentacle scientists had examined me," he said gently, "that they brought Now Jack down to examine. I think that they spared me for the time being because of my apparently greater knowledge, but Now Jack they vivisected." There was a longer hush than before, one in which the brave, quiet figure of the wheelman, a companion in all my service with the fleet, seemed to rise before my suddenly blurring eyes. Then, abruptly, I swung down from the narrow bunk on which I lay, clutched dizzily at my companions for support, and walked unsteadily to the square, barred little window. Outside and beneath me lay the city of the Dark Star people, a mighty mass of pyramidal, glowing buildings, streets thronged with their dark, gliding figures, above them the swarms of the racing cones. From our little window the glowing wall of the great pyramid which held us slanted steeply down for fully 500 feet, and upward above us for twice that distance. And as I raised my eyes upward, I saw, clear and bright above, a great far-flung field of stars, the stars of our own galaxy toward which this world was plunging. And burning out clearest among these the star that was nearest of all, the shining yellow star that was our own sun. I think now that it was the sight of that yellow star, largening steadily as our dark star swept on toward it, which filled us with such utter despair in the days that followed. Out beyond the city, our cruiser lay hidden in the black forest we knew, and could we escape, we might yet carry word back to the Federation of what was at hand, but escape was impossible. And so, through the long days measurable only by our own time dials, we waxed deeper into an apathy of dull despair. Rapidly, my strength came back to me, though the strange food supplied us once a day by our captors was almost uneatable. But as the days fled by, my spirits sank lower and lower, and less we spoke to each other as the doom of our sun approached, the only change in anything around us being the moment each 24 hours when the signal horns called across the city, summoning the hordes in its streets to their 4-hour sleep period. At last, though, we woke suddenly to realization of the fact that 9 days had passed since my awakening, and that upon the next day the dark star would be plunging past the burning yellow star above us and jerking it into its grip. Then, at last, all our apathy dropped from us, and we raged against the walls of our cells with insensate fury. And then, with startling abruptness, came the means of our deliverance. For hours there had been a busy clanging of tools and machines somewhere in the great building above us, and numbers of the great tentacle creatures had been passing our barred door, carrying tools and instruments towards some work being carried out overhead. We had come to pay but little attention to them in time, but as one passed, there came a sudden rattle and clang from outside, and turning to the door, we saw that one of the passing creatures had dropped a thick coil of slender metal chain upon the floor, and had passed on without noticing his loss. In an instant, we were at the door and reaching through its bars toward the coil, but though we each strained our arms in turn toward it, the thing lay a few tantalizing inches beyond our grasp. A moment we surveyed it, baffled, fearing the return at any moment of the creature who had dropped it. And then Dal Nara, with a sudden inspiration, lay flat upon the floor, thrusting her leg out through the grating. In a moment she had caught the coil with her foot, and in another moment we had it inside, examining it. We found that, though it was as slender as my smallest finger, the chain was of incredible strength, and when we roughly estimated the extent of its thick coiled length, we discovered that it would be more than long enough to reach from our window to the street below. At once, therefore, we secreted the thing in a corner of the room, and impatiently awaited the sleep period, when we could work without fear of interruption. At last, after what seemed measureless hours of waiting, the great horns blared forth across the city outside, and swiftly its streets emptied, the sounds in our building quieting until all was silence, except for the humming of a few watchful cones above the great condenser, and the deep droning of the condenser itself in the distance. At once we set to work at the bars of our window. Frantically, we chipped at the rock at the base of one of the metal bars, using the few odd bits of metal at our command, but at the end of 2 hours had done no more than scratch away a bare inch of the glowing stone. Another hour, and we had laid bare from the rock the lower end of the bar, but now we knew that within minutes the sleep period of the city outside would be ending, and into its streets would be swarming its gliding throngs, making impossible all attempts at escape. Furiously we worked, dripping now with sweat, until at last, when our time dial showed that less than half an hour remained to us, I gave over the chipping at the rock and wrapped our chain firmly around the lower end of the bar we had loosened. Then, stepping back into the cell and bracing ourselves against the wall below the window, we pulled backward with all our strength. A tense moment we strained thus, the thick bar holding fast, and then, abruptly, it gave and fell from its socket in the wall to the floor with a loud ringing clang. We lay in a heap on the floor, panting and listening for any sound of alarm, then rose and swiftly fastened the chain's end to one of the remaining bars. The chain itself we dropped out of the window, watching it uncoil its length down the mighty building's glowing side until its end trailed on the empty glowing street far below. At once I motioned Horace Hull to the window, and in a moment he had squeezed through its bars and was sliding slowly down the chain, hand under hand. Before he was 10 feet down, Dalnara was out and creeping downward likewise, and then I too squeezed through the window and followed them downward, the three of us crawling down the chain along the huge building's steeply sloping side like 3 flies. I was 10 feet down from the window now, 20 feet, and glanced down toward the glowing empty street, 500 feet below and seeming 5,000. Then, at a sudden sound from above me, I looked sharply up, and as I did so, the most sickening sensation of fear I had ever experienced swept over me. For at the window we had just left, 20 feet above me, one of the tentacle creatures was leaning out, brought to our cell, I doubted not, by the metal bar's ringing fall, his white, red-rimmed eye turned full upon me. I heard sighs of horror from my 2 companions beneath me, and for a single moment we hung motionless along the chain's length, swinging along the huge pyramid's glowing side at a height of hundreds of feet above the shining streets below. Then the creature raised one of its tentacles, a metal tool in its grasp, which he brought down in a sharp blow on the chain at the window's edge. Again he repeated the blow, and again. He was cutting the chain. End of section 9. Section 10 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star Stealers, Chapter 5. For a space of seconds I hung motionless there, and then, as the tool in the grasp of the creature above came down on the chain in another sharp blow, the sound galvanized me into sudden action. "Slide on down!" I cried. They didn't, however, but followed me up the chain, though Dalnara and I alone came to grips with the horrible Dead Star creature. I gripped the links with frantic hands, pulling myself upward toward the window and the creature at the window 20 feet above me. 3 times the tool in his hand came down upon the chain, while I struggled up toward him, and each time I expected the strand to sever and send us down to death, but the hard metal withstood the blows for the moment, and before he could strike it again, I was up to the level of the window and reaching up toward him. As I did so, swift black tentacles thrust out and gripped Dalnara and me, while another of the snaky arms swept up with the tool in its grasp for a blow on my head. Before it could fall, though, I had reached out with my right hand, holding to the chain with my left, and grasped the body of the thing inside the window, pulling him outside before he had time to resist. As I did so, my own hold slipped a little, so that we hung a few feet below the window, both clinging to the slender chain and both striking futilely at each other, he with the metal tool and I with my clenched fist. A moment we hung there, swaying hundreds of feet above the luminous stone street, and then the creature's tentacles coiled swiftly around my neck, tightening, choking me. Hanging precariously to our slender strand with one hand, I struck out blindly with the other, but felt consciousness leaving me as that remorseless grip tightened. Then, with a last effort, I gripped the chain firmly with both hands, doubled my feet under me, and kicked out with all my strength. The kick caught the cone body of my opponent squarely, tearing him loose from his own hold on the chain, and then there was a sudden wrench at my neck and I was free of him, while beneath, Dalnara and I glimpsed his dark body whirling down toward the street below, twisting and turning in its fall along the building's slanting side, and then crashing finally down upon the smooth, shining street below, where it lay a black little huddled mass. Hanging there, I looked down, panting, and saw that Horace Hull had reached the chain's bottom and was standing in the empty street awaiting us. Glancing up, I saw that the blows of the creature I had fought had half severed one of the links above me, but there was no time to readjust it. So, with a prayer that it might hold a few moments longer, Dalnara and I began our slipping, sliding progress downward. The sharp links tore our hands cruelly as we slid downward, and once it seemed to me that the chain gave a little beneath our weight. Apprehensively, I looked upward, then down to where Horace Hall was waving encouragement. Down, down we slid, not daring to look beneath again, not knowing how near we might be to the bottom. Then there was another slight give in the chain, a sudden grating catch, and abruptly the weakened link above me snapped, and we dropped headlong downward, 10 feet into the arms of Horace Hall. A moment we sprawled in a little heap there on the glowing street, and then staggered to our feet. "Out of the city!" cried Horace Hall. "We could never get to the condenser switch on foot, but in the cruiser there's a chance. And we have but a few minutes now before the sleep period ends." Down the broad street we ran now, through squares and avenues of glowing mighty pyramids, crouching down once as the ever-hovering cones swept by above, and then racing on. At any moment, I knew, the great horns might blare across the city, bringing its swarming thousands into its streets, and our only chance was to win free of it before that happened. At last we were speeding down the street by which we had entered the city, and before us lay that street's end, with beyond it the vista of black forest and glowing plain over which we had come. And now we were racing over that glowing plain, a quarter mile, a half, a mile. Abruptly, from far behind came the calling crescendo notes of the mighty horns, marking the sleep period's end, bringing back into the streets the city's tentacle people. It could be but moments now, we knew, before our escape was discovered, and as we panted on at our highest speed, we listened for the sounding of the alarm behind us. It came. When we had drawn to within a half-mile of the black forest where our cruiser lay hidden, another great tumult of horn notes burst out over the glowing city behind, high and shrill and raging. And glancing back, we saw swarms of the black cones rising from the pyramidal building's summits, circling, searching, speeding out over the glowing plains around the city, a compact mass of them racing straight toward us. "On!" cried Horace Hall. "It's our last chance to get to the cruiser." Staggering, stumbling, with the last of our strength we sped on, over the glowing soil and rocks, toward the rim of the black forest which lay now a scant quarter-mile ahead. Then suddenly Horace Hall stumbled, tripped, and fell. I halted, turned toward him, then turned again as Dalnara shouted thickly and pointed upward. We had been sighted by the speeding cones above, and 2 of them were driving straight down toward us. A moment we stood there rigid while the great cones dipped toward us, waiting for the death that would crash down upon us from them. Then suddenly a great dark shape loomed in the air above and behind us, from which sprang out swift shafts of brilliant green light, the dazzling decohesion ray, striking the 2 swooping cones and sending them down in twin torrents of shattered wreckage. And now the mighty bulk behind us swept swiftly down upon us, and we saw that it was our cruiser. Smoothly it shot down to the ground, and we stumbled to its side through the waiting open door. As I staggered up to the bridge room, the 3rd officer was shouting in my ear, "We sighted you from the forest," he was crying. "Came out in the cruiser to get you." But now I was in the bridge room, brushing the wheelman from the controls, sending our ship slanting sharply up toward the zenith. Horace Hall was at my side now, pointing toward the great telechart and shouting something in my ear. I glanced over, and my heart stood still, for the great dark disk on the chart had swept down to within an inch of the shining line around our sun circle, the danger line. "The condenser!" I shouted. "We must get to that switch! Turn it off! It's our only chance!" We were racing through the air toward the luminous city now, and ahead a mighty swarm of the cones was gathering and forming to meet us, while from behind and from each side came other swarms, driving on toward us. Then the door clicked open, and Dalnara burst into the bridge room. "The ship's ray tubes are useless," she cried. "They've used the last charge in the ray tanks." At that cry the controls quivered under my hands. The ship slowed, stopped. Silence filled the bridge room, filled all the cruiser, the last silence of despair. We had failed. Weaponless, our ship hung there motionless, while toward it from all directions leapt the swift and swarming cones, in dozens, in scores, in hundreds, leaping toward us, long black messengers of death, while on the great telechart the mighty dark star leapt closer toward the shining circle that was our sun, toward the fateful line around it. We had failed, and death was upon us. And now the black swarms of the cones were very near us, and were slowing a little, as though fearing some ruse on our part, were slowing but moving closer, closer, while we awaited them in a last utter stupor of despair. Closer they came, closer, closer. A ringing, exultant cry suddenly sounded from somewhere in the cruiser beneath me, taken up by a sudden babble of voices. And then Dalnara cried out hoarsely beside me, and pointed up through our upper observation windows toward a long, shining, slender shape that was driving down toward us out of the upper air, while behind it drove a vast swarm of other and larger shapes, long and black and mighty. "It's our own ship!" Dalnara was shouting insanely. "It's Ship 16! They've escaped, got back to the galaxy! And look there, behind them, it's the fleet! The Federation fleet!" There was a wild singing of blood in my ears as I looked up, saw the mighty swarm of black shapes that were speeding down upon us behind the shining cruiser, the 5,000 mighty battle-cruisers of the Federation fleet. The fleet, the massed fighting ships of the galaxy, cruisers from Antares and Sirius and Regulus and Spica and keepers of the Milky Way Patrol, the picked fighters of a universe. Ships with which I had cruised from Arcturus to Deneb, beside which I had battled in many an interstellar fight. The fleet. They were straightening, wheeling, hovering high above us, and then they were driving down upon the massed swarms of cones around us in one titanic, simultaneous swoop. Then around us the air flashed brilliant with green ray and bursting flares, as decohesion rays and etheric bombs crashed and burst from ship to ship. Weaponless, our cruiser hung there at the center of that gigantic battle, while around us the mighty cruisers of the galaxy and the long black cones of the tentacle people crashed and whirled and flared, swooping and dipping and racing upon each other, whirling down to the glowing world below in scores of shattered wrecks, vanishing in silent flares of blinding light. From far away across the surface of the luminous world beneath, the great swarms of cones drove on toward the battle, from the shining towers of cities far away, racing fearlessly to the attack, sinking and falling and crumbling beneath the terrible rays of the leaping ships above, ramming and crashing with them to the ground in sacrificial plunges. But swiftly now the cones were vanishing beneath the brilliant rays. Then Horace Hull was at my side, shouting and pointing down toward the glowing city below. "The condenser!" he cried, pointing to where its blue radiance still flared on. "The Dark Star! Look!" He flung a hand toward the telechart, where the dark star disk was but a scant half-inch from the shining line around our sun circle, a tiny gap that was swiftly closing. I glanced toward the battle that raged around us, where the Federation cruisers were sending the cones down to destruction by swarms now, but unheeding of the condenser below. A bare half-mile beneath us lay that condenser and its cage pillar switch, which a single shaft of the green ray would have destroyed instantly, and our ray tubes were useless. Then wild resolve flared up in my brain, and I slammed down the levers in my hands, sent our ship racing down toward the condenser and its upheld cage like a released thunderbolt of hurtling metal. "Hold tight!" I screamed as we thundered down. "I'm going to ram the switch!" And now up toward us were rushing the brilliant blue hemispheres of the pit, the great pillar and upheld cage beside them, toward which we flashed with the speed of lightning. Crash! and a tremendous shock shook the cruiser from stem to stern as its prow tore through the upheld metal cage, ripping it from its supporting pillar and sending it crashing to the ground. Our cruiser spun, hovered for a moment, as though to whirl down to destruction, then steadied, while we at the window gazed downward, shouting. For beneath us the blinding radiance of the massed hemispheres had suddenly snapped out. Around and above us the great battle had died, the last of the cones tumbling to the ground beneath the rays of the mighty fleet, and now we turned swiftly to the telechart. Tensely we scanned it. Upon it the great dark star disk was creeping still toward the line around our sun circle, creeping slower and slower toward it, but still moving on, on. Had we lost at the last moment? Now the black disk, hardly moving, was all but touching the shining line, separated from it only by a hair's-breadth gap. A single moment we watched while it hovered thus, a moment in which was settled the destiny of a sun. And then a babble of incoherent cries came from our lips, for the tiny gap was widening. The black disk was moving back, was curving outward again from our sun and from the galaxy's edge, curving out once more into the black depths of space whence it had come, without the star it had planned to steal. Out, and we knew at last that we had won. And the mighty fleet of ships around us knew from their own telecharts. They were massing around us and hanging motionless, while beneath us the palely glowing gigantic dark star swept on, out into the darkness of trackless space, until it hung like a titanic feeble moon in the heavens before us, retreating farther and farther from the shining stars of our galaxy, carrying with it the glowing cities and the hordes of the tentacle peoples never to return. There in the bridge room, with our massed ships around us, we three watched it go, then turned back toward our own yellow star, serene and far and benignant, that yellow star around which swung our own 8 little worlds. And then Dalnara flung out a hand toward it, half weeping now. "The sun!" she cried. "The sun! The good old sun that we fought for and saved! Our sun till the end of time!" End of section 10. Section 11 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star Stealers, Chapter 6. It was on a night a week later that Dalnara and I said farewell to Horace Hull, standing on the roof of that same great building on Neptune from which we had started with our 50 cruisers weeks before. We had learned in that week how the only survivor of those cruisers, Ship 16, had managed to shake off the pursuing cones in that first fierce attack, and had sped back to the galaxy to give the alarm, of how the mighty Federation fleet had raced through the galaxy from beyond Antares in answer to that alarm, speeding out toward the approaching dark star and reaching it just in time to save our own ship and our sun. The other events of that week, the honors which had been loaded upon us, I shall not attempt to describe. There was little in the solar system which we three could not have had for the asking, but Horace Hull was content to follow the science that was his life work, while Dalnara, after the manner of her sex through all the ages, sought a beauty parlor, and I asked only to continue with our cruiser in the service of the Federation fleet. The solar system was home to us, would always be home to us, but never, I knew, would either of us be able to break away from the fascination of the great fleet's interstellar patrol, the flashing from sun to sun, the long silent hours in cosmic night and stellar glare. We would be star rovers, she and I, until the end. So now, ready to rejoin the fleet, I stood on the great building's roof, the mighty black bulk of our cruiser behind us and the stupendous canopy of the galaxy's glittering suns over our heads. In the streets below, too, were other lights, brilliant flares, where thronging crowds still celebrated the escape of their worlds. And now Horace Hull was speaking, more moved than ever I had seen him. "If now Jack were here," he said, and we were all silent for a moment. Then his hand came out toward us, and silently we wrung it, turning toward the cruiser's door. As it slammed shut behind us, we were ascending to the bridge room, and from there we glimpsed now the great roof dropping away beneath us as we slanted up from it once more, the dark figure of Horace Hull outlined for a moment at its edge against the lights below, then vanishing. And the world beneath us was shrinking, vanishing once more, until at last of all the solar system behind us there was visible only the single yellow spark that was our sun. Then, about our outward racing cruiser was darkness, the infinite void's eternal night, night and the unchanging, glittering hosts of wheeling, flaming stars. End of Section 11. The End of the Star Stealers. Section 12 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the Nebula, Chapter 1. Standing at the controls beside me, the silent steersman raised his hand for a moment to point forward through the pilot room's transparent wall. "Canopus at last," he said, and I nodded. Together and in silence we gazed ahead. Before and around us there stretched away the magnificent panorama of interstellar space, familiar enough to our eyes but ever new, a vast reach of deep black sky dotted thickly with the glittering hosts of stars. The blood red of Antares, the pale green of great Sirius, the warm golden light of Capella, they flamed in the firmament about us like splendid jewels of light. And dead ahead there shone the one orb that dwarfed and dimmed all the others, a titanic, radiant white sun whose blazing circle seemed to fill the heavens before us, the mighty star of Canopus, vastest of all the galaxy's thronging suns. For all that I had visited many times before, it was with something of awe that I contemplated the great white sun as our ship flashed on toward it. Its colossal blazing bulk, I knew, was greater far than the whole of our own little solar system, millions of times larger than our own familiar little star, infinitely the most glorious of all the swarming suns. It seemed fitting indeed that at Canopus had been located the seat of the great Council of Suns, of which I was myself a member, representing our own little solar system in that mighty deliberative body whose members were drawn from every peopled star. In thoughtful silence I gazed toward the mighty sun ahead, and for a time there was no sound in the bridge room except for the deep humming of the ship's generators, whose propulsion vibrations flung us on through space. Then, against the dazzling glare of the gigantic star ahead, there appeared a tiny black dot, expanding swiftly in size as we raced on toward it. Around and beyond it, other dots were coming into view also, changing as we flashed on to disks, to globes, to huge and swarming planets that spun in vast orbits about their mighty parent sun. And it was toward the largest and inmost of these whirling worlds, the seat of the Great Council, that our ship was now slanting swiftly downward. Beneath us I could see the great planet rapidly expanding and broadening, until its tremendous coppery sphere filled all the heavens below. By that time our velocity had slackened to less than a light speed, and even this speed decreased still further as we entered the zone of traffic about the great planet. For a few moments we dropped cautiously downward through the swarming masses of interstellar ships, which jammed the upper levels, and then had swept past the busy traffic boats into one of the great descension lanes, and were moving smoothly down toward the planet's surface. Around us there swarmed all the myriads of inbound ships that filled the descension lane, drawn from every quarter of the galaxy toward Canopus, the center and capital of our universe. Long cargo ships from far Spica there were, laden with all the strange merchandise of that sun-circling worlds. luxurious passenger liners from Regulus and Altair, filled with tourists eager for their first sight of great Canopus, swift little boats from the thronging suns and worlds of the great Hercules cluster, battered tramps which owned no sun as home, but cruised eternally through the galaxy, carrying chance cargoes from star to star. And here and there, among the swarms of alien ships, a human-manned craft from our own distant little solar system. All these and a myriad others raced smoothly beside and around us as we shot down toward the mighty world beneath. Swiftly, though, the traffic about us branched away and thinned as we dropped nearer to the planet's surface. Beneath the light of the immense white sun above, its landscape lay clearly revealed, a far-sweeping panorama of smoothly sloping plains and valleys, park-like in its alternation of lawn and forest. Here and there on the surface of this world sprawled its shining cities, over whose streets and towers our cruiser sped as we flashed on. Then, far ahead, a single mighty gleaming spire became visible against the distant horizon, growing as we sped on toward it into a colossal tower all of 2,000 feet square at its base, and which aspired into the radiant sunlight for fully 10,000 feet. On each side of it there branched away a curving line of smaller buildings, huge enough in themselves, but dwarfed to toy-like dimensions by the looming grandeur of the stupendous tower. And it was down toward the smooth sward at the tower's base that our ship was slanting now, for this was the seat of the great Council of Suns itself. Down we sped toward the mighty structure's base, down over the great buildings on either side which housed the different departments of the galaxy's government, down until our ship had come smoothly to rest on the ground 100 feet from the tower itself. Then the ship's hull door was clanging open, and a moment later I had stepped onto the ground outside and was striding across the smooth sward toward the mighty tower. Through its high arched doorway I passed, and down the tremendous corridor inside toward the huge doors at its end, which automatically slid smoothly sidewise as I approached. The next moment I had passed through them and stood in the hall of the council itself. Involuntarily, as always, I paused on entering, so breathtaking was the immensity of the place. A single vast circular room, with a diameter of nearly 2,000 feet, it covered almost all the mighty tower's first floor. From the edge of the great circle, the room's floor sloped gently down toward its center, like a vast shallow bowl, and at the center stood the small black platform of the council chief. Out from that platform, back clear to the great room's towering walls, were ranged the countless rows of seats, just filling now with the great council's thousands of members. Beings there were among those thousands from every peopled sun in all the galaxy's hosts, drawn here like myself, each to represent his star in this great council which ruled our universe. Creatures there were, utterly weird and alien in appearance, natives of the whirling worlds of the galaxy's farthest stars, creatures from Aldebaran, turtle-men of the amphibian races of that star, fur-covered and slow-moving beings from the planets of dying Betelgeuse, great octopus creatures from mighty Vega, invertebrate insect men from the races of Procyon, strange dark-winged bat-folk from the weird worlds of Deneb. These and 1,000 others were gathered in that vast assemblage, forms utterly different from each other physically, but able to mix and understand each other on the common plane of intelligence. Within another moment I had passed down the broad aisle and had slipped into my own seat, and now I saw that on the black platform at the room's center there stood silent the council chief. A strange enough figure he made, for he was of the races of Canopus, natives of this giant star system, a great unhuman head with no body and with but a single staring eye, carrying himself on tiny pipe-stem limbs. Silently he stood there, contemplating the gathering members. Within another minute all had taken their seats, and then a sudden hush swept over them as the council chief stepped forward and began to speak, in the tongue that has become universal throughout the galaxy, his strange high voice carried to every end of the vast room by the great amplifiers which make every whisper in it clearly heard. "Members of the council," he said, "I have called this meeting, have summoned you here to Canopus, each from his native star, because I have to place before you a matter of the utmost importance. I have summoned you here because there has risen to face us the most vital problem that has yet confronted us in our government of the galaxy, the greatest and most terrible danger, in fact, that has ever threatened our universe. Other dangers, other problems have faced us in the past, and all these we have overcome by massing all our knowledge and science, have ruled with more and more power over the inanimate matter of our universe, our galaxy. We have saved planets and their peoples from extinction by shifting them from dying old suns to flaming new ones. We have succeeded in breaking up and annihilating some of the great comets whose headlong flights were carrying destruction across the galaxy. We have even dared to change the course of suns, to prevent collisions between them that would have annihilated their circling worlds. It might seem indeed that we, the massed peoples of the galaxy, have risen to such power that all things in it are subject to our will, obedient to our commands. But we have not. One thing alone in the galaxy remains beyond our power to change or alter, one thing beside which all our power and our science are as nothing, and that is the nebula. A nebula is the vastest thing in all our universe, and the most mysterious. A gigantic mass of glowing gas that stretches across countless billions of miles of space. Its mighty bulk flames in the heavens like a universe of fire. Beside its vast dimensions, all the suns of the galaxy are but as sparks beside a great consuming blaze. Here and there in our galaxy lie these mighty mysteries, these flaming nebulae, and mightiest of all is that one which we call the Orion Nebula, that gigantic globe of flaming gas which measures light years in diameter, burning in giant splendor at the galaxy's heart. We know that the great nebula is growing slowly smaller, that through the eons it contracts to form new blazing stars. But what its constitution may be, what mysteries it may hide, has never been known, since it would be annihilation for any ship to approach too near to its fiery splendor. And all our interstellar traffic has detoured always far around its flaming mass. Because of that inaccessibility, no large attention has ever been paid to the great nebula, nor would there be now, had not something been discovered but now by our scientists regarding it, which seems to herald the end of our universe. As I have said, this nebula, this gigantic globe of flaming gas, lies practically motionless in space at the heart of our galaxy. A few weeks ago, however, it was discovered by our astronomers that the great flaming sphere of the nebula had begun slowly to revolve, to spin, and that as the days went by, it was spinning faster and faster. Through the weeks since then, our astronomers have watched it closely, and ever faster it has spun, until now it is revolving at a terrific rate, a rate that is still steadily increasing. And that accelerating spin of the huge nebula must result inevitably in the doom of our universe. For our scientists have calculated that within 2 more weeks, the nebula's rate of spin will have become so great that it will no longer be able to hold together, that it will disintegrate, break up, its gigantic masses of incandescent gases flying off in all directions like the pieces of a bursting flywheel. And those colossal clouds of flaming gas, flying out through our galaxy, our universe, will inevitably sweep over and destroy countless thousands of our suns and worlds, annihilating the worlds like midgets in candle flame, changing the suns into nebulous masses of flaming gas like themselves, smashing gigantically through and across the galaxy and destroying the gravitational balance of its whirling suns and worlds until, in a great chaos of crashing stars and planets, our universe ends in a vast cosmic wreck, our organizations and our civilizations gone forever. The council chief paused for a moment, and in that moment there was silence over all the great hall, a silence unnatural, terrible, unbroken by the slightest sound. I saw the members about me leaning forward, gazing tensely toward the council chief, and when he spoke again, his words seemed to come to us through that strained silence as though from some remoteness of distance. "Terrible as this peril is," he was saying, "we must face it. Flight is impossible, for where could we flee? We have but one chance to save ourselves, our universe, and that is to halt the spinning of the great nebula before the few days left us have passed, before this cosmic cataclysm takes place. Some extraordinary force or forces have set the great nebula to spinning thus, and if we could venture out to the nebula, discover the nature of those forces, we might be able to counteract them, to stop the nebula's spin and save our suns and worlds. It is impossible, of course, for any of our ordinary interstellar ships to attempt this, since any that approach the great nebula would perish instantly in its flaming heat. It chances, however, that some of our scientists here have been working for months on the problem of devising new heat-resistant materials capable of resisting temperatures which would destroy other substances. They have worked on the principle that heat resistance is a matter of atomic structure. Steel, for instance, resists heat and fire better than wood because its atomic structure, the arrangement of its atoms, is more stable, less easily broken up. And following this principle, they have devised a new metallic compound or alloy whose atomic structure is infinitely more stable than that of any material known to us previously, and which is able to resist temperatures of thousands of degrees. Of this heat-resistant material, an interstellar cruiser was constructed, a cruiser which could venture into the regions of heat where other ships would perish instantly. It had been the intention to use this cruiser to explore solar coronas, but at my order it has been brought here to the Council Hall, equipped for action. It is my intention to use this cruiser to venture out close to the great nebula's flaming fires, which it alone can do, and make a last effort to discover and counteract whatever force or forces there are causing the accelerating spin of the nebula that means doom to us. The cruiser itself is not a large one, and with its present equipment can hold but 3 for this trip, 3 on whom must rest all the chances for escape of our universe. And these 3 I intend to choose now from among you, 3 whose past careers and interstellar experience make them best fitted for this hazardous and all-important trip." He paused again, and over the massed members there swept now a whisper of excitement, a low babble of 1,000 unlike voices that stilled suddenly as the council chief again spoke, his high, clear voice sounding across the great room like a whip-crack. "Sartan of Arcturus!" As he called the name, a single figure rose from among the members to my left, a bulbous body supported above the ground by 4 powerful thick tentacles of muscle which served both as arms and legs, while set upon the body was the round necklace head, with its 2 quick, intelligent eyes and narrow mouth. A moment the Arcturian paused on rising, then stepped out into the aisle and down toward the central platform. And now the voice of the council chief cut again across the rising clamor of the members. "Jord Dehat of Capella!" Before me now another figure rose, one of the strange plant men of Capella, of the people who had evolved to intelligence and power from the lower plant races there. His body an upright cylinder of smooth, fibrous flesh, supported by 2 short, thick legs, and with a pair of powerful upper arms, above which was the conical head whose 2 green-pupilled eyes and close-set ears and mouth completed the figure. In a moment he too had strode down toward the platform, and then, over the tumultuous shouts of those in the great hall, which had risen now to a steady roar of voices, there came the clear voice of the council chief with the 3rd name. "Kurkal of Sun 828. For a moment I sat silent, my brain whirling, the words of the council chief drumming in my ears, and then heard the excited voices of the members about me, felt myself stumbling to my feet and down the aisle in turn toward the platform. Beating in my dazed ears now was the tremendous shouting clamor of all the gathered members, and beneath that surging thunder of thousands of voices I sensed but dimly the things about me, the Arcturian and the Capellan beside me, the figure of the council chief on the platform beyond them. Then I saw the latter raise a slender arm, felt the uproar about me swiftly diminishing, until complete silence reigned once more. And then the council chief was speaking again, this time to us. "Sartan, Jordehat, and Kirkal," he addressed us. "You three are chosen to go where only three can go, to approach the nebula and make a final effort to discover and counteract whatever force or forces there are causing this cataclysm that threatens us. Your cruiser is ready, and you will start at once, and to you I have no orders to give, no instructions, no advice. My only word to you is this. If you fail in this mission, where failure seems all but inevitable indeed, our galaxy meets its doom. The countless trillions of our races, their deaths, the civilizations we have built up in millions of years, annihilated. But if you succeed, if you find what forces have caused the spinning of the mighty nebula and are able to halt that spin, then your name shall not die while any in the galaxy live. For then you will have done what never before was done or dreamed of, will have stayed with your hands a colossal cosmic wreck, will have saved a universe itself from death." End of section 12. Section 13 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the Nebula, Chapter 2. As the door of the little pilot room clicked open behind me, I half turned from my position at the controls to see my two companions enter. And as the Arcturian and Capellan stepped over to my side, I nodded toward the broad fore-window. "2 more hours and we'll be there," I said. Side by side, we three gazed ahead. About us once more there stretched the utter blackness of the great void, ablaze with its jeweled suns. Far behind shone the brilliant white star that was Canopus, and to our right the great twin suns of Castor and Pollux, and above and beyond them the yellow spark that was the sun of my own little solar system. On each side and behind us hung the splendid starry canopy, but ahead it was blotted out by a single vast circle of glowing light that filled the heavens before us, titanic, immeasurable, the mighty nebula that was our goal. For more than 10 days we had watched the vast globe of flaming gas largening across the heavens as we raced on toward it, in the heat-resistant cruiser that had been furnished us by the Council. Days they were in which our generators had hummed always at their highest power, propelling our craft forward through space with the swiftness of thought almost. Long, changeless days in which the alternate watches in the pilot room and the occasional inspection of the throbbing generators had formed our only occupations. On and on and on we had flashed, past sun after sun, star system after star system. Many times we had swerved from our course as our meteorometers warned us of vast meteor swarms ahead, and more than once we had veered to avoid some thundering dark star which our chart showed near us, but always the prow of our craft had swung back toward the great nebula. Ever onward toward it we had raced, day after day, watching its glowing sphere widen across the heavens, until now at last we were drawing within sight of our journey's end, and were flashing over the last few billions of miles that separated us from our goal. And now, as we drew thus nearer toward the nebula's fiery mass, we saw it for the first time in all its true grandeur. A vast sphere of glowing light, of incandescent gases, it flamed before us like some inconceivably titanic sun, reaching from horizon to horizon, stunning in its very magnitude. Up and outward from the great fiery globe there soared vast tongues of flaming gas, mighty prominences of incalculable length, leaping out from the gigantic spinning sphere. For the sphere, the nebula, was spinning. We saw that now, and could mark the turning of its vast surface by the position of those leaping tongues, and though that turning seemed slow to our eyes by reason of the nebula's very vastness, we knew that in reality it was whirling at a terrific rate. For a long time there was silence in the little pilot room while we three gazed ahead, the glowing light from the vast nebula before us beating in through the broad window and illuminating all about us in its glare. At last Sarthan beside me spoke. "One sees now why no interstellar ship has ever dared to approach the nebula," he said, his eyes on the colossal sea of flame before us. I nodded at the Arcturian's comment. "Only our own ship would dare to come as close as we are now," I told him. "The temperature outside is hundreds of degrees now," and I pointed toward a dial that recorded the outside heat. "But how near can we go to it?" asked Jor Dehat. "How much heat can our cruiser stand?" "Some thousands of degrees," I said, answering the plant man's last question first. "We can venture within a few thousand miles of the nebula surface without danger, I think. But if we were to go farther, if we were to plunge into its fires, even our ship could not resist the tremendous heat there for long, and would perish in a few minutes. We will be able, though, to skim above the surface without danger." "You plan to do that, to search above the nebula's surface for the forces that have set it spinning?" asked the Capellan, and I nodded. "Yes. There may be great ether currents of some kind there which are responsible for this spin, or perhaps other forces of which we know nothing. If we can only find what is causing it, there will be at least a chance." And I was silent, gazing thoughtfully toward the far-flung raging fires ahead. Now, as our ship raced on toward that mighty ocean of flaming gas, the pointer on the outside heat dial was creeping steadily forward, though the ship's interior was but slightly warmer, due to the super-insulation of its walls. We were passing into a region of heat, we knew, that would have destroyed any ship but our own, and that thought held us silent as our humming craft raced on. And now the sky before us, a single vast expanse of glowing flame, was creeping downward across our vision as the cruiser's bow swung up. Minutes more and the whole vast flaming nebula lay stretched beneath us instead of before us, and then we were dropping smoothly down toward it. Down we fell, my hand on the control lever gradually decreasing our speed, now moving at a single light speed, now at half of that, and still slower and slower, until at last our craft hung motionless a scant 1,000 miles above the nebula's flaming surface, a tiny atom in size compared to the colossal universe of fire above which it hovered. For from horizon to horizon beneath us now stretched the nebula in terrible grandeur. Its flaming sea, we saw, was traversed by great waves and currents that met here and there in gigantic fiery maelstroms, while far across its surface we saw now and then great leaping prominences or geysers of flaming gas, that towered for an instant to immense heights and then rushed back down into the fiery sea beneath. To us, riding above that burning ocean, it seemed at that moment that in all the universe was only flame and gas, so brain-numbing was the fiery nebula's magnitude. Hanging there in our little cruiser, we stared down at it, the awe we felt reflected in each other's eyes. I saw now by the dial that the temperature about us was truly terrific, over 1,000 degrees, and what it might be in the raging fires below I could not guess. But nowhere was there any sign of what might have set the great nebula to spinning, for our instruments recorded no ether disturbances around the surface, nor any other phenomena which might give us a clue. And looking down, I think that we all felt indeed that nothing was in reality capable of affecting in any way this awesome nebula, the vastest thing in all our universe. At last I turned to the others. "There's nothing here," I said. "Nothing to show what's caused the nebula's spinning. We must go on across its surface." With the words I reached forward toward the control levers, then abruptly whirled around as there came a sudden cry from Sarthan at the window. "Look!" cried the Arcturian, pointing down through the window, his eyes starting. "Below us! Look!" I gazed down, then felt the blood drive from my heart at what I saw. for directly beneath us one of the vast prominences of flaming gas was suddenly shooting up from the nebula's surface, straight toward us, a gigantic tongue of fire beside which our ship was but a midge beside a great blaze. I shouted, sprang to the controls, but even as I laid hands on the levers, there was a tremendous rush of blinding flame all about our ship, and then we three had been flung violently into a corner of the pilot room, and the cruiser was being whirled blindly about with lightning speed by the vast current of flaming gas that had gripped it. All about us was the thunderous roaring of the fires that held us, and now as we sprawled helpless on the room's floor, I sensed that our ship was falling, plunging down with the downward sinking geyser of flame that held it. Struggling to gain my feet while the pilot room spun dizzily about me, I glimpsed through the shifting fires outside the window the nebula's flaming surface just below us, a raging sea of fiery gas toward which we were dropping plummet-like. Then, as a fresh gyration of the plunging ship flung me once more to the floor, I heard the thundering roar about us suddenly intensified, terrible beyond expression, while now through the window was visible only a single solid mass of blinding flame, and while our cruiser at the same moment rocked and whirled crazily beneath the impetus of a dozen different forces. And as understanding of what had happened flashed across my brain, I cried out hoarsely to my two companions. "The nebula!" I cried. "That current that held us has sucked us down into the nebula itself!" All about us now was only one tremendous sheet of fire, whose heat was rapidly penetrating through even our heat-resistant walls and windows. Swiftly the air in the little pilot room was becoming hot, suffocating, and already the walls were burning to the touch. The ship, I knew, could not stand such heat for many minutes more, yet every moment was taking us farther into the nebula's fiery depths, whirling us wildly on with velocity inconceivable. Borne by its mighty interior currents, we were sweeping on and on into that universe of flame, its vast fires roaring about us like the thunder of doom, deafening, awful, a cosmic bellowing clamor that was like the mighty shouting of a universe made vocal. On and on it roared about us, and on we whirled into the depths of those mighty fires, toward our doom. The air had become stifling, unbreathable, and the walls were beginning to glow dully. Now, with a last effort, I dragged myself from support to support until I had clutched the control levers, opening them to the last notch. Yet though the generators beneath hummed with highest power, it was as though they were silent, for in the grip of the nebula's giant fire currents the cruiser plunged madly on. And as its whirling catapulted me again to the room's corner, where my two companions clung, I felt my lungs scorching with each panting breath, felt my senses leaving me. Then, through the unconsciousness that was creeping upon me, I heard a grating wrench from somewhere in the cruiser's walls, a loud and ominous cracking, and knew that under the terrific fires around us those walls were already warping, giving way. Another wrenching crack came, and another, sounding loud in my ears above the thunderous roar of the flames about us. In a moment the walls would give completely, and in the rushing fires of the nebula about us we would meet the end. In a moment. But what was that? The thunderous clamor about us had suddenly dwindled, ceased, and at the same moment our ship had righted itself, was humming serenely on. Slowly I raised my head, then stared in utter astonishment. The fires outside the windows, the terrific sea of flame about us, had vanished, and we were again flashing on through open space. And now Jordahat beside me had seen also, and was rising to his feet. "We're out of the nebula!" he cried. "That current must have taken us back up to the surface, back out into space again." He was at the window now, gazing eagerly out, while I struggled up in turn. And as I did so, I saw awe falling upon his face as he gazed, and heard from him a whispered exclamation of utter astonishment. Then I too was on my feet, with Sarthan, and we were at the window beside him, staring forth in turn. My first impression was of vast space, a colossal reach of space that stretched far away before us, and into which our ship was racing on. And then I saw, with sudden awe and wonder, that this vast space was not the unlimited, unbounded space we were accustomed to, but was limited, was bounded by a colossal sheet of flowing flame that hemmed it in all directions. Above and below and before and behind us stretched this mighty wall of flame, a gigantic shell of fire that enclosed within itself the vast space in which our cruiser raced, a space large enough to hold within it a dozen solar systems like my own. Stunned, we gazed out into that mighty flame-bounded space, and then I flung out a hand toward it in sudden comprehension. "We're inside the nebula," I cried. "It's hollow. This vast open space lies at its heart, and those currents carried us down into it." For I saw now that this was the explanation. Unsuspected by any in the galaxy, the mighty nebula was hollow, its gigantic globe of flaming gas holding at its heart this mighty empty space, a space mighty in extent to our eyes, but small compared to the thickness of the great shell of fire that enclosed it. And down through that fire, that vast ocean of flame, the currents of the nebula had brought us, from its outer surface down into this great space at its heart of which none had ever dreamed, and into which we had been the first in all the galaxy to penetrate. While we gazed across it, stunned, our cruiser was racing on into this vast hollow, away from the wall of flame behind us from which we had just emerged. And now, as we flashed on, Sarthan cried out too and pointed ahead. There, standing up black against the encircling walls of fire in the distance, was a small round spot, a spot that was growing to a black globe as we hurtled on toward it, a globe that hung motionless at the center of this mighty space, here at the nebula's heart. We were racing straight into the great cavity toward it, and now there came a low exclamation from Jordahat beside me as his eyes took in the great globe ahead. "A planet," he whispered. "A planet here, within the nebula." My own eyes were fixed upon it, and slowly I nodded, but made no other answer as we flashed on toward the object of our attention, the black sphere ahead. And now as we swept on, we saw that it was a sphere of truly titanic dimensions, larger by far than any of the galaxy's countless worlds, and that as it hung there at the nebula's heart, it was slowly revolving, spinning, as fast or faster than the nebula itself. Black and mighty it hung there, while all around it, millions of miles from it, there flamed the nebula's encircling fires. On and on we raced toward it, and for all those minutes of flashing flight none of us spoke, and there was no sound in the pilot room but the throbbing drone of the generators below. I think that we all felt instinctively that in the grim colossal globe ahead lay the answer to what we had come to solve, and as we hurtled on toward it, we watched it broadening before us in tense silence. Larger and larger it was becoming, larger until its great black circle filled half the heavens before us. By then, I had decreased our speed to a fraction of its former figure, and as we swept in toward the giant world, I lessened it still further. Slowly, ever more slowly we moved, and now we're circling above the great black planet. We're beginning to drop cautiously down toward it. Eagerly we watched as the mighty world's surface changed from convex to concave, and as we dropped on, we saw the needle of our atmosphere pressure dial moving steadily forward, to show that this strange world had air at least. Then all else was forgotten as our eyes took in the scene below. I think that we had all half expected to see some evidence of life and civilization on this strange world, some building or group of buildings at least, but there was none such. Beneath us lay only a smooth black plain, extending from horizon to horizon, devoid of hill or stream or valley, insofar as we could see, unnaturally smooth and level. And as we dropped nearer, ever nearer, the surprise we felt rapidly intensified, until when at last we hung motionless 100 feet above the surface of this world, exclamations of utter astonishment broke from us. For seen thus near, the surface of this mighty planet was as utterly smooth and level as it had seemed from high above, a black gleaming plain without an inch-high elevation or depression, an inconceivably strange smooth expanse of black metal that stretched evenly away in every direction to the horizon, smoothly covering this colossal world. We looked at each other a little helplessly, then down again toward the smooth and gleaming surface below. In that surface was no visible opening, no sign of joint or crack even, nothing but the smooth blank metal. Then, with sudden resolution, I thrust forward the levers in my hands, sent our cruiser racing low across the surface of the giant metal-sheathed planet, while we gazed intently across that surface in search of any sign that might explain the enigma of its existence. On we sped, while beneath us flashed back the smoothing metal plain, mile after endless mile. Then, gazing ahead, my eyes suddenly narrowed and I raised a pointing hand. For there, far ahead, I had glimpsed an opening in the gleaming surface. A round black opening that was resolving itself into a vast circular pit as our cruiser raced on toward it. Nearer and nearer we flashed toward it, with Sarthan and Jordehat beside me gazing forward, their interest as tense as my own. And now we saw that the pit was of gigantic size, its circular mouth all of 5 miles in diameter, and that from its center there drove up toward the zenith a flickering beam of pale and ghost-like white light, so pale as hardly to be visible, a livid white ray that stabbed straight up toward the fires of the nebula far above. We were very near to the pale beam now, flashing above the huge pit straight toward it. I had a glimpse of the great pit's perpendicular black metal walls, dropping down for miles into depths inconceivable, of something in those dusky depths that burned like a great white star of light. And then Jordehat suddenly uttered a choking cry, flinging an arm toward the livid ray before us. "That ray!" he cried. "It's not light! It's force! The nebula! Stop the ship!" At that cry my hand flew out to the levers, but a moment too late. For before I could throw them back, could slow or stay our progress, we had raced straight into the great pale beam. The next moment there came a terrific crash, as though we had collided with a solid wall. Our ship rocked drunkenly in midair for a single instant, and then was whirling crazily downward into the depths of the mighty pit below us. End of section 13. Section 14 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the Nebula, Chapter 3. My only memory now of that mad plunge downward is of the pilot room spinning about me, and of the whistling roar of winds outside caused by the speed of our fall. The shock of our collision had apparently silenced our generators, and it was moments before I could struggle up to the controls and make an effort to start them. I jerked open the switches, and there came a hum of power from beneath, but the next moment, with a jarring, grinding shock, our cruiser had met the great pit's floor, flinging us once more to the floor. For a moment we lay motionless there, and in that moment I became aware of sounds outside, soft rustling sounds that were hardly audible, as of soft-footed creatures moving about. The second shock had again silenced the vibration mechanism, which I had started the moment before our crash, but I had no doubt that it was only that last-minute action on my part that had slowed our fall enough to save our ship and ourselves from annihilation. Now, staggering to my feet, I reached for the switch of the pilot room's little emergency door, sending it sliding back, admitting a rush of warm, fresh air, and then, with my 2 companions behind me, stared dazedly forth. Our battered cruiser was resting now on the great pit's floor, a vast circular plain of smooth metal 5 miles in diameter, enclosed on all sides by vertical cliffs of gleaming metal that loomed for miles above us. A dusky twilight reigned here at the great shaft's bottom, but we saw now that the bottom was covered with countless great machines, enigmatic, shining mechanisms that covered the pit's floor completely, except for a round clearing at its center, at the edge of which our cruiser rested. From each of the massed machines around us ran a slender tube connection, and all of these tubes, thousands in number, combined to form a thick black metal cable which led into a huge object at the clearing's center. This was a giant squat cylinder of metal, its height no more than 50 feet, but its diameter a full 1,000, into the side of which the thick black cable led and whose upper surface shone with a vast brilliant white light that half dispelled the shadows here at the vast pit's bottom. It was from this brilliant upper surface of the cylinder that there sprang upward the great livid ray, a flickering beam of pale light that stabbed straight up toward the glowing fires of the nebula far above. It was not on the great cylinder or on the massed machines around us, though, that our eyes first rested, but on the shapes, the creatures who had gathered about our cruiser and stood before us. They were creatures of surpassing strangeness and horror, even to ourselves, unlike in form as we were. Each of them was simply a shapeless mass of plastic white flesh, several feet in thickness, a formless thing of pale flesh without limbs or features of any kind, the only distinguishing mark being a round black spot on the body or mass of each. A dozen or more of them had gathered before us. A dozen shapeless masses of flesh resting on the smooth metal floor there, each with the black spot on his body turned up toward us like some strange eye, which we knew instinctively it in reality was. As we watched them in horror, we saw one of them suddenly move toward us across the smooth metal. A limbless mass of flesh, he glided across the level floor as a snake might glide, the flesh of him flexing and twisting to bear him smoothly forward. Just beneath us he stopped, and there was a moment of tense silence while the whole scene impressed itself indelibly on my brain. The vast metal-walled pit, the great ghostly ray that clove up through its shadowy dust toward the nebula far above, the weird white masses of flesh before us. Then, up from the creature below us, there shot a long, slender arm, an arm that formed itself out of the flesh of his body like the pseudopod of a jellyfish, reaching swiftly upward toward us. That sight was enough to break the spell of horror that had held us, and with a strangled cry I fell back from the door, reached toward the controls to send our ship slanting up out of this place of horror. But as I did so, there came a shout from my two companions, and I whirled around to see a half-dozen pseudopod arms reach in through the open door, and then by that grip 6 or more of the weird creatures had drawn themselves up into the pilot room and were upon us. I felt cold, boneless arms twined swiftly around my neck and body, struck out in blind rage against the twisting masses of flesh that held me, and then felt my arms gripped also, felt myself being carried toward the door. The next moment I had been swung smoothly down to the metal floor below and released there, standing panting with my two companions while our strange captors surveyed us. Several of them held in pseudopod arms little square boxes of metal which they held toward us, and one of them, as if for an object lesson, turned his toward a little pile of metal bars not far away, and touched a switch in its handle. Instantly, a narrow little jet of what resembled thick blue smoke sprang out of the thing toward the pile of bars, and as it touched them, I saw them instantly crumbling and disintegrating like sugar in water, disappearing entirely in a moment. The meaning of the action was plain enough, and with a half-dozen of the deadly things trained full upon us, we gave up all thoughts of a dash back to the cruiser. Now the foremost of the creatures seemed to undergo a series of swift changes in shape, his plastic body twisting and changing from one strange form to another with inconceivable rapidity. After a moment of this protean changing, his body settled back into its former shapeless mass, but as it did so, 3 of the creatures behind him came forward toward us, as though in answer to a silent command. I was later to learn what I half guessed at the moment, that it was by these swift changes in bodily shape that the creatures communicated with each other, each such change, however slight, carrying to them as much meaning as a change of accent in spoken speech does to us. The 3 that had come forward each held in a pseudopod arm one of the deadly box weapons, and now they placed themselves around us, one in front and the other 2 behind us. Then they motioned eloquently toward the left, and after a moment's hesitation, we set off in that direction, around the clearing's edge. Past the looming machines we went, my own eyes intent on the huge cylinder in the clearing beside us, from which arose the great ray of impenetrable force into which our ship had crashed. Through the twilight that reigned about us, I saw that only a handful of these nebula creatures were to be seen on all the pit's floor, and wondered momentarily at the smallness of their numbers. Then my speculations were driven from my mind, as our guards suddenly halted us, several hundred feet around the clearing's edge from our cruiser. Before us there yawned a round, dark opening in the smooth floor, a small shaft-like pit some 10 feet in diameter, its sides disappearing down into a dense darkness. As we stared, the guard before us glided to the shaft's edge and suddenly swung himself over that edge, disappearing from view. And as we stepped closer, we saw that he was lowering himself down the shaft's smooth metal wall by means of metal pegs inset every few feet in that wall, dropping from peg to peg in smooth, effortless descent. Now our 2 remaining guards raised their weapons significantly, motioning toward the shaft. Choice of action there was none, so after a moment's involuntary hesitation, I stepped to the edge and grasped the highest peg, swinging myself over the edge and down until I'd found a foothold on a lower peg, then shifting my grasp to swing down again in the same manner. After me came Jor-Dehat, and after him the plant man Sar-Than, who swung easily down by grasping the pegs with all of his 4 limbs. Then the 2 guards were swinging down after him, and we were dropping steadily down the line of pegs into the rayless darkness. I think now that of all the journeys in the universe, that journey of ours down the shaft was the strangest. Plant man and human and Arcturian, 3 different beings from 3 far-distant stars, we swung down that dizzy ladder into the dark depths of this strange world at the fiery nebula's heart, guarded above and below by formless beings of weirdness unutterable. Down we clambered, feeling blindly in the darkness for our hand and footholds, down until at last, far below, there appeared a faint little spot of white light in the darkness. The spot of light grew stronger, larger, as we climbed down toward it, until finally we saw that we were nearing the shaft's bottom at which it gleamed. A few minutes more, and we had clambered down the last peg and stood at the bottom of the shaft, a dark circular well of metal pierced in one side by a doorway through which came the dim white light. Then we were bunched together once more between our guards, and were marched through the door into a long corridor dimly lit by a few globes of lambent white light suspended from its ceiling. As we marched along this long, metal-walled corridor, I wondered how far beneath the great pit's floor we were, estimating by the length of our downward climb that it must be thousands of feet at least. Then my thoughts shifted as there came from ahead a deep humming, beating sound, and a gleam of stronger light. Before us now lay the end of the corridor, a square of brilliant white light toward which we were marching. We reached it, were passing through it, and then we halted in our tracks in sheer, stunned astonishment. For before us there stretched a vast open space or cavern of gigantic dimensions, its floor and sides and ceiling of smooth black metal, brilliantly illuminated by scores of the lambent globes of light. For thousands of feet before and above us stretched the great space, and in it was a scene of clamorous activity that was stunning after the darkness and silence through which we had come. Ranged on the mighty cavern's floor were long rows of machines, the purposes of which were beyond our speculation. Incredibly intricate masses of great arms and cogs and eccentric wheels, all working smoothly with a steady beat of power, and tended by countless numbers of the formless nebula creatures among them. Some seemed to be ventilating machines of a sort, with great tubes leading upward through the cavern's ceiling. From others, streams of white-hot metal gushed out into molds, cooling instantly into wheels and squares and bars. Still others appeared to be connected with the great globes of light above, and some there were, like great domed turtles of metal, that moved here and there about the cavern's floor, reaching forth with great pincer arms to grip stacks of bars and plates and carry them from place to place. Only a moment we stared across that scene of amazing activity before our guards were again motioning us onward across the cavern's floor. Between the aisles of looming mechanisms we marched, whose formless attendants seemed not to heed us as we passed them. Before and around us glided the great turtle machines with their burdens, the humming of their operation adding to the medley of sounds about us, only the shapeless nebula creatures being completely silent. And as we marched on, I saw in the great cavern's distant walls doors and corridors leading away to other vast brilliant lit caverns that I could but vaguely glimpse, extending away in every direction, a great half-seen vista of mighty white-lit spaces reaching away all about us, stupendous, incredible. And as we went on, we saw other narrow shafts in the floor like that down which we had come, saw swarms of the nebula creatures rising from and descending into those shafts by the pegs set in their sides, moving ceaselessly up and down from whatever other vast spaces might lie beneath us in this titanic, honeycombed world. At last we were across the great cavern, had entered the comparative silence of another corridor, and progressed down this until our guards turned us through a doorway in its right wall. We found ourselves in a great hall or room, smaller by far than any of the vast caverns that honeycomb this world, but unlike them, quite silent, and with no humming machines or busy attendants. The great long hall, perhaps 500 feet in length, was quite empty except for a low dais at its farther end, toward which our guards conducted us, gliding before and behind us. As we neared it, we saw that on each side of the dais was ranged a double file of guards, each armed with the deadly weapon we had seen demonstrated, while upon this dais itself rested 10 of the formless nebula creatures. Of these 10, 9 were like all of the others that we had seen, ranged in a single line across the dais. The 10th, however, who rested in a central position in front of the 9, was like the others in form or formlessness only, being at least 5 times larger in size than any of the others we had seen, an enormous mass of white flesh resting there on the dais and contemplating us with his strange eye as we were marched down the hall toward him. I divined instantly, by his strange size and prominent position, that he held some place of power above the others of his race. For weird and alien as his appearance was, there yet reached out from him toward us a strong impression of some strange majesty and power embodied in this monstrous mass of flesh, some awe-inspiring dignity that was truly regal, and that transcended all differences of mind or shape. In a moment we had been halted before the dais, and then one of our guards glided forward, the mass of flesh that was his body twisting and changing with lightning-like swiftness in the strange communication of these creatures. I had no doubt that he was explaining our capture, and when he glided back, the great creature on the dais contemplated us for a time in motionless silence. Then his own body writhed suddenly in protean change, in silent speech, and instantly one of the 9 creatures behind him glided from the dais and through a small door in the wall behind it, reappearing in a moment with a complicated little apparatus in his grasp. This was a small black box from which slender cords led to 2 shining little plates of metal. One of the plates he placed upon the body of the great Nebula King, directly beneath the strange eye, where it seemed to adhere instantly. Then, after pausing a moment, he glided toward Jor-Dehat with the other plate. The plant man shrank back at his approach, but as the guards around us raised their weapons, he subsided, allowing the creature to place the plate upon his own body beneath the head, where it also adhered. This done, the creature moved back to the little box and touched a series of switches upon it. Instantly, a slight whining sound rose from the box while a little globe on its surface flashed into blinding blue light. The great nebula ruler on the dais did not move, nor did Jor-Dehat, though I saw his face grow blank, perplexed. For minutes the little mechanism hummed, and then, at a swift writhing order from the monster on the dais, the thing was switched off. A moment the Nebula King seemed to pause, then gave another silent order, and this time the creature at the box snapped on another series of switches, the globe upon it flashing into yellow light this time. As I did so, I saw Jor-Dehat's eyes widening and starting, his whole body reacting as from an electric shock. His whole attitude, as the little apparatus hummed on, was that of one who listens to incredible things, his face a sudden mask of horror. Then suddenly he uttered a strangled cry, tore the metal plate from his body, and before any could guess his intention or prevent him, had hurled himself with a mad shout straight at the Nebula King. End of section 14. Section 15 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the Nebula, Chapter 4. The moment that followed lives in my memory as one of lightning action. The very unexpectedness of Jor-Dehat's mad attack was all that saved him, for before the masked guards about us could turn their deadly weapons on the plant man, he was upon the dais and the great creature there, whirling across the platform with him in wild conflict. Instantly Sarthan and I leapt up to his side, glimpsing in that moment a half-dozen great pseudopod arms formed suddenly out of the monster with whom the plant man battled, wrapping themselves around him with swift force. Then, before we too could reach his side, we had been gripped ourselves by the guards on either side of us. A moment we struggled madly in the remorseless grip of those powerful arms, then desisted as we saw others of the guard grasp Jor-Dehat and pull him down from the dais beside us, wrenching him loose from his hold on his opponent. Then we three faced our captors once more, panting and disheveled, while from the dais the great Nebula ruler again surveyed us. I looked for instant death as a result of that wild attack upon him, but whether the creature intended to reserve his revenge for later, or whether there was in that cool and alien mind nothing so human as a desire for revenge, he did not order our deaths at that moment. His body spun again in silent speech, and as it ceased, a half-dozen of the guards surrounded us and marched us back down the great hall and into the dim-lit corridor outside. Instead of conducting us back down that corridor toward the giant cavern through which we had come, though, they led us in the opposite direction. 1,000 feet or more we were marched, and then the corridor widened, while on either side of us now we made out holes in its floor, round shafts like that down which we had come from above. In the sides of these shafts, though, were no peg ladders, and we saw that the depth of each was only some 25 to 30 feet. While we wondered at their purpose, our guards suddenly halted us before one of them, and then, taking a flexible little metal ladder from a recess in the wall, lowered it into the metal wall and motioned us to descend. Slowly we clambered down, and when the three of us had reached the well's bottom, the ladder was at once drawn up. Then came the rustling sound of the guards above, gliding back down the corridor, except for a single one apparently left to guard us, who moved ceaselessly back and forth above. Silently we gazed at each other, then about our strange prison cell. Even in the dim half-light of the corridor, we could see that it was quite unescapable, its smooth perpendicular walls without projection of any kind. Even the nebula creatures themselves, for whom these strange cells must have been designed, could not have escaped them, so there was small enough chance of our doing so. Without speaking, we slumped to the floor of our well prison, and for a time there was a dull silence there, broken only by the rustling glide of the single guard above. At last the stillness was broken by the voice of Jor-Dehat, who had been gazing moodily toward the wall. "Prisoners here," he said slowly, "the one place of all places from which there is no escape." I shook my head. "It seems the end," I admitted, dully. "We can't escape from this place, and if we could, there's no time left to do anything now." The plant man nodded, glancing at the time dial on his wrist. "But 12 hours more," he said, "before the end, before the breakup of the nebula, the cosmic cataclysm that will wreck our universe. And these things who are our captors, these shapeless nebula creatures, responsible for that breakup, that cataclysm." We stared at him in amazement, and he was silent for a moment, then speaking slowly on. "I know," he said darkly. "There in the hall of the Nebula King, I learned what we came to learn. You saw them put those plates upon him and me, saw that apparatus? Well, it is in reality a thought transmission apparatus, one which can transfer those vibrations of the brain which we call thought, those mind pictures, from one mind to another. When it was first turned on, I felt my senses leaving me, my brain a blank. I stood there, my knowledge, my memories, my ideas being pumped out of me like water from a well into the brain of that monstrous ruler there. He must have learned, in those few moments, all of my knowledge of the universe outside the nebula, all of our plans in coming to this place. And then, at his order, the machine was reversed, and thoughts, pictures flowed through it from his brain to mine. It must have been from a sheer desire to overawe and terrify me that the creature sent his thoughts into my brain. I know that the moment it was turned on, I became conscious of ideas, thoughts, pictures rushing into my mind, of new knowledge springing hold into my brain. Much there was that was blank and dark, ideas, no doubt, for which my own intelligence had no equivalent. But enough came to me so that I realized at once who and what these creatures were, and what their part was in whirling the nebula onto its breakup and our doom. I knew, with never a doubt, that this great open space at the nebula's heart had been formed because the denser portions of its interior had contracted faster than the outer portions. As you know, all nebulae contract with the passage of time, their fiery gases condensing to form great blazing stars, the eon-old cycle of stellar evolution, from fiery nebula to flaming sun. In this cycle, this great nebula followed, but because of its vast size, the inner, denser portions had contracted with much greater speed than the outer parts, forming a great solid world in time, while the outer parts were still but fiery gas. This solid world spun at the center of the great space formerly occupied by the gases that had contracted to form it, and it was warmed and lit eternally by the encircling fires of the nebula all around it, and shut off from the outside universe by those fires. Light and warmth had this world in plenty, therefore, and with time life had risen on it, crude forms ascending through the channels of evolutionary change into a myriad different species, of which one species, the nebula creatures we have seen, was the most intelligent. In time they ruled this strange world, wiping out all other species, and climbed to greater and greater science and power with the passage of time, their existence never suspected by any in the universe outside. Back and forth through the galaxy went the great star cruisers of the Federated Suns, but none ever dreamed of the strange race that had grown to power on this world at the fiery nebula's heart. But slowly, inexorably, destruction began to creep upon that race. As I have said, all nebulae contract always, and this one was still doing so, still growing smaller and smaller, its encircling fires closing steadily in upon the spinning world at their heart. Hotter and hotter it became on that world until life was hardly possible on it for the nebula creatures, accustomed as they were to a milder temperature. They must escape that heat or perish, and since they could not escape to outer space through the prisoning fires around them, they did the last thing available, hollowed out vast caverns in the interior of their world and descended into those caverns to live. The whole surface of their world they sheathed with smooth, heat-reflecting metal, and then descended in all their hordes into the countless mighty caverns that honeycombed all their great world, taking up their life again in those cool depths, safe from the nebula's heat. Ages passed over them while they lived thus in their world's depths, but still the nebula contracted, closed in upon them, in that vast, remorseless cycle that is nature's law throughout the universe. Closer and closer crept its fires toward the metal-sheathed world of the nebula people, until at last they saw that soon those fires would envelop their world and annihilate it, unless they were turned back in some way. So, for a time, they bent all their energies toward the problem of turning back the nebula's contracting fires, and at last found a way to do so, one which would take all their strength and science to carry out. In the surface of their metal-covered world, they sank a vast metal-walled pit, and in that pit set massed machines capable of generating an atomic ray of terrific power. From each of the generating machines led a connection carrying the power produced by it, all these connections combining into the thick cable we saw which leads into the great cylinder apparatus, generating inside it the mighty ray that stabs up toward the nebula, and into which we crashed. Now the great world here at the nebula's heart is already spinning, revolving, and the purpose of the nebula people was to use the great ray as a connection between their spinning world and the encircling nebula, to set the nebulas to spinning also by this means, the ray being equal to a solid connection between the two. And their plan proved a sound one, for after the great ray had been put into operation, the vast encircling nebula began to move slowly, to revolve faster and faster, as its turning accelerated under the constant impetus of the great ray. When the nebula should reach a certain speed of whirl, the nebula creatures knew, when it should reach the critical point of spin, it would be whirling so fast that it would no longer be able to hold its mighty mass together, and it would break up, disintegrate, its fiery mass flying off through the galaxy in all directions. This would remove all danger from the nebula people, who could then live on without fear in their cavern honeycombed world, using artificial light and heat. They knew, however, that once started, the whirling of the nebula must be kept up until it had reached its critical point and had broken up, since if the whirling were slackened before then, the great ray turned off, the vast, ponderously turning nebula would collapse with the removal of the ray, its collapsing fires annihilating the nebula world inside it. For this reason, the great machines in the pit that generated the power for the ray were made completely automatic and certain in operation, needing only a handful of the nebula creatures to attend them. It was that handful that captured us when we came, our ship falling down to the great pit's floor after crashing into the terrific ray. And after we had been brought down here, after I had learned thus what terrible plan of these creatures it was that was bringing doom to our own universe, I lost my senses, sprang at the Nebula King, unconscious of all but what I had just learned. And now you know what it was I learned, what we came here to learn. But we have learned too late now, for in less than 20 hours the nebula's whirling will have reached its critical point, will have sent its vast flaming mass hurtling out across our universe, our galaxy, in all directions, to carry destruction and death to all the peoples of our suns and worlds. The silence of our shaft cell was suddenly heavy and brooding as the voice of Jordehat ceased. From above came the soft rustling of the guard there, gliding back and forth along the dim corridor. And faintly to our ears, from the distant vast caverns, came the clash and hum of the great machines there, with all their clamor of activity. At last, as though from a distance, I heard my own voice break the silence. 12 hours, I said slowly. 12 hours before the end. Then I too fell silent, and silently, hopelessly, we stared into each other's eyes. Through the hours that followed, the same deathly silence hung over us, a silence intensified by the thing in all our thoughts, a silence deafening as the rumble of doom. Always now that scene comes back to me in memory as a strange, dim-lit picture, the dusky little well at the bottom of which we crouched, hardly able to make out each other's faces, the ceaseless humming activity from the great caverns beyond, the measured glide of our guard above. Hour passed into hour, and we moved not, changed not, sitting on in dull, despairing silence. At last, weary as I was, I drifted off into restless sleep, tortured by vague dreams of the horrors to which we had come. When I opened my eyes again, it was to find Jordehat gently shaking me, crouched there beside me. As he saw me wake, he bent his head to my ear. "Sarthan has a plan," he whispered to me. "We've hardly more than an hour left, but he thinks that we have a chance that way to get out. 1,000,000 to 1 chance, if we could." But by that time I was crawling over to the Arcturian side, and eagerly we listened while in whispers he outlined his project for escaping from our pit cell. Small enough chance there seemed that we could carry it out, and even were we to escape from our well prison, there seemed nothing but death awaiting us farther on, but we were of one mind that it would be better to meet our end thus than wait in the shaft tamely for death. Therefore, crouching against the wall, we waited tensely for the guard above to pass our shaft. Pass he did in a moment more, his monstrous shapeless body gliding to the shaft's edge and peering down there at us in passing as usual. Then he was gone, gliding on down the corridor, and instantly we sprang to our feet. At once Jordehat stepped over to the wall, standing with his back against it and his feet braced widely on the floor. Then Sarthan climbed nimbly up over the plant man's body, until 2 of his 4 limbs rested on the shoulders of Jordehat, who now grasped those 2 limbs in his own hands and raised them as high as he could reach, holding the Arcturian above him by the sheer force of his powerful muscles. With his other 2 limbs, Sarthan also was reaching upward, and now I clambered up in turn, over the plant man and the Arcturian, until the latter, grasping my own feet, had raised me in turn as high as he could reach. Thus upheld, I was just able to reach the shaft's rim above with my upstretched hands, and there, in that precarious position, we awaited the return of the guard. It could hardly have been more than a minute at most that we waited, but to ourselves, balancing there with muscles strained to the utmost, it seemed an eternity. I heard the rustling glide of the guard's approach now, but at the same time felt the Arcturian's hold giving beneath me, heard the great muscles of the plant man cracking beneath the weight of both of us. I knew that my 2 companions could hold out for but a moment longer, and then, just as the Arcturian's grip on my feet began to slip, the returning guard had reached the pit's edge, pausing there directly above me to peer down as usual. The next moment I reached up with a last effort and had gripped him, and then we 4 were tumbling down into the well, pulling the guard down with us. As we fell, I had heard his weapon rattle on the floor above, knocked from his grasp, but as we reached the well's floor, he had already gripped us with a 6 pseudopod arms that formed themselves lightning-like out of the shapeless mass of flesh that was his body. Then we were plunging about the floor of the well in a mad, weird battle, as silent as it was deadly. The thing could not cry out for help, but for the moment it seemed to us that alone it might conquer us, its suddenly formed arms coiling swiftly about us, great tentacles of muscle that were like to have choked us in the first moment of combat. Strike and grasp as we would, there seemed no vulnerable spot on the creature's slippery body, and weary as we were, the outcome of the struggle was for a time extremely doubtful. I heard Sarthan utter a strangled cry as a thick arm noosed itself about his body, felt another striving for a hold on my own head, and then saw Jordehat suddenly grasp 2 of the slippery arms and literally tear the thing's shapeless body into half with those 2 holds. There was a soft ripping sound, and then the creature had slumped to the floor, a limp mass of dead flesh. A moment we stared breathlessly at each other over the dead thing, then, without speaking, sprang to the wall, where Jordehat braced himself to repeat our former procedure. In a moment he had raised the Arcturian above him, and within another moment Sarthan was raising me likewise until I had again gained a grip on the rim of the shaft above. A fierce struggling effort, and I'd pulled myself up to the floor of the dim-lit corridor, where I lay panting for a moment, then leapt to my feet and over to the recess in the wall from which I had seen the flexible ladder taken. A moment I pawed frantically in the recess, then uttered a sob as my fingers encountered the cold metal of the ladder. It was but the work of an instant to lower it into the well for my 2 companions to climb up, and then we gazed tensely about us. The long dim-lit corridor was quite empty for the moment, though away down its length we glimpsed the square of white light that marked the point where it debouched into the great caverns. That was our path, we knew, so down the corridor we ran, between the rows of shaft cells on either side, until we were just passing between the last 2 of those shafts and were reaching the point where the corridor narrowed once more. And then we suddenly stopped short, stood motionless, for not 100 yards ahead, A double file of the Nebula guards had suddenly issued from a door in the corridor's wall and were gliding straight down its length toward us. End of section 15. Section 16 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the Nebula, Chapter 5. For a single moment, death stared us in the face, and we stood there motionless, stupefied with terror. As yet, the guards approaching us seemed not to have glimpsed us, owing to the corridor's dim light. But with every moment they were drawing nearer, and it was but a matter of seconds before we would be seen and slain. Then, before we had recovered from our stupefaction, Sarthen had jerked us sidewise toward one of the last shaft cells in the floor that we had just passed. "Down here," he cried, pointing into its dark depths. "Down here until they pass." In a flash we saw that his idea was indeed our last chance, and at once lowered ourselves over the dark shaft's rim, hanging from its edge with hands gripped on that edge. We had not been too soon. For a few seconds later, there came the rustling sound of the guards passing above, gliding down the corridor past our place of concealment. As they glided by, we hung in an agony of suspense, hoping against hope that they would not glimpse our hands on the pit's rim, or notice the absence of the creature left to guard us. There was a long, tense minute of waiting, and then they were past. We hung for a few moments longer, with aching muscles, then drew ourselves up to the corridor's floor once more, and started down its length toward the square of white brilliance in the distance. Down the dim-lit corridor we ran, past open doors in its walls through which we glimpsed great halls and branching passageways, all seeming for the moment deserted. A few moments later, we had reached the corridor's end, and were peering out into the gigantic white-lit space that lay beyond, a space alive and clamorous with the same multifarious activity as when we had come through it. To venture out into that great place of humming machines and thronging nebula creatures was to court instant death, we knew, yet it must be crossed to gain the single shaft that led upward. Then, while we hesitated, I uttered a whispered exclamation and pointed to something in the shadows beside us, something big and round that lay just inside the broad corridor's dusk, and that gleamed faintly in the dim light. In a moment we were beside it, and found it to be one of the great turtle machines that swarmed across the floors of the vast caverns beyond us, though this one was unoccupied, its round door open to expose the hollow interior of the dome. "There's our way out," I cried. "There's room in it for the three of us." Within another moment we were inside it, crouching together in the cramped space of the interior and swinging shut the little door. I found that a narrow slit running around the dome allowed us to look forth, and that a little circle of switches grouped around a single large lever were evidently its controls. Swiftly, I pressed these switches in a series of combinations, and then there came a welcome hum of power from beneath, and we were gliding smoothly out of the shadowy corridor into the full glare of the thronging, white-lit cavern, my hand on the central lever guiding our progress. Tensely, we crouched in our humming vehicle as it moved smoothly across the cavern between the rows of great machines, toward the corridor opening in the opposite wall. The thronging nebula creatures about us paid us no attention whatever, taking us for but one of the scores of turtle machines that were busy about us. Hearts beating high with our success, we glided on toward the dark wall opening that was our goal. A score of feet from it, we suddenly held our breath as another of the turtle machines collided suddenly with our own, but in a moment it had glided away, and in another moment we were again in the shadows of a dim-lit corridor, gliding down its length toward the shaft that led upward. We reached the corridor's end, sprang out of our machine, and through the door into the well-like bottom of the shaft. At once the plant man was clambering up the peg ladder, followed by the Arcturian, with myself last. Up we climbed, putting all our strength into the effort, for we knew that not many minutes remained for action. Then suddenly, as I looked down, I stopped and breathed an exclamation, for standing at the bottom of the shaft were two of the nebula creatures, not more than 100 feet below us, two white masses of flesh that were staring up toward us. A moment we hung motionless on the pegs, while the two weird beings gazed up, and then we saw one of them glide back into the corridor, racing back to the great caverns to sound the alarm we knew. The other gazed up at us once more, and then, to our horror, began to climb swiftly up after us. I think now that of all that befell us there in the Nebula world, the moments that followed were the most agonizing. Swinging ourselves up by sheer muscular power from peg to peg, we clambered up that giddy ladder, through a darkness impossible of description. Somewhere in that darkness below me I knew the nebula creature that pursued us was swinging up after me, and I knew that to such a creature the negotiating of this dizzy ladder was child's play. Yet, spurred on by deadly fear, I struggled upward with superhuman speed, 100 feet, another 100, until the hope flashed across my brain that the thing that pursued us might have given up that pursuit. Then, above us, I glimpsed a little dot of glowing light, knew it for the shaft's mouth far above. And at the same moment that I glimpsed it, I felt a tug on my ankles, a powerful arm fastened round my body, and knew that the pursuing creature had reached me. I cried out involuntarily as I felt my feet twitched off the pegs on which they had rested, and dangled for a moment there by my hands while the creature below me tightened his grip on my feet and began to pull me steadily downward. All his force he must have put into that effort, and I felt my hands slipping on the peg which they held, knew that once I lost my hand grip the creature below would release my feet also and send me hurtling down to death on the shaft's floor far below. In a deathly silence I hung there, striving against that deadly pull, and then felt one of my hands torn from its grip, felt the fingers of the other slipping on the peg they held, felt my will relaxing. Then someone had suddenly swung down past me from above, and I glanced down to glimpse in the dim light from above Sarthan swinging swiftly down past me and hanging by one of his powerful limbs, while with the other three he grasped the creature below me. Instantly, the ladder's grip on my feet relaxed. There was an instant of swift scuffling below me, and then I glimpsed the shapeless body of the nebula creature forced from its hold on the pegs, hurtling down into the darkness to strike the floor far below with a smacking thud. The next instant, Sarthan was up to me and was pulling me up until I again clung safely to the pegs. Only the Arcturian, with his 4 strange limbs, could ever have successfully battled the nebula creature thus on that giddy ladder of pegs. But now we were again clambering up, calling on all our strength to bear us on, watching the little circle of dim light above broadening as we climbed up toward it. Below us we knew the alarm had been given, and within a few minutes now a horde of the nebula creatures would be rushing up the shaft. And but minutes were left for us to act in, so that we put every effort into a mad burst of speed that within a few more minutes had brought us up to the shaft's mouth. Jordehat above us was the first to reach its level, and I saw the plant man raise his head and peer cautiously forth, then beckon us upward. Silently, stealthily, we climbed up, crept over the shaft's edge until we crouched on the smooth metal floor. The scene about us was the same as before, the vast metal-walled pit, the massed machines around us, the great cylinder at the clearing center from which arose the livid ray, the long shape of our battered cruiser lying beyond it. A half-dozen of the nebula creatures were gathered near the great cylinder, and we saw their bodies twisting in their silent speech, but their strange eyes were not turned in our direction. In a moment, Jordehat crept silently to one side, where lay a mass of tools, and came back with 3 heavy, axe-like implements of metal in his grasp, long-handled and broad-bladed. Silently, he handed one of these to each of us, and then without words we crawled silently toward the gathered nebula creatures, on hands and knees. Inch by inch, foot by foot, we crept toward them. I looked up once, saw the glowing fires of the nebula far above us, knew that within minutes those fires would be flying out through our universe in flaming destruction unless we could act. My grip tightened on my weapon as we crawled on through the shadowy dusk, and then, suddenly, one of the creatures before us had turned and was gazing straight toward us. Before he could turn to his companions in warning, Before he could do more than merely glimpse us, we had sprung to our feet and were leaping toward the creatures with upraised axes. The next moment we were upon them, our heavy weapons flashing right and left in swift destruction, and when we lowered them, only masses of dead flesh lay at our feet. Wildly we looked about, but there seemed no other of the nebula creatures on all the great pit's floor, nothing but the silent automatic machines and the great cylinder of the ray. Now we leapt toward that cylinder, then halted. A half-dozen pseudopod arms were reaching up from the shaft up which we had come, a half-dozen of the creatures pulling themselves up there. It was the pursuit from beneath. Jorday had cried out, raced toward that shaft's mouth with the Arcturian. "Cut the cable, Kirkal!" he shouted. "The cable that runs into the cylinder! Sarthan and I will hold them in the shaft!" I saw the two of them reach the shaft's mouth just as a mass of the nebula creatures were emerging from it, saw their two great axes flash down and send the shapeless beings hurtling down to death. Then I had leapt myself to the great foot-thick cable of black metal that ran into the cylinder's side, carrying into it the power from all the machines about us which generated the mighty ray. I raised my axe, brought it down with all my force on the cable, but on the hard metal it made only a shallow cut. Again I swung it, and again with all my force, while at the shaft's mouth I glimpsed the axes of my two friends flashing in the dim light like brands of lightning, falling in swift death upon the shapeless nebula creatures as they sought to emerge from the shaft. I heard the puff of jets of the deadly blue smoke leaping upward, but knew that so long as they were held inside the shaft, they could not reach the Arcturian and the plant man with their annihilating jets. Fiercely, I swung my own axe down upon the black metal of the thick cable, in one swift blow after another, severing its twisted strands one after the other. The last minutes were speeding, I knew, and like some soulless automaton, I wielded the great axe in blow after blow, scarcely conscious in that mad moment of anything but the thick length of metal below me. I was half through it now, had cut through half its strands, and knew that another dozen of blows would sever it. And even as hope flamed up in my brain, there was a cry from Jordehat. I saw a sudden resistless wave of the nebula creatures pour up from the shaft and force my two companions back toward me, and then they were raising their deadly weapons to send annihilation upon us. For a single moment the whole scene seemed as motionless as a set tableau. Then, with a wild shout, I whirled the great axe high above my head, swung it for an instant in a flashing circle, and then brought it down with the last mad remnant of my force upon the half-severed cable below, a powerful blow that clove through its twisted strands as a knife might cut through cords. There was a flash of light as the cable parted, and then the brilliance of the great cylinder's upper surface had snapped out, and the mighty ray that sprang from it had vanished. The next instant there was utter silence, a thick, terrific silence in which we and all the nebula creatures that had crowded up onto the pit's floor gazed up toward the mighty nebulous fires far above us. Seconds, minutes, that awful silence reigned, and then I saw the weapons of the nebula creatures before us dropping from their grasp, saw them rushing wildly about as though in mad, frenzied terror, heard a great cry from Jordehat beside me. "The nebula!" he cried hoarsely, pointing up toward the glowing fires above. "The nebula! Collapsing!" I looked up dazedly, saw the vast fires moving now, slowly, majestically, gigantically moving down toward us, toward the nebula world, the whole vast turning nebula collapsing into the great space at its center with the removal of the ray that had whirled it on, its mighty crowding fires rushing down upon us. Then I had sunk to the floor, felt the arms of my two friends about me, dimly felt myself dragged across the floor through the crazily rushing hordes of nebula creatures into our cruiser, felt it lifting up out of the great pit with the plant man at the controls as the fires above us rushed down upon us. Then there was a thunderous roaring of titanic fires about us, a vast, interminable rushing of colossal currents of flaming gas all around us as we plunged upward through the collapsing nebula. More and more dimly to my ears came that mighty roar of flame as consciousness began to leave me. But at last, through my darkening senses, I felt that it had ceased, that we were humming through space once more. With a last effort, I staggered to the window with my two companions, gazed down dazedly toward the terrific ocean of boiling flame that stretched gigantically beneath us, saw that still its fires were drawing together, collapsing, contracting, condensing. Then suddenly, up from the collapsing nebula, there leapt a single mighty tongue of fire, as from some titanic conflagration, a vast rush of flame that towered up toward the stars, then dwindled and sank and died. It was the end forever of the world within the nebula. End of section 16. Section 17 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the Nebula, Chapter 6. It was more than 2 weeks later that, with all the thousands of the great Council of Suns, we passed out of the mighty tower into the starlit night. They were still shouting, those thousands, for it was but hours before that our battered cruiser had swung down toward the tower out of the void of space, to meet such a reception as never yet had been equaled in this universe. And now that the Council's tumultuous meeting had closed at last, and each of its members made ready to depart for his own sun, the shouting applause about us was redoubled. At last, from out of the darkness, a great star-cruiser swept toward us, paused, and then the member from Antares had entered it and was speeding up into the darkness. Another drew up before us, entered by the strange representative from Rigel, and then it too had vanished, and still others were sweeping toward us. Out of the darkness they came, star-cruiser after star-cruiser, and into each went one of the members, flashing out to his own star once more. One by one we watched them go, watched the great ships lift into the darkness, starting out to Polaris and Fomalhaut and Algol, starting out on long journeys to suns far out at the galaxy's edge. One by one they went, until at last there remained only we three of all the members, with the 3 cruisers waiting before us that would carry us back to our own stars. We paused then, with a common impulse gazing upward. Across the heavens gleamed the hosts of suns, points of brilliant light in a field of deepest black. Moments we gazed up toward them, and toward 3 among them that were far distant from each other across the heavens, the magnificent golden splendor of great Capella to the left, and the fiery red brilliance of Arcturus to the right, and above us and between them a smaller star of deep yellow, that little spark of light toward which the eyes and hearts of men shall turn until the end of time, though they roam the limits of the universe. A moment we gazed up toward the 3 orbs, and then Jordahat raised his hand, pointing to another star low above the horizon, a great soft glowing one that was like a little ball of misty light. "Look," he said softly, "the nebula." Silently we gazed out toward it for a long moment, a moment in which our thoughts leapt out across the gulf toward the glowing thing at which we gazed, toward that mighty realm of fire where we had struggled for our universe, in the strange world inside it which we 3 had plunged to its doom. Then, silent still, we gripped hands and turned toward our waiting cruisers. Then they too were driving up into the darkness, out from Canopus once more into the gulf of space, into the eternal silence of the changeless void, each toward its star. End of section 17. The end of Within the Nebula. Section 18 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Comet-Drivers, Chapter 1. "Passing Rigel on our left, sir," reported the Canopan pilot standing in the control room beside me. I nodded. "We'll sight the patrol's cruisers soon, then," I told him. "I ordered them to mass beyond Rigel, just outside the galaxy's edge." Together we strained our eyes into the impenetrable blackness of space that lay before us. To the left, in that blackness, there burned the great white sun of Rigel, like a brilliant ball of diamond fire, while to our right and behind us there flamed at a greater distance red Betelgeuse, and blue-white Vega, and Castor's twin golden suns, all the galaxy's gathered suns stretching in a great mass there at our backs. Even then, though, our cruiser was flashing out over the edge of the galaxy's great disk-like swarm of stars, and as white Rigel dropped behind us to the left, there lay before us only the vast, uncharted deeps of outer space. Gazing forward into those black depths, our eyes could make out, faint and inconceivably far, the few little patches of misty light that we knew were remote galaxies of suns like the one behind us, unthinkably distant universes like our own. In the blackness before us, too, there shone a single great point of crimson light, burning through the blackness of the outer void like a great red eye. It was toward this crimson point that I and the great-headed, bodiless Canopinpata beside me were gazing, somberly and silently, as our cruiser hummed on. Then, as he shifted his gaze, there came from him a low exclamation, and I turned to see that a great swarm of gleaming points had appeared in the blackness close before us, resolving as we flashed on toward them into a far-flung, motionless swarm of long, gleaming cruisers like our own. Swiftly, our cruiser rushed into that hanging swarm of ships, which made way quickly before us as there flashed from our bows the signal that marked my cruiser as that of the chief of the Interstellar Patrol. Then, as we too slowed and hung motionless at the head of the swarm, I saw 3 cruisers among them flashing toward us, slanting up and hovering just beneath our craft. There came the sharp rattle of metal as their space gangways rose up and connected with our cruiser, and then the clang of our space doors opening. A moment more, and the door of the control room was snapped suddenly aside, and 3 strange and dissimilar figures stepped inside, coming swiftly to attention and saluting me. "Gorhan, Jurt-Tull, Nagisnar," I greeted them. "You've massed 1,000 of the patrol's cruisers here as I ordered?" Gorhan bowed in the affirmative. A great Betelgeusian, his big, fur-covered shape was typical of the races of that big sun's cold world. A huge barrel-like torso, supported by 4 thick, stocky limbs, with 4 similar upper limbs, his dark eyes and other features being set directly into the upper part of that furry torso, which was headless. Jurt-Tull, beside him, was as strange a figure, patently of the amphibious peoples of Aldebaran's watery worlds, his great green bulk of shapeless body and powerful flipper limbs almost hiding the small bulbous head with its round and lidless eyes. And Nagisnar, who completed the strange trio, was as dissimilar from them as from myself. One of the powerful insect men of Procyon, his flat, upright body, as tall almost as my own, was dark and hard and shiny in back, and of soft white flesh in front, with a half-dozen pairs of short limbs branching from it from bottom to top, and with a blank, faceless head from the sides of which projected the short, flexible stalks that held in their ends his 4 keen eyes. Strange enough were these 3 sub-chiefs of the Great Patrol, yet to me these 3 lieutenants of mine were so familiar in appearance that, as they faced me now, their strange and dissimilar forms made no impression on my mind. "Your order was urgent, sir," Gorhan was saying, "that we mass 1,000 of the patrol's cruisers here outside the galaxy's edge and await your coming." "Urgent, yes," I repeated somberly, my eyes turning from them to the great point of crimson light that shone in the black depths beyond. "Urgent, because it is out from the galaxy's edge that we are going with these cruisers, toward that point of red light there in the void that has puzzled all the galaxy since its appearance days ago, out toward that point of crimson light, which our astronomers now have discovered to be a gigantic comet that is racing at speed incredible straight toward our galaxy from the depths of outer space." The 3 gazed at me, stunned, silent, and in that moment the only sound in the control room was the low humming of the generators beneath, which sustained our ship in space. Then, gazing out again into the black depths ahead toward that blood-like point, I was speaking on. Comets there are in our galaxy, as you know, comets that revolve in irregular orbits about various of our stars, and which have been familiar to us always. A comet, as you know, consists of the coma or head, the nucleus, and the tail. The coma is simply a great globe of electrical energy, with a hollow space at its center. The nucleus is all the comet's solid matter, a mass of meteoric and other material hanging in the hollow at the coma's center. The great coma blows from its own electrical energy and is driven through space by the release of some of that energy backward through the vast tail, which is simply released energy from the coma. It is the great coma that makes a comet deadly to approach, since any matter that enters its terrific sea of electrical energy is converted instantly into electrical energy likewise, changed from matter vibrations to electrical vibrations, annihilated. Our interstellar navigators have for that reason always avoided the comets of our galaxy, while never has it been dreamed that a comet might exist in empty space outside our galaxy. Now, however, our astronomers have found that this crimson spot of light that has appeared in the outer void and has puzzled us for days is in reality a giant crimson comet of size and speed unthinkable, which is racing straight toward our galaxy and will reach it within a few more weeks. And when it does reach it, it means the galaxy's doom. For this gigantic comet, greater by far than any of the galaxy's greatest suns, will crash through the galaxy's swarm of stars like a meteor through a swarm of fireflies, annihilating those in its path by absorbing them and their worlds into the terrific electrical energy of its mighty coma, disrupting all the finely balanced celestial mechanisms of our universe and sucking its whirling stars into its deadly self as it smashes on, engulfing our suns and worlds in electrical annihilation, and then racing on into the void, leaving behind it but the drifting fragments of our wrecked and riven universe. Onward toward our universe this mighty comet is thundering, but one chance remains for us to turn it aside. The center of this comet, of any comet, is the nucleus at the heart of its coma, which is the only solid matter in it. If we could penetrate through the coma to the great hollow inside it, could turn upon that nucleus the powerful force beams used by our patrol cruisers to sweep up meteor swarms, we could possibly push it aside enough to change its course, to send it past our galaxy's edge instead of through it. But that must be done soon. Our astronomers have calculated that within 12 more days, the comet will have reached a point so near the galaxy that it will be too late for anything ever to turn it aside. When the Council of Suns informed me of this, I flashed word immediately for you 3 sub-chiefs to mass swiftly 1,000 of the patrol's cruisers here outside the galaxy's edge. And with these 1,000 ships, we're starting at once toward the comet. Behind us, the patrol will be massing another 5,000 cruisers to send out after us, but these can hardly reach the comet before it is too late. It is on us and our 1,000 cruisers that the galaxy's fate now hangs. If we can reach the great oncoming comet, can penetrate through its deadly coma to the solid nucleus at its center, can deflect that nucleus with our force beams before the 12th day ends, we will have turned the great comet aside. We'll have saved the galaxy itself from death. If we cannot, the galaxy perishes and we perish with it. For we of the Interstellar Patrol, who have defended and guarded the ways of that galaxy for thousands upon 10,000s of years, go out to the oncoming comet now, not to return unless we can turn that comet aside and save our universe from doom. Again in the control room was silence when I had finished, a silence that seemed intensified as the 3 strange sub-chiefs before me held my eyes. Then, without speaking, they calmly saluted once more, eyes alight. Impulsively, I reached hands out toward them, grasped their own. Then they had turned, were striding swiftly out of the control room and through the passages beyond, down to the space doors, and through the closed space gangways to their own 3 cruisers. As our space doors clanged shut once more, the gangways of those cruisers folded down upon them, and then the 3 craft had smoothly moved back to take up a position just behind my own. I turned to the round opening of the speech instrument beside me, spoke a brief order into it, and in answer to that order, the 1,000 cruisers behind us smoothly and quickly massed into space squadron formation, a long slender wedge with my own cruiser at the apex and those of the 3 sub-chiefs just behind me. Another brief order, and the Canopan pilot beside me was opening the controls, our cruiser and the great triangle of massed cruisers behind us moving smoothly forward toward the crimson gleaming point in the blackness ahead, our generators throbbing louder and louder as we slipped forward at swiftly mounting speed. We were on our way toward the great comet, and our struggle for the life of our universe had begun. The voice of Gorahan came clearly from the speech instrument as I stepped into the control room days later. "Comet dead ahead, sir," he announced. But my own eyes were already on the scene ahead. "Yes," I told him, "another hour will bring us to the coma's edge." For before us now, bulking crimson and mighty and monstrous in the heavens ahead, glowed the giant comet toward which for the last 9 days our 1,000 ships had been flashing. On and on we had rushed toward it at unnumbered light speeds, through the vast ether currents that raged here in space outside the galaxy, past regions of strange and deadly force which we but glimpsed and which we gave a wide berth, on into the endless outer void until our galaxy had shrunk to a small swarm of blinking light points in the darkness behind us. Almost in those days we had forgotten the existence of that galaxy, so centered was our attention upon the sinister crimson glory of the comet ahead. Through those days it had largened swiftly to our eyes, from a light point to a small red disk, then to a larger disk, and finally to the gigantic circle of crimson glowing light that loomed before us now, and toward which I and the 3 sub-chiefs in the cruisers just behind my own now gazed. Tremendous as it was, the great comet's light was not dazzling to our eyes, being a deep crimson, a dusky, lurid red, and gazing forward, I could make out its general features. The spherical coma was what lay full before us, a gigantic ball of crimson glowing electrical energy that I knew, as in all comets, was hollow, holding in the space inside it the solid matter of the nucleus. Behind it, too, I could glimpse the vast, faint glowing tail streaming outward behind the onrushing coma. The light of that tail, I knew, was but faint electrical energy shot back from the terrific coma and propelling that coma forward through space like a great rocket streaming fire behind it. The small comets of our own galaxy, I knew, moved in fixed though irregular orbits about our stars, and thus would often move about a star or sun in the opposite direction to that in which their tail was pushing them, simply because even the impetus of the tail could not make them leave their fixed orbits. This giant comet of outer space, though, I knew, moved in no orbit whatever through the empty immensities of the outer void, and so would always race through space in a direction opposite to that of its tail. The energy of the mighty coma shot forth in the tail like the powder of a great rocket, propelling it irresistibly forward with terrific momentum and force. The glowing coma seemed countless millions of miles across, the still vaster tail behind appearing to extend limitlessly backward into the void. Gazing toward it with something of awe, I was silent for a time, then turned to the speech instrument. "We'll slant our ships up over the coma," I ordered, "and reconnoiter it for an opening." Our massed cruisers shot steeply upward at the order, but as they did so, the voice of Gert Tull came doubtfully from the opening before me. "You think we can find an opening through which we can penetrate inside the coma?" he asked. "We'll have to," I told him. "We've only a few score hours left to get inside and bring our force beams to bear on the nucleus." The Aldebaranian's voice came slowly in answer. "That coma," he said, "seems impossible that we can ever get inside it." There was silence as I gazed ahead toward the great comet, whose coma was now indeed a terrific spectacle. An immense lurid sea of crimson light, it seemed to fill all the universe, shifting slowly downward and beneath us as our 1,000 cruisers hummed up at a steep slant over it. We were racing toward it at a full 1,000,000 miles above its level, the rim of the huge sphere of a crimson light creeping across the black void beneath us as comet and cruisers rushed closer to each other. Gazing down toward the great coma, its lurid crimson light drenching all in the control room, I heard startled exclamations beneath as even the imperturbable members of my cruiser's cosmopolitan crew were awed by the comet's magnitude and terror. Then, when the titanic crimson sphere of the coma seemed squarely beneath our rushing ships, I uttered a word into the instrument before me, and immediately our cruiser and the 1,000 behind it had halted, had turned squarely about, and then, at reduced speed, were racing along at the same speed as the comet, hanging above it and accompanying it on its mad rush through the void toward our galaxy. Below us now lay the giant red glowing globe of the coma, racing on toward the far swarm of light points that was our galaxy. And now, gazing intently down into its far-flung glowing mass, I strained my eyes for sight of some opening, some crevice in that mighty body of glowing electrical energy that would permit us to penetrate to the space inside it. Yet no such opening could be seen, no tiniest break in the coma's lurid sphere. A single, unbroken, and gigantic globe of crimson luminescence, it hung beneath us as we rushed through the void, the vast fantail of faintest crimson light streaming out behind. Through all our days of tense flight outward toward the comet, I had hoped against hope that in its coma would be some break or opening, however small, that would permit us to penetrate inside. But now my last hope, the galaxy's last hope, was shattered by the glowing, unbroken mass of this gigantic comet's coma. With sinking heart, I gazed down toward it as our triangle of ships sped on above it. Gorhan's deep voice sounded from the instrument before me. "There seems no opening in the coma at all, Kelken," he said. "And it is instant annihilation for anything to venture into that coma's electrical energy." "We'll have to drop lower and cruise about the coma's surface," I told the Betelgeuse. "We must get inside somehow." With the words, our cruiser began to sink smoothly downward, still holding its forward flight above the comet, the massed ships behind following steadily in our course. Down, down by thousands of miles a moment we sank, down until the giant coma beneath seemed the only thing in all the universe, glowing from horizon to horizon like an awful aurora of crimson death. An inconceivably colossal sea of lurid electrical energy, a giant deadly sphere of glowing force, which it were annihilation for anything to touch. It stretched beneath us, broadening still as we came closer toward it. Down, down. A cry from Nagus Nars sounded beside me. "Those cubes!" the insect man was shouting. "Racing ahead of the comet there!" Swiftly, I gazed down toward the foremost rim of the great onrushing coma, and saw what he had seen. Racing along a few thousand miles in front of the comet, separated from each other by great spaces, there sped score upon score of mighty metal cubes, glinting in the coma's lurid light. Distant as they were, I could glimpse them clearly through our telescopic windows, extending in a great chain or line around the comet's head, and rushing before it through the deeps of space. And there were openings in the sides of these speeding cubes, transparent openings from which gushed pure white light. For they were ships, colossal cube ships flashing on with the great comet on its thundering rush toward our universe. "Cube ships!" It was Gorhan's shout that echoed my thought. "Cube ships!" Nagus Nar, too, was crying. "Scouting before the comet!" "And that means that these cube ships are from the comet's heart!" I cried excitedly. "From its—" My exclamation had been cut short by simultaneous sharp cries from Gorhan and Jurt Tull. "The cubes have seen us!" they shouted. "They're coming up toward us!" For there, far below us, the great chain of mighty cube ships had suddenly condensed, shortened, and they had all, 100 or more in number, massed swiftly together as though in answer to some sudden alarm, and were driving up toward us. At velocity incredible, they shot up toward us while we gazed stunned. Then, as they flashed nearer, there flashed up from the foremost of them a long slender shaft of crimson light, like that of the comet below, a terrific bolt of electrical energy like that of the coma beneath, which struck one of our cruisers squarely and instantly annihilated it. And as we gazed stupefied toward it in that dazing moment, from the upleaping cubes beneath, score upon score of other crimson deadly bolts were stabbing up toward us. End of section 18. Section 19 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Comet-Drivers, Chapter 2. Battle formation. Even as the deadly crimson bolts had shot up from the cubes toward us, I had yelled the order into the instrument before me, and it was all that saved us from disaster in that moment, since in the split second before the glowing bolts could reach us, our cruisers had shifted their formation suddenly, only a score of them being struck by those glowing shafts. In that moment, our cruisers had shifted into 3 long parallel lines, and then, as the massed cubes beneath flashed ever upward toward us, their glowing bolts blasting our cruisers, I had shouted another order into the speech instrument above the great din beneath. "The force beams," I cried. "Turn them on these cube ships! Push them down into the coma!" There came a deep shout from Gorhan at the order, and from Tull's ship there issued through my instrument the amphibian's cool laugh. The next instant, there were shooting downward from all our cruisers the great force beams, broad beams, not of light, but of darkness, of utter blackness and absence of light, of great force that was invisible itself, but whose terrific power drove even the light vibrations from its path, and so made the force beams seem beams of utter blackness. Down toward the uprushing cube ships the black force beams stabbed, and as they smote among those cubes, those that were struck by them were driven suddenly downward with inconceivable power. Down, down, struggling vainly against the irresistible force beams that pushed them. Down, down, until in a moment more, those struck had been driven into the crimson sphere of the mighty coma beneath, vanishing in its immense lurid sea, and there meeting annihilation instantly in spurts of leaping light. Thus a full score of the 100 cube ships below had been forced down to death in the comet in a single moment, but the rest were still leaping toward us, and before we could loose more of the deadly force beams they were just beneath us, among us, the crimson bolts blasting lightning-like about them, leaping from cube to cruiser. High above the titanic thundering comet, like flies above a sun, cubes and cruisers whirled and struck and ran, with crimson bolts and black force beams stabbing thick through the void about us. I heard the shouts of Gorhan and Tull and Nagus Nar from the instrument before me, screamed my orders into its opening as my own cruiser soared through the wild melee with black beams whirling. I glimpsed one of the cubes rocketing toward us, looming in an instant to immense size, a colossal metal cube thousands of feet square, through the transparent sections of which I could glimpse for a split second the white-lit interior, a mass of intricate mechanisms among which clung the beings who manned it, black, shapeless masses that I but half glimpsed in that mad moment. Then, from the cube's great side, a glowing red bolt shot toward us, but a moment too late, since by then our cruiser had shot upward and our black force beam had smote down upon the cube ship to drive it into the glowing sea of death below. About us, too, all our cruisers were speeding upward in answer to my orders, and before the cubes could check our maneuver, we were over them, all our dark force beams smiting from above. Struck by those beams, all but a scant half-dozen of the remaining cubes drove down to doom in the coma's fiery sea, before they could rise to our level to resume the battle. The half-dozen left seemed to hover motionless a moment, then turned and sped away from us, back over the coma's crimson-glowing sphere toward the great tail of the comet, streaming out behind. "We've beaten them," Gorhan was bellowing. "They're trying to get away." "After them," I yelled into the speech instrument. "They're trying to get back inside the coma. They must have some way of getting inside." But my order had been unnecessary, for even as the half-dozen great cubes flashed away, Our cruisers, still some 800 in number, had turned and were racing after them like unleashed hounds after their prey. Downward and backward we raced after them, low across the glowing surface of the great comet, over the deadly coma to where the faint, vast tail issued from it. Ahead, we could see the 6 cubes fleeing onward at a speed equal to our own, and the sight of them caused us to open to the last notch of power of our throbbing generators for that wild pursuit. Within moments, at that tremendous speed, there came into view ahead the rear rim of the coma's colossal glowing sphere, with the fainter glow that marked the currents of the great tail streaming back from the rim into the void of space. Swift as were the great cubes ahead, though, our great cruisers of the Interstellar Patrol, speediest of all the galaxy's ships, were proving now to be swifter, since slowly, steadily, we had begun to overhaul those fleeing shapes. I heard Gorhan's deep voice, excited as always in battle, from the speech instruments, heard Jurt Tull's calm comments as we drove nearer the flying cubes, heard Nagus Nar's eager cries. The cubes were passing out now from over the great coma, on over the vast tail, to my puzzlement. I had thought they were striving to gain the interior of the comet, but instead they were racing away from it, while with every moment we were drawing nearer to them. Then, just when it seemed that another moment's flight would bring us upon them, they halted abruptly in space, hovering above the faint, vast streaming tail, and then plunged straight down into the mighty currents of the tail, and were moving back inside that tail toward the great coma behind us. "The tail!" cried Nagus Nar. "They're going up the tail itself and into the coma's heart!" But I too had seen and had understood all in that moment, had understood what I had not dreamed before, that the only opening through the great coma to the hollow at its heart lay at the coma's rear, and could be reached only by struggling up to it through the awful currents of the tail. These mighty cubes I saw had been constructed in that shape especially to resist and endure those terrible back-sweeping ether currents set up by the comet's rush through the void, terrific currents glowing with the electrical energy shot backward and dissipated in driving the comet on. The cubes thus specially constructed could brave those colossal currents, where weaker craft would be battered to fragments. All this I understood and weighed in that tense moment, and then had made decision and was shouting back into the instrument before me. "Down with our ships too, then," I cried. "We're going up the tail after them." I heard an exclamation from Gorhan, an answering shout from Nagus Nar, and then my cruiser and all the cruisers behind us were dipping steeply downward, plunging into the vast and faint glowing tail. The next moment was one of blind, utter confusion, for as we plunged into the terrific currents, our cruisers were whirled up and backward as though by gigantic hands, thrown helplessly like leaves in a terrific wind, cruiser smashing against cruiser and destroying each other there by dozens in that wild moment. Then, as the pilot beside me clung to the controls, bringing its bows around to face those mighty currents, heading toward the coma, our ship steadied, while those about it steadied likewise. We had lost 100 ships in that first terrific plunge, but neither my own nor those of the 3 sub-chiefs had been injured, and now we were moving slowly up the great currents of the tail toward the coma. The tail about us was to the eyes but a great region of faint light, but far ahead of us there glowed like a crimson wall of light across the heavens the mighty coma, and against it we could make out the dark square shapes of the cube ships we pursued, likewise fighting their way toward the coma through those terrific currents. I think now that the moments which followed as we struggled in pursuit of those cubes were almost the most terrible I ever experienced, moments in which it seemed impossible that our ships could breast such awful currents and live. About us the currents roared deafeningly, thrilling through every portion of our ships, sweeping against us with titanic power. On and on we struggled, veering to take advantage of weaker currents, blundering into great maelstroms, swaying, plunging, fighting on, with the coma's glowing wall looming ever closer ahead. I heard Gorhan's anxious comments from the instrument before me, glimpsed cruisers here and there behind my own collapsing and sweeping backward, knew that not for long could we fight against those currents and live. The coma was very near now, a giant wall of crimson light across the heavens, and now I made out a dark circle within that glowing wall, a circular opening rapidly largening to our eyes and toward which the flying cubes ahead were struggling. "The opening!" Gorhan was shouting, his voice coming to me even above the awful din of the currents about us. "Straight toward it after those cubes," I cried. "Our ships can't stand this much longer." Now ahead I could see the cube ships we pursued struggling toward that opening slower and slower, fighting the currents which were most powerful here where they issued from the mighty coma ahead. A moment more, though, and they had reached it and vanished inside, while we in turn were fighting through the titanic sweep of those currents toward it. On, on. The currents that raged against us had become awful in strength, seeming to clutch at us with supreme power at this last moment. The opening loomed larger ahead now, a dark, circular passageway remaining miraculously open and unchanged through that electrical sea whose deadly crimson mass formed its walls. On, on. It seemed that never could we reach it, so terribly did the currents sweep about us. Yard by yard, foot by foot, we crept forward toward it. Were on its brink, seemed to hesitate there for an instant before being swept backward and away, and then, with the supreme last effort of our throbbing generators, we crept forward out of the grip of those gigantic currents and into the open passageway. Now all about us there raged the glowing electrical sea of the colossal coma, into the deadly mass of which the passage led, a straight passage which I knew could only be artificially made and maintained. Far ahead in that light-walled passage we could glimpse the dark shapes of the cubes, fleeing still before us, and now with humming generators our cruisers leapt forward, through that tunnel of the deadly coma. Above, below, on each side, there raged the coma's electrical sea, which it were annihilation to touch, and the circular passage down which we fled was hardly wide enough to admit 3 of our ships abreast. Yet down it at reckless speed we sped, all thought leaving us now save the wild excitement of the pursuit. Crimson light from the hell of glowing death that raged all about us beat blood-like upon us as we drove on, yet the cries of Gorhan and Nagus Nar and even the cool Jurt Tull mingled with my own from the speech instrument as we shot forward in pursuit of the fleeing cubes. Never surely was pursuit stranger than that one, the galaxy's hundreds of cruisers, manned by every dissimilar shape to be found upon its myriad worlds, leaping forward in the narrow opening that led through a comet's deadly mass into its unglimpsed heart, after the strange cube craft that fled on before us. A single slip of the controls for a fraction of an inch was enough to send any cruiser into the incandescent walls to death, and indeed I glimpsed cruisers among those that followed me blundering into those walls in our wild flight onward and vanishing in wild spurts of light. Yet on and on we leapt, and shouted now as we saw the cubes ahead shooting out from the passageway into the open space beyond. A moment more, and we were on their tracks, were flashing out, too, from the encircling crimson walls of glowing death that vanished suddenly from about us as we entered into a vast region of open space, the immense open space that lay at the giant comet's heart. Far, far away from us there stretched the walls of the gigantic coma that encompassed this open space, above and below enclosing all that space within their deadly electrical sea. This, though, we had expected, and it was not this that held our attention in that stunning moment. It was the comet's nucleus, hanging at the center of that space. For that nucleus was a mass of smoothly revolving worlds. Worlds there at the comet's heart, worlds that were disc-shaped instead of spherical, a dozen or more of which revolved in a great ring about a single world that was larger than any of the others, and that hung motionless. Over those revolving worlds, down toward that central disk world, the cube ships ahead of us were fleeing, and as we shot down after them, I saw that it and the rim of other disks, though not illuminated by the dusky crimson glow of the encompassing comet, were bathed in light, pure white light that seemed to emanate from themselves. And as we rushed down toward the surface of that central world, I glimpsed upon it smooth dark ways and streets, on each side of which were what seemed great smooth-sided shallow pits, glimpsed multitudes of dark, shapeless figures that moved to and fro along those streets and ways, tending great mechanisms set up in masses here and there along them. Glimpsed a single great circular plaza or smooth-floored clearing set amid those streets and pits and massed mechanisms, at the center of which loomed a great truncated dark pyramid upon whose flat summit rested some big disc-shaped mechanism. Then, in that same flashing glimpse, I saw that which drove all else from my mind, saw from the surface of all this mighty world a tremendous swarm of great cube ships that was driving up toward the ships we pursued, and toward ourselves. "Cube ships!" Gorhan was crying. "Cube ships in thousands, and they're attacking us!" "Back!" I cried. "Back up and outward! We have no chance against these thousands!" But before our cruisers could turn, before we could halt and slant back upward, the thousands of leaping cubes from beneath were upon us. Then about us for a wild moment was conflict indescribable, colossal cubes rushing by thousands upon our hundreds of gleaming cruisers, crimson electrical bolts and black force beams whirling and stabbing in wild destruction. Cubes thronged thick about us as our cruiser leapt upward, and then the thrumming of the force beams of our ship sounded as they drove paths of instant devastation through the ruck of battle about us. From the speech instrument there came above the din of battle a wild cry from Gorhan, and I saw that a crimson bolt had grazed past his cruiser's stern, warping its whole side with its terrific power and sending his craft swirling helplessly down to the world below. I cried out at that sight, then saw Nagus Nar's craft slant downward even as my own struggled wildly with the cubes about it, saw the insect man's cruiser drive right and left with force beams, as other cubes from beneath rushed up toward it. Then, as it shot downward among them to reach Gorhan's falling ship, it had crashed glancingly along the side of one of the uprushing cubes, and with its prow a twisted wreck of metal was whirling down also. "Gorhan! Nagus Nar!" I shouted as I saw them fall. Then a deadly bolt of blinding crimson fire flashed past our cruiser's walls, missing us only by inches. I yelled crazily as the cube above that had loosed it was driven smashingly into the battle's whirl about us by our swift leaping force beam. But about us now our cruisers were swiftly vanishing, as the hordes of cube ships rushed upon them. They were stabbing out with black beams to the bitter end, driving cubes down to death with those beams, yet they were fast disappearing beneath the withering hail of deadly crimson electrical bolts. But a score of cruisers remained beside me, now but a dozen, as the crimson bolts still flashed thick, Kurt Tull's ship fighting side by side with my own. Then, as but a scant 5 or 6 cruisers remained, the target of all the blasting bolts from the massed cubes about us, there penetrated through the deafening roar of battle from the speech instrument Kurt Tull's great voice. "Back out of the Comet," he yelled. "It's our only chance, Kelken, to get outside until the rest of the patrol's cruisers arrive." I saw, even through my mad bloodlust at that moment, that he was right, and that our only chance of further action lay in winning clear of the Comet. "Back, then!" I cried. With the words, our half-dozen cruisers zoomed upward and outward at such tremendous velocity that the deadly bolts from the thousands of cubes beneath fell short of us in our wild upward rush. Upward from that great central world we shot, and outward. The cube ships beneath, taken by surprise for the moment, then massed also and leapt up after us. And now a scant 6 cruisers remaining of all the thousands that had been our force a few minutes before, we raced out from that central world toward the darker circle in the distant coma's wall that was the one passage to outside space. Out over the ring of revolving disk worlds we shot, out toward that opening, out. But what was that? That swarm of tiny square shapes, of gleaming little cube shapes, which even at that distance we could see had darted suddenly from one side across the dark circle of the single opening. Close massed in a compact swarm, they had shot out from the side to halt across that opening, hanging motionless there. Cube ships, hundreds in number, that had flashed toward that opening from one side to hang motionless there across it, while behind us there raced after us in deadly pursuit the other cube ship thousands. cube ships that hung motionless, ready across that round opening through the great coma, and at sight of which I cried aloud once more. "They've cut us off! They're ahead of us!" I cried. "They've barred the one way to outside space, and we're trapped here at the comet's heart." End of section 19. Section 20 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Comet-Drivers, Chapter 3. The moment that followed, as our ship slowed and hung motionless, with doom ahead and doom behind, was one in which the death that we had dared a score of times since reaching the comet loomed full before us. The cube ships that barred the way ahead, the thousands racing toward us from behind, these were like death's great jaws closing upon us, and for an instant I felt myself surrendering to utter despair. But then, as my eyes dropped downward toward the ring of outer smaller disk worlds over which we had been flashing and above which we now hung, a flicker of hope shot through me, and I turned swiftly to the speech instrument. "Down to those worlds below," I cried. "There's a chance that we can hide on one of them until we can get out of the comet." Instantly, spurred to greater swiftness by our desperate situation, our half-dozen cruisers were slanting sharply down toward one of those revolving disk worlds. The surface of that world leapt up with terrific speed toward us as we shot recklessly downward, and I sighted cities of pits and streets and mechanisms like that of the central world upon it. Cities, though, did not cover all of its surface, as in the central world, but were scattered about it, the rest of the disk world's surface being a tumbled mass of mighty mountains and chasmed valleys, all of barren, dark rock. It was down toward one of these tremendous chasms, near the disk world's outer edge, that we were heading, every feature of that world's surface lying plain beneath us in the strange white light that bathed all these revolving worlds. Downward into that awful chasm our cruisers shot, and as they did so, I glimpsed, high above, a swarm of tiny dark cube shapes that had halted their pursuit of us, were circling about and dropping lower as though to discover our whereabouts. Our lives depended on finding some place of hiding in this tremendous walled chasm, I knew, and as we arrowed down into its depths, white lit by the same strange illumination, I gazed swiftly about for some place of concealment. A moment the search seemed hopeless, there being nothing but the chasm's narrow floor of barren rock, its towering, jagged rock sides. And then, as we shot along its length, I sighted a great crack or crevice in one of them, a long, crack-like opening that was large enough to admit our cruisers, and behind which could be glimpsed the dark depths of some great cavernous hollow in the rock. "Through that crack!" I ordered swiftly, saw Gert Tull's cruiser move quickly toward it, scraping against the crack's jagged edges as it pushed through into the dark cavern behind. Another of our cruisers followed, and then the rest one by one, until my own was scraping inside, just as I saw the cube ships high above dropping toward us, splitting into divisions of a dozen ships each, which were slanting down over all the surface of this world in search of us, one of them heading straight toward the great chasm. As it slanted down toward us, I gazed about me, saw that our 6 cruisers were hanging in a dark, cavernous abyss that seemed to extend far down into the depths of this disk world. A rocky shelf just inside the crack opening, though, seemed large enough for us to rest our ships upon, so instantly we brought them to rest there, cutting off the generators whose humming might betray us. Then, as our space doors opened with a slight inward hiss from the higher pressure air of the disk's atmosphere, I stepped quickly out, found Gert Tull and the other cruiser captains beside me, and then we had all suddenly crouched down inside the great crack's edge, as a score of the great cube ships shot down into the white-lit chasm outside. Peering out from the cavern's dark depths, we saw those cubes hanging there, then moving slowly along the chasm's length as though in search of us. Down its length they disappeared, and we breathed easier for a moment. Then they reappeared, coming to rest on the chasm's floor directly beneath the opening in which we crouched, scarce 100 feet below us. Tensely we watched, saw that doors were opening in those cube sides, creatures emerging, the comet creatures of these strange worlds. And at sight of those creatures, even our tense situation could not suppress our gasps, for they were liquid creatures whose bodies were liquid instead of solid, creatures that were each but a pool of thick black liquid flowing viscously about, in each of which pools floated two round white blank discs, great white pupilless eyes. We saw them flowing forth from out their cubes, saw some whose viscous bodies held what seemed tools or weapons, saw the floating eyes turn this way and that about the chasm, as though in search of us. Then a score of the strange creatures did an incomprehensible thing. They flowed together into a single liquid mass, a great black pool in which floated all their eyes, their liquid bodies mingling together. A moment they remained thus, then had separated each from the others and were returning to their cubes. "Conversing," whispered Jurt Tull beside me. "It's their method of conversing, of exchanging thoughts, to mingle their liquid bodies one with another." I knew the amphibian was right, and shuddered involuntarily at the thing we had seen. The cube's doors had closed now, and the cubes were lifting upward from the chasm's floor. One, more suspicious apparently than the rest, hovered a moment outside the crack within which we crouched, and we shrank back, suddenly tense, but after a moment's inspection it too had driven up after the others, which passed from sight high above, searching slowly across the disk world surface in a strange formation as though following some discussed plan. We breathed easier then, standing erect, and I turned quickly to Jurt Tull. "Our only chance is to get out of the Comet and wait for the 5,000 patrol cruisers that were to come after us," I told him. "But we can't leave the Comet with Gorhan and Nagus Nar prisoned in it." The great amphibian shook his head. "We could venture back to the Comet City on the Central World to attempt to find them," he said. "But in this brilliant white light, we'd be seen and destroyed at once." I was silent, for I knew that it was so, and broodingly I considered that light, whose white illumination filled all the great chasm outside, beating faintly even into the cavern, yet seeming to have no visible source whatever. And then, even as I gazed upon it, that light died. It seemed to gray, to darken, and then had vanished altogether within a moment, while at the same moment there beat faintly through the air from far away a great clanging note like that of a giant gong. The chasm outside, the world and worlds about us, lay now in dusk, their only illumination the lurid dark crimson light of the comet's glowing coma, a red disk that gave to the barren rocky world about us an inconceivably weird appearance. "That gong," Jurt Tull was saying. "You heard it? It sounded when the light died. It means that these comet creatures maintain and regulate their own day and night." "That white light," I said. "You mean that it's made by them, turned off for their night?" He nodded quickly. "It must be. They can use the coma's great electrical energy to produce that light at will, just as they use that energy for their crimson bolts. They must turn it off and on at regular intervals to produce their day and night, their activity periods and rest periods. But then we can venture back to the Comet City, back to the Central World for Gorhan and Nagus Nar," I exclaimed, and he nodded. "Yes, but we'd best wait longer, since now the cube ship's search will be going on, even in this dusk, and we'd have small chance of escaping them." For all my impatience, I saw the wisdom of Jurt Tull's suggestion, and so composed myself to a longer period of waiting. So hour followed hour while we crouched there in the great crack in the chasm's wall. Far above we could see the crimson coma, against which there came and went now and then divisions of cube ships, still searching for the fugitives who had escaped them. My thoughts turned to Gorhan and to Nagus Nar, prisoned in the Comet City, and then to our own predicament. But hours remained now in which the comet might be turned aside, and unless we could escape from it, could meet the 5,000 cruisers that were racing toward it from the galaxy and lead them aside, no power in all space and time could turn the comet aside from the galaxy. And I could not, would not, attempt to escape from the comet without having first learned the fate, at least, of Gorhan and Nagus Nar. At last I stood upright, turned to Jurt Tull. "The cube ships above seem to have slackened their search," I told him. "And now's the time for our venture. We've had hours now of this dusk, and the light of their day may be turned on at any time." He nodded, then pointed out that his cruiser had been damaged somewhat in the battle over the Central World. So that it might not delay us, we transferred his crew from it to the others, Jurt Tull entering my own cruiser with me, while the damaged one we left there on the cavern's shelf. Then, after we had closed our space doors, our cruisers moved gently out of the narrow opening, rising swiftly up over the Discworld from the chasm's depths. That Discworld surface lay beneath us now, illumined by the coma's far crimson glow alone, a lurid luminescence that picked out streaks and veins of metal here and there in the jagged rock. It was plain indeed that these worlds were meteoric in nature, and had been formed and set spinning in this orderly fashion by the comet creatures themselves. For the time, though, we heeded not these things, intent on the scene ahead as our 5 cruisers shot silently through the lurid dusk toward the Central World. Far away now and then, against the coma's baleful glow, we caught sight of the cube ships moving still restlessly about in search of us, and once a party of these seemed to take up our course, to follow us. These, though, veered away in the dusk behind us, and then, in a moment more, we had passed above that ring of outer Discworlds, and Jurt Tull and I, gazing forward from the control room, could make out the great, motionless mass of the Central World beneath us, the world that was our goal. No light gleamed upon its darkened surface, lying in a weird picture there in the coma's crimson dusk. As we shot downward toward it, I saw vaguely in that dusk the great massed machines here and there, the smooth streets, the enigmatic pits about them, and then the great clearing at the flat world's center. "That clearing," I whispered to Jurt Tull. "It was near it that Gorhan's and Nagus Nar's ships fell. We'll land near it." Our cruisers now were arrowing smoothly down toward one of the broader streets some distance from the clearing, since we could see now that on all the world below there moved only an occasional dark liquid creature, the throngs we had seen before having unaccountably disappeared. Here and there above it moved a cube ship, but none of these glimpsed us through the dusk, and in a moment more our cruisers had landed gently upon one of the smooth streets. There Jurt Tull and I swiftly stepped forth, for we had decided that we two alone could explore the Comet City more silently than a larger party. At once the cruiser swept back to wait for us in the dusk above, ready to make an attempt at escape from the comet should we be discovered. Then the amphibian and I moved swiftly along that silent street toward the great central plaza. On each side of us loomed great massed machines at which we merely glanced as we hurried on. As we passed one of the pits that had puzzled me, though, I stepped to its edge, gazed down, then shrank back in horror. For in that shallow, smooth-walled pit there lay what seemed a great pool of thick black liquid unguessably deep, a pool formed by the liquid bodies of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of the liquid comet creatures that had poured into it. I could glimpse the white eyes floating in it here and there, but there was no other sign of life or movement in the mass. And as I saw that, and thought of the rows upon rows of other similar pits that extended across the Comet City, I understood and turned swiftly to Jurt Tull. "Sleeping," I exclaimed. "In their night, their rest period, they must all pour into these pits together, mingling their liquid bodies." Swiftly we shrank back from the great pit, moved on toward the clearing. Massed machines, grim and gleaming and towering, loomed all about us, half seen in the crimson dusk, and we passed scores of the great liquid-filled pits in which slept the comet creatures, but there was no sign of our two friends. Had they been destroyed? Dread filled me, Dread intensified because I realized that soon the comet creatures would be ending their night and turning on their white light of day, discovering us there on their world. Then, abruptly, Tull jerked me back from my forward stride, crouching silently with me upon the street, behind a mass of great mechanisms. For out of the darkness to our right had come the sound of something moving, something approaching us. Silently, tensely, we crouched there and saw a dark shape moving stealthily down one of the branching streets toward us. It had turned from us, toward the great clearing ahead, when unexpectedly, as we crouched, my arm had brushed against the great machine beside us and touched something that moved beneath the touch, with a loud metallic clicking. Instantly, the dark shape ahead had turned, and then was leaping straight toward us. Before we could rise to meet it, the rush of it had borne us downward, and as it did so, I realized with a wild thrill that it was not a liquid creature, but a great and warm and fur-covered being, many-limbed, that had attacked us. Even as that fact penetrated into my brain, our struggle had abruptly ceased, and we were staggering erect, Tull and I grasping the other. "Gorhan!" I exclaimed. "It's you!" The great Betelgeuse's fur-covered body and strange features were clearly visible to us now as he grasped our own hands, his eyes wide. "Cal Ken, Tull," he whispered. "I thought you destroyed in the battle." "We hid, escaped," I explained to him swiftly. "But you, Gorhan, how have you escaped? And where's Nagus Nar?" He was silent a moment, then suddenly dragged us down into the deeper shadow of the great machines beside us. There, with the lurid light of the coma on his strange features, he spoke swiftly. "Nagus Nar is living," he said, "but I will tell you what came upon us. You saw our ships fall in the battle over the city here, crashing down into it. At once these liquid comet creatures were upon us, most of our crews having been killed in the crash, but a few were left. But these being injured too, they annihilated them with crimson bolts before we realized it, leaving but Nagus Nar and myself, whom they wished, apparently, to question. Us they secured by metal bonds to one of the great machines, then came to us with little metal models, made of what seemed plastic gleaming metal, which could change instantaneously through a myriad different forms at their operation, and which they used for a rough communication with us. And through these and the things they explained to us, we learned, Nagus Nar and I, something of the purpose and the past of these comet creatures. Eons they had dwelt upon the central worlds of this giant comet that roamed the outer void, shaping those worlds to their will as it flashed on. They had used the coma's electrical energy for their own weapons, and had used it to produce light vibrations, a white light which they turned on and off for their day and night. The coma's energy, indeed, was the source of all their world's activities. But as their giant comet plunged on through space, that energy, ever shot backward in the tail that drove the comet on, was dissipated faster and faster, the coma waning and dying as all comets wane and die in time. But one thing could save them: to absorb into the coma vast quantities of matter, which would be converted instantly into electrical energy to replenish the coma. Not far from the great comet at that time loomed a vast universe of suns, and if the comet were to crash through the universe, its suns and worlds would replenish their waning coma and save their comet from death. They needed but to change the comet's course, to send it toward the universe instead of passing it, and to do this they set up a great comet control. This comet control was set on the top of a truncated pyramid in a clearing at the central world center. It was a great horizontal disk, set parallel to their disk world, with a pointer that could be moved at will around the disk dial. The position of the pointer, by means of great projectors to which it was connected, controlled the position of the comet's tail. If the pointer was at the dial's rear, the tail would be shot forth from the great coma's rear also, driving it forward through space. If they turned the pointer to the left, the tail would shoot from the coma's left, driving the comet to the right. They could thus, by means of the comet control and the great projectors which controlled the tail's position, drive the comet in any direction at will. The only thing they could not do with it was to reverse the comet control, to shoot out a new tail opposite to the old one, since the momentum of the old one and the opposite momentum of pressure of the new one would crush and annihilate the coma and its worlds between their great pressures. They could drive the comet to right or left at will, though, which was all that they needed, since now they drove it toward the universe of suns near them. Onward the giant comet drove to that universe, and soon crashed through it, its suns and worlds being sucked into the gigantic coma and annihilated there, converted instantly into electrical energy, which restored the waning coma's glory. So onward through space with renewed power it flashed, through the great void between the galaxies, until ages later, when its coma was again waning, they drove it toward another universe, crashed through it likewise. And so through the eons, as ever the comet's glory, the coma's power has waned, they have driven it through another universe, destroying that universe to restore it. On through the limitless void of outer space they have driven it, a cosmic vampire looting the life of universes to restore its own. And now, when the comet's glory has again waned, they have turned it toward our own galaxy, to destroy it as they have done countless others. And within less than a scant half-dozen hours now, the comet will have thundered so close to our galaxy that no power in existence can turn it aside. All this we heard from the comet creatures' communication with us, and then they proposed that we cast in our lot with them, forgetting our doomed universe, and help them build great cruisers and force-beam apparatus like those with which we had fought them. I refused, of course, not wishing to live under any conditions after our galaxy's death, but to my horror, Nagus Nar accepted the proposal. He joined them, not listening to my frantic words, and went away with them, leaving me in despair. Then, when the gong sounded across their worlds that marked the end of the white light and the beginning of this night, I began to work frantically with the metal bonds that held me to the great machine, twisting and untwisting them until at last, but minutes ago, I managed to break them. They had counted on the bonds holding me and had left no guard over me, so at once I started off toward the central clearing, toward the great comet control for a desperate last attempt at turning the comet aside with it. I heard you crouching there, thought you comet creatures, and sprang at you, and the rest you know. When Gorhan's deep whisper had ceased, we were silent a moment, and surely never did stranger trio crouch in stranger place than we three, Earthman and amphibian Aldebaranian and great fur-clad Betelgeusan, there in the crimson dusk of the Comet City, all about us the pits that held its countless liquid creatures, and above us the glowing red coma which encompassed this world and was driving on toward our galaxy's doom. At last I broke the silence. "Nagus Nar with the comet creatures," I whispered. "It's impossible. In all its record there have been no traitors in the Interstellar Patrol." Gorhan looked steadily, compassionately at me. "It is so, Kelken," he said. "I would not believe it had I not seen it myself." "Nagus Nar," I repeated again, then gathered myself. "There's but one thing to do," I said swiftly, "and that's for us three to make the attempt you planned, Gorhan, to get to the comet control in the clearing and turn it, then destroy it before they can turn it back." We rose, paused. "There are comet guards at the pyramid's base and summit, I know," said Gorhan, "but if we can overcome them before this night period ends, we'll succeed." Swiftly we moved forward now, down the street through the dust toward the great clearing. Mighty machines looming in the red dusk on each side of us, dark pits yawning between them in which the comet hordes lay silent, glowing crimson coma that swung above. These made an inconceivably weird scene about us through which we three, a weird and dissimilar enough trio in that lurid dusk, moved rapidly on. Once we saw a few of the liquid creatures flowing across one of the streets ahead, shrank back until they had disappeared, then moved swiftly on. One or two cube ships slid by above, too, but these did not spy us, and in a few minutes more We had emerged from the mass of machines and pits into the great flat-floored circular plaza at the city's center, the truncated pyramid rising vaguely from it in the crimson dusk. "The guards," whispered Gorhan. "They're at the pyramid's base." I gazed, saw that a great notched stair or flight of narrow steps ran up the pyramid's side, and that at its foot were some 4 dark liquid shapes, lying motionless, but with weapons of some sort, bolt containers, I did not doubt, held in the grasp of their viscous fluid bodies. A moment we hesitated, then crept out across the clearing toward them. They seemed not aware of our approach, and still nearer we crept stealthily, approaching them from a side, until just when we were within yards, within feet of them, one seemed to flow swiftly toward us for an instant, then back, at the same time training his deadly weapon upon us. Before he could loose the crashing bolts from it, though, we had sprung upon them. The combat that followed at the pyramid's base was the most horrible, I think, that ever I engaged in. I had grasped at the body of one of the things, but instantly felt the viscous liquid body withdraw from my grasp, flow away from me, while I struggled in vain for some hold upon it. Then I glimpsed Gorhan with his 4 great arms gripping one of the viscous things and hurling it against the pyramid side before it could evade his grasp, shattering it into liquid black splashes there. The thing I struggled with had gripped me in turn now, and was like fluid steel in the strength with which it held me. I felt a powerful viscous arm tightening about my neck, while others pinioned my arms. Felt that grasp tightening, strangling me, and then it was abruptly torn from me as Gorhan lifted and flung it likewise. I rose, staggering, to see that of the 4 comet creatures only black splashes here and there about us remained, Gorhan and Jurt Tull having annihilated them with their mighty limbs. "Up to the pyramid summit," I choked, stumbling toward the stair's base. "We've a chance to win yet." The others were rushing toward the stair with me, and then suddenly, as we set foot upon it, we stopped short. For in the air about us, sounding out across all the central world and the worlds about it, had clanged the note of a mighty gong. I heard Gorhan and Jurt Tull cry out at that sound, but in the next instant brilliant white light had sprung into being about us, the light of the comet creature's day, suddenly turned on, bathing all things in their world in its revealing glare. And as we staggered there, almost blinded by that brilliance, from the streets about us, comet creatures were flowing into the great clearing, liquid black comet creatures in countless hordes from the pits of the mighty city. Even as they poured into the clearing, they saw us. Those on the pyramid summit had also glimpsed us, and then from above and from all about, the comet creatures in countless thousands were rushing upon us. End of section 20. Section 21 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Comet-Drivers, Chapter 4. There was a wild cry from Gorhan. "They've come out. It's the end of their night, and the end for us." The end for us. It seemed so in that instant, the great hordes of comet creatures flowing in toward us from all the clearing sides, from the pyramid summit down toward us, the suddenly aroused cube ships darting across the city toward us from far away. Then, even in that split second of terror, I saw rushing toward us among those liquid hordes a figure at sight of which I forgot even the doom that was upon us, an erect, many-limbed, familiar insect figure as tall almost as myself, at sight of which I uttered a great cry. "Nagus Nar!" My great shout reached him even across the wild confusion and din of that moment, and I saw him gaze full toward us, his strange face expressionless, then rush on toward us without a sign of recognition, one with the hordes of comet creatures about him. I heard a gasp of unbelief as Jurt Tull beside me saw also, heard the crazy yell of great Gorhan as with eyes crimson he stepped forward to throw himself against those onrushing comet creatures. Then was conscious that great dark shapes had swooped down from behind us, hovering momentarily beside us. They were our 5 cruisers. Their space doors were already wide, and in the next instant, just before the comet creatures were upon us, we had tumbled inside, were rocketing upward above the city, pursued by scores of brilliant crimson bolts, 2 of which found their marks and sent 2 of our ships into flaring death. The cruiser into which we 3 had rushed, though, and the other 2 remaining ones, were racing up now above the white-lit central world, with the countless cubes rising swiftly after us, forming in a great crescent formation behind us as they flashed after us across the ringed worlds toward the coma's wall. "They're going to drive us straight into the coma itself," cried Gorhan above the din of our generators as we flung madly on. I saw in the same moment that it was so, that the great crescent of thousands of cube ships that had risen to destroy us were not overhauling us behind, but were driving us onward without chance of escape sidewise or downward this time. The glowing wall loomed before us, and the single circular opening in that wall was guarded still by hundreds of other cube ships, hanging in a solid mass across it. We could not escape through that opening, even had we desired escape, nor could we evade the relentless pursuit behind us, and inevitably, within seconds more, we would be driven into instant annihilation. Driven to our own deaths by the cubes behind us. This I saw, and in that instant of cold despair could have plunged on into that annihilating death, but then wild anger surged up in me, and I whirled to Gorhan and Jurt Tull and the pilot beside them. "Drive straight toward the opening," I shouted. "Straight into the cube ships there. If this is the end, we'll take some of them at least with us." A fierce cry from the Betelgeusen, a reckless laugh from the amphibian, answered me as our 3 ships shot forward in that moment like things of light toward the cube ships massed across the opening. Nearer we flashed toward them, nearer toward the hundreds of crimson bolts which in another moment would blast us, nearer. But look! Those hundreds of waiting ships had turned suddenly from us, had turned about and, disregarding us, were loosing their crimson bolts into the great passage opening through the coma behind them, were falling back toward us from that opening, with red bolts blasting toward it. And then out of that opening after them came the things at which they fired, mass upon mass of long shining shapes of great long cruisers, that burst forth from the opening in hundreds, in thousands, loosing upon the battling cubes a myriad of black shafts of the force beams, which in a moment more had driven them down and back in shattered masses of wreckage. "Cruisers! Cruisers of the Interstellar Patrol!" We were all shouting madly then. Cruisers, the 5,000 cruisers, that had been sent out after our own 1,000, and that now at the last had found their way inside the comet in time to save us. They were shooting toward our own, massing about us, and then, as from our bows flashed the signal that was mine as chief of the patrol, they were massing swiftly behind us, battle formation again in long parallel lines, with our own ship at their head. "Back to the central world!" I cried, my eyes upon the time dial set before me. "We've minutes left yet to get to that comet control." Cruisers massed together, we were leaping back now, back toward the spinning worlds, and toward the great crescent formation of cube ships that faced us now. Before those thousands of cube ships had grasped what had happened, before they could turn, could change their formation, our compact mass had driven into them. Then cruiser thousands and cube ship thousands were spinning and striking and mingling together, smiting with black force beams and crimson bolts in titanic battle inside the tremendous electrical coma, whirling and stabbing in awful combat, the comet creatures for their comet and we for our universe. Comet and galaxy had come to grips at last as those 2 huge fleets caught and struck at each other. Cubes and cruisers swirled and ran about us as our own cruisers struggled through the wild ruck of the battle, our own black beams stabbing to smash back cubes before and beside us, while through the speech instruments before me I cried orders to my mighty fleet, directing the masses of cruisers that leapt and struck and soared at the great square cubes about us. All space outside seemed a single giant mass of struggling cubes and cruisers, cut across by blasting crimson bolt and ebon beam, yet ever we were forcing the cube ships back over their ring of revolving disk worlds, back over their mighty central world, and then down toward it as they fought fiercely against our black beams, which drove great paths of destruction through them. The surface of that world was looming clearer beneath us, bathed in white revealing light, as the giant battle swung lower down toward it. I glimpsed the great circular clearing, the pyramid with the mechanism and comet guards on its summit, knew by the dial before me that but minutes still remained to turn aside with it the colossal on-thundering comet. Lower we swung toward the clearing, and as we did so, the cubes beneath stiffened against us, their uprushing hail of deadly red bolts stabbing like an upward-falling rain of crimson death. But still more deadly were the black beams that drove down through them from our ships, and they were giving a little before us, sinking lower still, when suddenly from the surface of the world below there rose up among them another cube, one vastly greater than any of the others, one that moved ponderously up to the center of the cube-ship fleet and then glowed suddenly with a brilliant light. And as it did so, the thousands of cube-ships beneath us suddenly vanished, disappeared from sight as though they had never been, leaving below us only the spot of brilliant light that marked the greater cube. "That great cube," Gert Tull was crying. "It's a vibration projector of some kind, one whose vibrations make invisible all the cube ships around it, and leaving our ships and all else visible. And they're attacking now." For even at that moment, as we stared dumbfounded toward the place where the cube ship fleet had vanished, there had come from beneath and beside us hundreds upon hundreds of crimson bolts that flashed seemingly out of empty space, annihilating scores, hundreds of our bewildered ships, bolts from the cube ships which we could not see, but which were circling about us now, loosing their terrific shafts of death upon us. A battle to the death between two mighty fleets, one invisible, the other a plain target. Out in all directions our black beams were wildly whirling, but we could loose them only by chance, while our own ships, a perfect target to the invisible cubes about us, were flaring in annihilation in ever-increasing numbers. "That great projector cube," I shouted to Gorhan. "Our only chance is to get to it, destroy it." I pointed down toward the spot of brilliant light beneath, which marked the position of the great cube that was projecting the vibrations that made our enemies invisible. But even as I did so, 100 cruisers of our fleet had massed together, shooting downward in a great wedge, through a withering hail of crimson bolts, down through invisible cubes through which they crashed, down until an instant later the score remaining of them had crashed squarely into the spot of brilliant light below, meeting annihilation with it in that collision. But the light vanished as they crashed, leaving but wreckage of cube and cruisers, and at the same moment the mass of cube ships beneath us had suddenly flashed into full view once more. Our great fleet was gathering itself now for a last final rush downward through those opposing cube ships toward the Comet Control. I could hear the wild victorious shouts of Gorhan and Gert Tull and the crew beneath loud in my ears, could see the pyramid summit, the great control close beneath, as I turned to the speech instrument to shout the word that would send our fleet thundering down. But before ever my lips opened, I had stiffened, stood motionless. For from the time dial before me had come the low metallic note of the passing hour, marking the end of the last moment in which the comet could have been turned aside. Marking the end for our universe, sounding in my stunned ears like a titanic knell of doom across the infinite for our galaxy. Now nothing in all the universe could turn the giant comet aside from that galaxy enough to save it. Motionless there, Gorhan and Gert Tull and I heard echoing away that muted note that had struck for the galaxy's doom. "Lost," Gorhan was saying it, strangely, slowly, uncomprehendingly. "We've lost." Lost. The galaxy, our suns, our myriad people worlds, all lost, all doomed to annihilation by the gigantic comet about us that was thundering on now irrevocably. It seemed in that instant that all things in existence, the cruisers about us, the cube ships beneath us, the comet creature hordes on the surface of the white-lit world below, had paused for one moment breathless, a moment that marked a galaxy's doom. Then suddenly Gorhan was pointing downward, eyes starting, pointing to the comet creature hordes on that world below, in which were suddenly rushing crazily toward the pyramid beneath us, the cube ships also racing wildly down toward the pyramid's summit. For on that summit, from the stair on the pyramid side, a dark, erect figure had suddenly rushed, and before the comet guards had glimpsed him, had rushed to the great distile and pointer of the comet control. An erect, many-limbed dark creature who had seized the pointer in his grasp. "Nagus Nar!" Gorhan's great scream held within it all our renewed faith, our sudden comprehension. For the insect man had grasped the pointer that controlled the position of the giant comet's tail, had swung it half around the disk from the dial's rear to its front. As he did so, he straightened, arms upflung toward us, in a last great gesture toward the distant opening through the coma, and then the comet guards were upon him. The blasting crimson bolts from the darting cubes above had reached him, annihilating the pyramid's summit, while in all the city beneath us liquid comet creatures and great cubes were rushing crazily toward that pyramid, rushing too late toward the control which they had themselves built for their comet and which now had destroyed them. For Nagus Nar had reversed the comet control. Even as the bolts had blasted the pyramid's top, our cruisers had shot with the velocity of thousands of light speeds out from the central world and those about it, out across the comet's heart toward the circular opening through the coma, through that passage of crimson death at awful speed, and out into space behind the comet as the passage closed behind us, as the tail behind the comet waned swiftly. And as our cruiser shot up above the mighty comet, we saw that it had halted in space. The awful momentum with which the old tail at the rear had driven it on, balanced, opposed by the new tail shot from its front, toward the galaxy, when Nagus Nar had reversed the control. Caught between the two cosmic pressures, between the momentum and terrific speed with which the old tail drove it forward, and the power with which the new tail drove it backward, the mighty coma beneath us was bulging, was spreading. Bulging outward above and below, to right and to left, its giant crimson glowing coma dilating and breaking up between the terrific pressures from front and rear. Changing from a great sphere to a gigantic shapeless crimson mass of electrical energy, bulging out in all directions, great flashes of leaping light inside it, marking the end of the great comet worlds caught and annihilated inside its tortured mass. Out, out it swelled, our cruisers hanging far above it, watching it grow swiftly greater, thinner, until in moments more, where the colossal crimson comet had been, was nothing but a vast, far-flung cloud of faint electrical radiance, the concentrated electrical energy that had been the giant comet and its worlds dispersed out into that huge, faint shining cloud. The cosmic vampire that had threatened the life of our universe was gone forever. The Comet-Drivers had driven their comet and its worlds, at last, to death. End of section 21. Section 22 of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol by Edmond Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Comet-Drivers, Chapter 5. Sweeping in toward the galaxy's gathered suns days later, our great cruiser fleet slowed, halted, hung motionless outside the galaxy's edge once more. Before us flamed the great white Rigel, as it had flamed, how long it seemed before, when Gorhan and Jurt Tull and Nagus Nar had gathered in the control room of my cruiser at the start of our mad journey toward the comet. Now that comet was but a vast, faint cloud of radiance, far in the void behind us. And now, too, it was Gorhan and Jurt Tull that stood before me in the cruiser's silent control room. The cruisers about us had massed into two great divisions, since here at the galaxy's edge Gorhan and Jurt Tull were to leave me, taking up once more their duties in the ceaseless watch of the Interstellar Patrol, with, for me, my work as chief in the headquarters at Canopus. The great joy that would be shaking the galaxy's peoples to see the shadow of doom thus lifted from them, the frantic gratitude that we might claim, in these we had no interest now, wanting only to take up once more the great patrol's endless work. So now the cruisers of my two friends hung waiting beneath my own, as we paused in silence at the moment of parting. Gorhan's deep voice broke the silence at last. "The end of the journey for us," he said, "and for Nagus Nar." "For Nagus Nar, too," I said. "He dared and died for the galaxy, pretending to join the comet creatures that he might thwart their plans at the last, and he would have wished no other end." Jertull nodded slowly. "Nagus Nar would have wished it," he said. "Yet strange it seems that we four of the patrol are three at last." Silent we stood again at that, and then Gorhan and Jertull reached forth, Betelgeusan and Aldebaranian and Earthmen clasping hands in a moment's grip. Then they had turned, had saluted sharply, and were striding down through the cruiser toward their own ships, which with a clang of metal moved away from beneath my own. Gorhan's to the right, Jertull's to the left they moved, heading each the massed cruisers there. And then those cruisers were moving away to right and left along the galaxy's edge, passing and vanishing. My single cruiser hung alone in the void, the pilot beside me with hands on its controls, but for a moment I paused still, gazing back through the blackness of the great void toward a far, faint shining cloud that glimmered in the blackness. A long moment I gazed toward it, then turned, and then our cruiser too was moving, in over the galaxy's edge, in toward great Canopus through its gathered flaming suns. End of section 22. The end of The Comet-Drivers. End of Red Alert for the Interstellar Patrol.